Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC Summer Split 2026. Playoffs continues on. We're down to the lower bracket today. My name is Trajan, joined by Bloxer here for our two first elimination matches. Hi, Bloxer. How are we doing? How are we feeling about this playoffs as it is unfolding?
Oh, really excited for it, right? We're coming into this playoffs. The heavy hitters are heavy hitting, right? Dear Verdant, they're looking like some of the best teams that we've got. Really yet to be picking up losses for them. So things looking really interesting at the top, but these are some teams we've got here today that are also going to be competing for some of these top spots, but some more questions coming in for them for the playoffs.
Absolutely. Let's get the bracket up, production, if we could, and see how things have shaken out so far. As you've mentioned, Bloxer, we do have Verdant advancing and Arctic Pandas joining them up there. So two of our mainstays, especially in 2026. A lot of synergy, a lot of time for these players playing together, and they pretty swiftly dispatched their opponents on one side of the bracket. Other side, we had Deer Gaming and Ruddy Esports advancing, knocking DMG and Volta Esports down into the lower bracket. So from those top four blocks, or obviously I think we can probably fairly say Verdant is looking like the best, right? They're two-time champions, they're absolutely dominant. But from the other three, who's maybe taking your fancy? Deer, Ruddy, and AP?
Ooh, I think that Ruddy are the ones that I keep coming back to them. I keep thinking this is a really fun squad.
Can't quit them.
Right, exactly. Do I think they're necessarily the second best? I don't think so. It's going to be really interesting to see them in that next matchup that they've got coming up versus Deer. Deer, I think, have been uber exciting. I think they are probably looking like the second best, right? Another one of those teams that haven't picked up any losses came out from Swiss 3-0. But can they actually stand up to Verdant, like you said? Verdant really looking like the strongest team, and I think at this point, right, they're hoping to just roll their way straight through the NLC and straight into the EMEA Masters, and that's where their real competition's going to be.
Yeah, they'll be trying to break out of the plains this time. I know they were disappointed to not make it further in the spring with Mafro back on the roster. That was the guy that Aragon had said, if we'd managed to keep this guy, if he hadn't been out with injury at the start of the year, maybe they could have gone further the last time he was on the roster. So they're going to be looking to the future. Obviously, they've got to get there first, and they have to respect their opponents. For me, I think Deer as well is very exciting. I think that was definitely the one that, for me, that I massively underestimated when we were doing our power rankings at the start. I really undersold the power of Deer, and continually, especially that bot lane, players like Whitman down there, really performing better than I thought, and I'm very excited for that Ruddy rematch. Obviously, we saw them knock Ruddy down into the lower bracket just last split, and kind of add that extra level of tension to that run, and Ruddy got their revenge later on in that bracket. We'll see how that match plays up this time in the summer. But today's schedule. First, we have B2U versus Bulldog. Now, Bulldog came in as the 7th seed, B2U as the 4th. We can see that as our first match. Coming up later is DMG versus Volta Esports, the second best of 3. But let's start at the beginning. B2U. Swedish representatives. One of the several very successful Swedish rosters coming out of that region, one of our regional reps. If we get the roster up, production, if we have it. Bloxer, where would you like to start with these fellas?
They've been really, really exciting, right? As you said, coming through as one of the better looking teams that we had coming in. Again, when we're talking about teams that we maybe underestimated, I certainly underestimated just how good this squad was going to be coming into this split. And the fact that they've been able to pick themselves up quite so many wins versus good teams. They played a couple of, National League representatives on the way here, but they were able to pick themselves up that 2-0 win versus Bulldog in the Swiss stage, right? They've been able to play really well, and as much as they had their most recent match, which was we'll say pretty unfortunate for them, they have been really fun. My eyes immediately going into the mid lane. I think Squidly's been really exciting for them, has had some massive performances. Clearly, Locke coming out and being released recently has done a world of good for this guy. He's been absolutely tearing up on the Rift with this champion.
He really has. We've seen, I believe it was 20-1, one of those scorelines that he dropped in the Swiss stage. Multiple quadras and a pentakill stacked up on this champion. That might have been into BDG as well, actually. It was certainly, there was certainly a lock match in that BDG previous.
It was the 20-1. Yeah, it was indeed.
Yes. So a statement was made in that game by Squidly, and the pairing of Squidly and Nord have been really putting on some great performances here. It seems like the side lanes, now that we're getting deeper into the bracket, some of the heavy hitters they're the only ones left. We're starting to see a bit more of a struggle in that laning phase, at least. I love the way they play together. But for Mikkel, Nodu, and Guvez, it does seem like in that laning phase in the early stage, we are starting to see some cracks show against the big cheeses in the NLC.
Yeah, specifically up in the top lane, Givez was having a much worse time of it most recently. Hasn't really been able to get his feet back under him in the most recent couple of matchups, and has just been falling behind a little bit. It's unfortunate that this has been happening because the side lanes versus some of those weaker teams were real strengths, something you could particularly play around. All of a sudden, things have been falling down, and you can see here, this is just a couple of highlights coming through from their matchup versus the Arctic Pandas. Now, highlights were a little bit hard to come by in these matchups, right? Both of the teams here got 2-0'd during the previous sets, but you can see there's good play together. I think that's the thing we're really going to keep coming back to for this squad. Their play as a group, their map roams, the play between the mid-jungle, play between mid-jungle and support, all of this is really solid.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Sleeper, our talent representative from the Swedish league who joined us in the Swiss stage, really wanted to make clear the years of synergy and experience that have been built up by these players together. Not necessarily all on the same team the whole time, but they've been playing with and against each other, going to the same events, being in the same social circle for a long, long time. These are pillars of the Swedish national scene. Famously one of our strongest regional leagues in the NLC system, and we can really see that on display in their games. But BDG now as the opponent. Let's show their roster here. 0-2'd by B2U last time. It has once again been a rocky road to the Swiss. At least that's the way it appears. But in reality, 2 out of those 3 losses have been to Verdant, right? And, you know, whom amongst us has not lost to Verdant? And it does maybe hurt their perception as a challenger team to take the title. But B2U is kind of the only material loss in their history to this point.
Yeah, everything else has been pretty solid wins, right? There were some questions straight out of the gate. Everybody was kind of expecting the NLC representatives to do very well and beat all of the National League representatives, and then in their first matchup versus Broad are able to take a game.
Squeaked past them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Broad very easily could have won that series in that game 3. They really should have, I think. And so Bulldog, they've just got a lot of question marks. Now, we have heard from the squad that they really came into this split without having too much practice as a group. Kasing gave an interview with us, I think, after their win versus Arctic Pandas, saying, yeah, I mean, now we've got some practice under our belt. Now we've actually gotten to play together. Things are beginning to click for us. And as you said, right, they've since then been able to pick themselves up quite a few wins. The B2 loss was just a really odd one, as you said, right? It's a big loss for them. And it does mean coming into today, you look at B2U, who you would otherwise maybe have thought of as a slightly weaker team, and think, no, they've absolutely got a chance. They might even be favourites.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the nature of BDG from the last split to this one as well, with the continued roster shuffling. You're always kind of playing against the clock there. There's just that lack of experience and time together where the hands are undeniable, but it ends up with these moments of brilliance and then these moments of madness. Kind of, you get both sides of the coin normally every single series, and if they can just try and shift that coin more to the brilliance, away from the madness as we go, you've got to imagine that, as Kasing said, as they play more together, we should see that start to come together. And for B2U, you know, are they playing against the same Bulldog they were playing against last time? Yes, it's only been a couple of weeks, but that can make all the difference when you're still at the start of a roster kind of session as BDG.
I mean, a couple of weeks is way more practice time than they had coming into this split, so you're right. It's absolutely...
Longer than the entire spring split.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's a lifetime.
It's so much more time for them to be actually playing together. And as we've been highlighting, right, the side lane's potentially not going to be so easy for B2U, especially as things with Synergy have been coming together for Bulldog. If there's one lane we're going to keep coming back to time and time again, though, it's going to be the mid lane. We already highlighted it and how Squidly has been kind of the best looking piece really out of B2U. Ronaldo as well has been crazy for Bulldog.
Yes, he really has. I think Ronaldo has been the one consistently putting out these really mechanical, clutch performances. We saw it in some of that B-roll, in that Tristana play in midline, playing on the edge, but coming out ahead so many times. Has a great goal difference of 15 stat here, and both of these guys are very essential to their team compositions. Ronaldo, though, as we can see, has played a lot more unique champions. There have been a couple more games played just by the longer journey that Bulldog took to this stage of the competition, but he does still seem more willing to go flexible, more willing to pick the exact right niche champion for the job, as opposed to Squidly and for B2U, who generally across the board have been a bit more condensed, a bit more, you know, this is our strategy that works for us. We're going to use it until you stop us or until it's gone from fearless.
Exactly. It has been way more about these couple of really good-looking champions coming out of Squidly that he is going to beat you on, right? We already highlighted the Lock. That's probably looking like his best champion, although, as you said, a little bit niche, a little bit specific, right? Can't fit into every single composition. Over on the other side of that coin, though, you've got yourself things like the Syndra that he's been coming back to time and time again, that any composition with a Syndra in is absolutely fine, and he's been really good on these couple of champions. Over on the other side of things, like you said, really wide champion pool, and it means we've had some really interesting matchups coming out, a real willingness to go all in on very specific looks. I'm hoping we get to see the Yone again. That was pretty fun to see, but is more than happy to sit back, play the Galio, you know, not have to be the main carry for this team when other people are looking to step up.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Bulldog, there was this question at the start as to what kind of... I had initially thought that Nuke was going to come in and be quite a versatile but relatively stable element, more like a Verdant Babista. However, it does seem like there is a bit more volatility to be found there, right? We have seen games on tanks, but even then, they have been some of the most volatile games. And, you know, we saw the Lock top was the first thing we saw, and it did not go very well at all. And then we swapped to the Akali, suddenly it's a lot better. There is definitely, if there's two sides of Bulldog, there's like maybe 4 or 5 or 6 sides of Nuke, and you just never know what you're going to roll. It's more like a D6 that you're rolling every game. So that could be somewhere to affect the map, regardless of whether you want it to or not.
I mean, he's played the Zeri top lane. At that point, you're just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, what are we doing here? Like,
Dude's going to do whatever he needs to. And I think that's part of why we've been seeing such an interesting champion pool coming out of Ronaldo, because he's having to fit in the gaps, you know, put himself into a position where the team absolutely needs something here, and we're not going to get it from top lane. We're not going to get it from the jungle in this situation. I'm going to have to be that person for the team. And, you know, up until the previous round, it was looking so far so good. We're going to have to, you know, keep coming back to it for both of these teams. They are both coming back off of pretty devastating losses. As you said, right, losing to Verdant isn't necessarily that bad, but the way that Bulldog were losing to Verdant, they barely had any fight back in them.
Yeah, I mean, you did a great job finding some wonderful B-roll of BDG finding some plays, and that was... the extension. That was the extension of the presentation. Thanks for watching, you know? So it's... There is definitely a lot of mountain to climb there for both of these teams. For B2U, at least, this is a team that... A qualified regional rep that got through, I believe, on the 3-1 bracket, defeating Bulldog to make it there. So they already landed in that playoffs picture, I think, earlier than many would have expected. I remember when we had an interview and we spoke to Vituso, he basically said outright, I expect no regional reps to make it through, right? And that's the Deer Gaming top laner. So... We've already beaten that narrative, at least, for B2U, but even with teams like Volda on the lower side of the bracket, as on the other side as well, there is definitely that kind of... There's a bit of that unpolished nature when you compare them to teams like Verdant, and then to now teams like Deer as well, who've been able to really put up those really conclusive games, that there's a little bit of that sort of... I don't know, it's like rough around the edges, and it's sort of regional league scrappiness that we see a lot in the Four Nations as well on the UK side, that everyone's just playing with a little bit more reckless abandon perhaps, and there's a little bit less like, I need to win this game so I can go to EMEA Masters and then I can do this, that and the other. It's very much like, I'm just playing the game right now, I don't really know what's going on, but I'm having a good time.
Having a great time, and it's real fun from the viewership perspective, and it has worked, right? I think that's the other thing for a lot of these teams that we have had who, you know, picked themselves a couple wins, at least nearly managed to qualify from these national leagues. I'm thinking the Brods, I'm thinking Volders, right? I'm thinking BTU in this situation. You are able to play really aggressive, really fast-paced league because you're used to craziness. You're used to things being a little bit less standard overall, and that works really well versus some of these weaker NLC teams that we've seen. The questions really start coming in once you start facing these stronger opponents. Now, are we counting Bulldog as one of these stronger opponents? There are questions. We keep coming back to it. For Bulldog as an organization, getting knocked out in the first round of playoffs last split was a real disappointment. They would have wanted to go a lot further. As you said, this had that shuffling come on in. Now they're trying to, you know, start from scratch-ish once again with this roster. And again, coming into the first round of the playoffs, up against an opponent that's already beaten them, we have got questions. Still, will that fast-paced scrappiness work versus a Bulldog with more time under their belt, with a little bit more synergy coming through? I'm not certain.
Yeah, I think this is where we're really... This is kind of a make-or-break-it moment. If they can win here, maybe that kind of gives me the confidence that Bulldog can make it to that sort of top 3 picture if they're able to shape up for B2U, where again, a team that plays super well together, their team fighting is absolutely a strength. You've got to be able to stand up at that portion of the game. It is still incredibly important to just getting wins on the table, is being able to team fight at that Sol, at Baron, at Elder if it comes to it. So if BDG cannot hold it together, B2U are going to pick them apart. Now we are going to get to the draft very shortly, I believe. And there are a couple of elements we need to consider here about the draft. Mostly, it's for B2U, right? We've already mentioned the Squidly lock. There's also the Nord Shaco of it all, which has become a bit of a pick-ban element for any B2U series.
Yeah, in the situation in which you allow this Shaco to go through, he's picking it up. He wants this champion. He wants to take it to you. And if we're talking about these National League representatives having a bit of an odd style, liking to play a little bit more of their League of Legends rather than, standard meta League of Legends, it's exactly this. Nord is showing us this to a T. And, I mean, how often are you really going to have played into something like a Shaco at this level in competitive play? Not particularly often, and it has been picking up wins, right? They were able to find wins versus VES on this champion, able to find wins versus Bulldog in that previous matchup that they had. It was the Shaco versus Skarner matchup, a pretty interesting matchup in which...
A classic matchup that everyone's seen before many times,
You see a million times, yeah. And you know what? It wasn't exactly Nord's best performance on the champion. He picked up a couple kills, couple assists, right? Was pretty quiet overall. But the thing about a Shaco is that it just takes up so much mental space. You are constantly worried about what the Shaco is doing. Is it in my jungle? Am I about to step on top of a box and all of a sudden get jumped by the other team? That it just throws opponent junglers super off their rhythm.
Yeah, for sure, and it's so much potential wasted effort trying to punish a Shaco for these kind of things. The mobility with the ultimate and the deceive is just so hard to track, especially if you're playing something Skarner. It's very one note. It's I have to set up my move, and I'm going to go one direction, and that's my whole deal. And, it's so easy for Shaco to just kind of to break your ankles, ultimately, on that pick. And this is the AP Shaco variant as well. It does give him hugely inflated damage stats in this game, which is pretty funny, and it's very annoying. It's Teemo, but with a blink and an invisibility on that blink, and it's like, great, love that for us. But we are going to get into the draft. We'll see if Bulldog love it enough, or if they are going to ban it. Arctic Pandas, it's worth noting, in the upper bracket, did just ban it both games. First ban of the whole series. So, Arctic Pandas learned.
Yes. Bulldog's correct.
Good stuff. Well adapted, Bulldog. We love to see that for you. But for B2U, what are we maybe looking to take away from Bulldog? Any lanes we're looking to target specifically, or any champions that we think we need to take away?
I think you're going to have to take away a couple of just the standard top-tier junglers off of the board at this point, right? The Nocturne already gone. People have been banning out the Jarvan quite often. In terms of specifics, depending on what it is that B2 want to play, I think making sure you don't have to deal with Ronaldo's Sylas is always going to be a good idea. If you've got any particularly big wombo combo team fighting compositions, not having to worry about the Sylas bringing all of that back to you is a really good idea.
Yes, and we have seen the lock taken away from Squidly as well by Bulldog. We've seen Nodi's Bard removed. This is still a very high priority support that's taken by a lot of people. And B2U, we're going to round it out with the Lee Sin. So it is a bit of a jungle focus here, taken away with the Cassio slotted in. Is still a flex between, mid, bot, and top. And we know that Nuke has played literally Seri, so why not Cassio as we see it? And we'll see what the first priority is going to be for Bulldog. It does seem like, Bloxer, a lot of teams are favoring the red side these days just by having that ultimate counter pick, but if you're already target banning, leave some of those power picks up, you get a B1 Syndra out of it.
Exactly. Syndra, the highest pick ban priority that we've had in the NLC this split, and for good reason, as we were talking about earlier. Super versatile champion, fits into a lot of compositions. The Ryze Jarvan pretty quickly locked in out of B2U, setting themselves up for heavy ganking early on. We'll see how much proactivity they can get out of this. I like Squidly on a champion that can really carry, but that also has proactivity for the rest of the team. I think this is a decent start out of B2U. For Bulldog, when you've got the Syndra, obviously lots of flexibility, but they have really liked to lean into the pick compositions. That's where they like to play the most. It makes it a little bit easier for their team fighting, which has been the weak point.
We do have an Ezreal locked in here for Nikyas. I think Nikyas is a player for me as well that when he's given space to play, he's actually quite impressive. When the comp is when the game is about Nuke and Ronaldo, he can fade into the shadows, but when they bet on this guy, more often than not, he does pay back in interest. So I think that the Ezreal does at least give him some early and mid-game presence to play with, and we have Nefiri locked in for jungle as well. So there's a lot of damage, especially into that mid game. BDG are going to be churning out damage through these team fights. We could do with some frontline, maybe some setup, maybe some peel of some kind, but that seems to be a second rotation problem for them.
Yeah, there's more options for that, whereas just the high damage champions, you want to be locking them in as early as possible in a Bulldog eyes, and I don't mind that one. For BTU, they've got a lot available to them. I don't love them going towards the ADC at this point. I think that the Corki obviously works pretty well in this situation alongside the Jarvan, alongside the Ryze. Your damage profile is pretty nice at this point, but the Corki has some level of survivability, not that much though, and I will worry a little bit depending on what we get out of the top lane. If we get one of these aggressive looking top laners, right, that we've been seeing, your Zahens, your Kasantes, anything that they can jump into the backline, and Ambessa too, you're going to be under so much threat as this champion without really any recourse.
Okay, we're going through the second round of the bans. The Brom to come out first here, so trying to take a little bit of those defensive options off the table, and obviously with a fairly short-range composition here with Corki, you know, rockets aside, but the champ's not really about those as much anymore. The Ryze and the Jarvan, a lot of diving forward, a lot of short range. The Brom could be a threat to stack those passives up. Renekton taken away by Bulldog in answer as well. And to remind everybody, to flag everybody, it is in fact Karim KT playing jungle today. I had to just quickly check that with production if anyone saw me looking to my left, just to make sure. So this is Last Blitz jungler, who is a sub on the roster and is subbing in today for Joki37. So this is why we're seeing things like Nefarious and not things like Vyze and Iverns, right? It does make a lot of sense to see this here. And Karim is a highly mechanical carry player. So that top side now is even more just everyone's a threat, everyone's going to try and kill you all the time. So I fear this might not be Nikias's game to shine, because that top side is just going to be all over the place.
Absolutely. I think in this situation, right, you just really, as BTU, as Guvez, sit back, get yourself something tanky, something that doesn't mind dying a couple of times, right? You've already got yourself something like the Jarvan, so you've got some level of engage, but you wouldn't mind having an Ornn in this situation. Sion as well could be pretty fun to see. We get the final couple of bans going away. Bulldog worried about some carry potential. Obviously, you said the Renekton ban, also going to get the Olaf ban coming on through. We'll see what the next lock will be. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the full just counter up in the top lane as one of the weaker lanes potentially. You want to insulate yourself against that one. So we could just be seeing the support locked in right now. Any of your standard team fighting options are pretty good. Your Rel would be absolutely fine in this situation, and that is indeed going to be the lock-in.
He's absolutely binked it. I think they might be setting up to see if they can get a Gubez Gnar. This is kind of a comfort pick for him, and it does give them team fight combinations with the Rel and the Jarvan. You've got a lot of availability of AoE there, and if BDG do just lock a melee, then maybe there's the Gnar that's going to come out. However, for Gubez, you are likely going to be dived by Karim on a Neferi at least at some point. Mini Gnar doesn't really have much to do about that, so we'll see what the choice is going to be. Looks like we might see a Shen for Bulldog, and obviously this is support or top lane flexible still at this stage. Honestly, we see it bot lane more often than top now.
Yeah, I would expect it to be a support right here. I really like it alongside the Ezreal. Obviously, Ezreal has so much survivability available to it that you can just abandon it, go get involved in your other lanes. And alongside the Nefarious said, the dive potential is already so strong. When you add a Shen with a Stand United in, that really does help out. And it is going to be the Amber here as the final lock in. So we are looking at that top lane counter. You said the Gnar was most likely the option here. I think it works. I think you need some extra damage coming in. I think with the dive potential, though, you could go towards something tankier. I'm not sure the Cassante would quite be my full choice, but I think it works well enough when you did need some front line.
Yeah, for sure. I think they've gone for a bit of frontline, a bit more compositional, a bit less comfort pick for Gubez, and obviously into, especially in Ambessa and Neferi, like, if you're in mini form, you're just going to get absolutely devoured under that turret if it's not going super well for you. So we shall see if this pays off for Gubez. He should be able to at least try and hold the line up there. Obviously pretty resilient to the dives at the best of times. So for Bulldog, we have, I guess, looking at the player names only, it feels like a game that's going to be all about that top side. Obviously, we now have an Ezreal bot side, likely a heavily roaming Shen for Kasing to just move away. We've seen some pretty crazy Shen level 1 antics across a lot of leagues right now, so I think we are probably going to see it be mostly around this top side. But for B2U, is there room for them to do anything with this? Is it just about trying to survive for Gubez and try not to give away too many kills, or are they going to try and counter? Is there another lane they can play for if Bulldog's going to be constantly eyes on top side?
There's absolutely counter potential here out of BTU, right? You've got yourself the Rise, you can bring extra friends over quickly if you want to make those rotations happen. The Rise also perfectly good at shoving out a wave, roaming up. The second you've got yourself something like the Rod completed, that's really quick to be able to do. And so there are counter options in that top side. I think it's also reasonable enough to just say, hey, have fun. Don't die too many times. It's not the end of the world, really, even if you do. Get involved elsewhere. Ezreal, of course, a slippery customer when he's by himself, but still absolutely diveable if you want to make something happen there. I think the clock, though, the onus still isn't really on BTU's side. They can afford to wait a little bit. They've got some really strong scaling options to play around, and they don't need to push the bow out too early on in this game.
Yes, I think scaling could be the way to go here, and of course, as we said, B2U, we know that team fighting is a strength for them. I love their composition. If you got all 5 of those champs on the same screen, that sounds great, right? That sounds like a really hard composition to crack. That front line is crazy. Even your damage dealers are tanky. That's the beauty of Rise. And then for Bulldog, it's a little bit of that chaos. It's a little bit of the mechanical emphasis, and Bessa and Nefiri, Ezreal. So I love the way that they do seem to be playing into their strengths, and it's just about, can they show us the development? Can they show us the growth? Can they show us that the practice has been paying off, as Kasing has said that it was? Can we see that continue now? Because this is elimination. You're up against the regional rep that, I'll be honest, to use a bit of a strong word, embarrassed you a little bit last time, right? This should not be what's happening to a team like Bulldog. This is not what we would have maybe expected for the regional reps. So, B2 have a chance to capitalize on that, and Bulldog have a chance for revenge.
As we were saying earlier, right, getting knocked out in the first round of playoffs last time was already a disappointment for Bulldog. The fact that this could happen again would be really rough for them. And BTU, they're playing with house money here. If you do get knocked out and you make first round of playoffs, nobody's mad at you. You have still done a brilliant job.
Yeah, they are chilling. You're absolutely right. They are happy enough. They're just here for the love of the game. And there is playoffs to be found, as we're already onto the Rift here in this elimination match. And Squidly is ghosting to safety. Did not manage to hold on to that level 1 brush, as Bulldog are going to step their way forward. It's interesting as well that there's so much mechanical skill on that top side. Karim and Nuke on Ambessa and Nefiri. Ronaldo as well. You know, we saw in the clips how proficient he is on things like Tristana and even things like Orianna, where there's quite a lot of APM in the lane. But the Syndra is still such a strong champion. It is a little bit more linear. It's a little bit simpler. It's a little bit more about your positioning and you're picking your moment to fight. And I want to see how Ronaldo can do here when he doesn't have his own survival options and he has to pick that one moment well. He can't like play for the re-engage, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It will be fun to see, and to be fair, Ronaldo has already shown us plenty of great performances on this Syndra, so not expecting anything different from him. The builds at the moment, just such amazing burst damage coming out whenever you get that Luden, so the champion looking good. And to be fair, there may well be fish in a barrel to be shooting anytime the Jarvan's jumping on in. If you manage to catch a couple of your own members too, that could be pretty risky to see. I gotta be honest, Trajan, the more and more I look at this BTU composition, the more I like every bit of it but the Corki. I just don't love the Corki in these situations. As you said, right, hang on, Ronaldo, does he just actually steal this one away?
It's a robbery.
Just
okay,
delaying
it's
things.
Tilting,
just being
but
annoying.
Not stealing. All right.
Yeah, just being annoying. As you said, right, the Corki, very short range, and I do worry that you're going to be getting yourself that bit closer than you would have wanted to be in this situation, without necessarily having that full pumping it out damage that maybe a hyper carry here could have had.
Yeah, you'd love to not be playing in Shen taunt range or taunt flash range even, or, you know, Ambessa ult is already pretty tricky to keep an eye on. The pack as well, yeah, it could be tough to navigate for MKL here. We'll see how he can get it done. The only Dane on this Swedish roster, holding it down on the bot side, and we'll see how he's able to get through these team fights. See mid lane Squidly burning through that full mana bar to try and get the wave under control. Ronaldo's not going to let him get away with that one for free, and is going to get a chance to start stacking that Syndra passive early.
Things just already being pretty rough out here for Squidly, getting pushed around, and as our featured matchup here today, hoping for big things coming out of him. Obviously, so hang on a second. Yes, that's pretty risky. Yeah, gets the level up.
But still, yeah.
Yeah.
He's gotten away with it. He's holding the waves in a decent spot for him. And obviously, still playing into Nuke, who has the biscuit, has the health potions. There's a lot of temporary HP, or potential HP, I guess we could say, in the inventory. And there is a dive maybe coming around the corner, as you say. This is what we'd expect to see. Now, it's a Cassante, not a Mininar. Can Gubez navigate this? He's out of mana, but he seems to have held the line at the first attempt. Karim, in fact, barely squeaks away alive.
A really interesting decision making there on that dive. Looking at the health bars between the two champions, Bulldog deciding that Karim would just go in, do the tiniest little bit of damage, and just try to tank up as much of the tower shots as he could. But obviously at this point, the Neferi really doesn't have a lot of HP, and the Ambessa doesn't really deal that much damage in one quick burst to the Cassante, so they just barely get anything done in that situation.
Yeah, it's a great start for B2U, avoiding the early snowball beginning, as heal is burnt in bot side by both supports in fact. And B2U trying to get this wave crashing, but once again, Karim round the corner. Nord nowhere to be found, so B2U, you can see them playing back. They know to be careful here.
Indeed they do. It makes a lot of sense that they can read this one out. Been some decent warding coming through early on as well. As we do just continue this pressure up in the top lane. Nuke doing as much as he can right here, playing with fire every time he jumps forwards, but so far been avoiding taking any turret shots, and although Nord was in the area, deciding against trying to help out his top laner. I think this is the right decision, really, out of B2U. Just ignore top lane, make sure that you're trying to get things going on the rest of the map, farm up as much as possible. It can be pretty easy to fall behind to the farm on a Neferi when this champion really starts rolling, so far Nord doing a good job to avoid that.
Yeah, we salute you, Guvez. You're doing a service for your country of Sweden up there. Exactly, withstanding the onslaught of Bulldog very well at this time. A little bit down in CS, but we can't shame them too much for that. But now we have Nord spotted by that vision plant has arrived on the bot side. So Nikias and Kasing know to be careful on this push of their own. And so far, it's ended up fairly comfortable. BDG, though, they are opening up pretty sizable CS leads in both mid and top lane. This is not a rare occurrence for them, and it is going to give them just that slightly better platform to go into these early fights with.
Indeed, and early fights may well be coming through soon enough, right? We've got the first Drake available on the board. Only a Cloud Drake, so nothing that's going to be too overly enticing. Do also have to be watching out for these level 6s coming through. A lot of map level 6s coming on. Squidly gets his at this point, so we'll see where he's going to look to use that first realm warp. Potentially more importantly, Kasing level 4, still a little while until he's going to have that stand united, but that's going to be a huge one right here, especially for the dive and gank potential that Karim has.
It really is. We see the recall channeled by Squidly, not quite cancelable by Kasing as he's getting some vision down around mid lane. Level 6s being hit across the board. Not on these junglers though. Nord's going to clear this vision out, and Karim is currently sitting on a ward, so everybody knows everything at this stage, though Guvez with the Cassante ultimate can threaten to play back to the turret. Nuke's got to be careful calling the shots, and both junglers will get a little bored, and they will step away.
Yeah, a little bit of waste of time potentially for both of them, but nothing too bad, obviously, when both are just stood around in this situation. We'll be fascinated to see who actually makes a move towards this Drake first, because so far, no indications that anybody's interested in doing so. This helps out B2U, with them wanting this game to wait a little bit longer, get themselves into a really good spot for this Ryze to be pumping the damage. They are happy for these extra couple minutes before they actually have to worry about Drakes, and then, at some point, worrying about the Soul.
And Karim has ended up down in CS, but up in experience. Level 6 right now, as Nord just ticks over himself. Nodu is in the area. Squidly can move with a Realm Warp. As Karim, slippery as the Neferi is, will simply dash away. Does give Guvez a chance to soak up another wave, and Nuke just doing his diligence, pushing those waves in. We can see Mikkel sitting half a mile back from this wave, as there is no Nodu to protect him. Nikia shifts forward, misses the Q, gets a W auto. The trade could have been worse, could have been better, but ultimately, Mikkel is going to have the wave coming into him shortly.
Indeed he is, and at this point, resets coming on through. Karim coming out with plenty of components. He's going to be doing a lot of damage on the Neferi at this point. Still down a decent chunk in CS and hasn't got himself involved in any of these lanes. For a Jarvan, you want to be ganking early, but you'll still be useful to the team. And Neferi that's fallen behind really doesn't do that much. Squidly potentially could get ganked, but should... Oh no.
Nuke just connects it, and a flash goes popped by the Ryze. Root under the turret. Nuke taking some shots, has to flash away himself. Ronaldo gets a plate out of the exchange, and both someone has done for Squidly. That was some Z-axis action of coming out of the river there with the places of the Ambessa ultimate, and a raw Cataclysm onto Nikias forces an E-flash away. As Nord's already got the job done and steps back, Mikkel going to shred a bit from Kasing, but nobody gets the hands enough for a kill.
And that's just going to be tons of summoners coming on away. Could be interesting as we do look towards this Drake. Both junglers having a look at this one. Obviously started up here by Nord, but Karim is here. And Karim has some really fun components. Teleport coming in as well.
No Cataclysm for Nord. He sees the teleport. Nodu and Mikkel getting some trading down against bot side. Nikias has shifted forward, gets stunned up, and Ronaldo has arrived. Does find the stun. But already, Nord is back to the safety of the turret. Squidly's just pushing in mid lane, so a teleport committed for this. And BDG, they're not starting up the dragon yet either. They're just kind of going back to what they were doing.
Yeah, teleport for nothing right here. They're not going to be able to start this one up. And now, all of a sudden, Krim could potentially get jumped. Nord actually going to get jumped himself. He'll be able to flag and drag away. And Krim still looking to go in, but he needs to be careful. The bot lane of B2U are beginning to roam over.
Yeah, Bulldog do not have a movement here. They have a Shen ultimate. The Stand United could be a table turner, but for now, it's an ultimate stolen in return. Nord simply slides away, not the healthiest, but he's going to get his blue buff, he's going to back away, and we'll return to the neutral state. So B2U holding fast at a few hundred gold down, just through this CS difference, mainly in mid lane at this time, as now Mikkel and Nord have, over these last few plays, allowed to open up leads of their own.
Indeed, they will. Still, for all that has been happening right here, that's looking pretty okay for B2U. Bulldog are very close to hitting those first item breakpoints that are going to be so important for these champions, right? Your Ambessa, your Neferi, and obviously your Ezreal are going to come online real strong with that first item completed. And at that point, it's where we're really going to need to see the pace picked up for Bulldog. As much as I would have liked some earlier aggression out of them, if they don't pick things up within the next 5 minutes, that's when I'm going to get really worried.
Yeah, it's not necessarily going to be a worry that B2U, they're going to start to become approaching the too tanky level and not in the next Peke fashion. We do see some trades in mid lane still. Nodu is watching and waiting to see if there's an angle onto Ronaldo here, who does have a flash still to burn. A Squidly, goes into the tier, straight into the Mercs. We'll see a a Catalyst next. And it is going to be tankier and tankier for this Rise. It's now Nikias under the turret. Here's that dive you mentioned, Block. So is it possible to dive the Ezreal? Kasing is there. They're going for it. They've got the root down. But Annie away, and Nord needs the last auto. First blood for Mikkel. Tower aggro juggled well. And B2U, even with Shen there, find the first blood.
Tower aggro juggled beautifully right there. Can't believe nobody ended up going down because that dive was not as clean as it needed to be. It was really quite a while before Nikias was actually taken down, was able to do a pretty good job of trying to stay alive, but in the end, they do get that kill. And this is the thing, this is what we were talking about. Where do those first realm warps go? Do you manage to get yourself involved in the correct lanes? And absolutely they do. Mikkel coming away with that first kill. That's going to be accelerating him towards picking up that first item. Again, another big item breakpoint to be looking towards.
Okay, it really is. Good for B2U to have that Corki starting to scale up. If he's going to be in melee range of half a dozen champions that want to be in melee range of him, you at least should have some damage. Maybe he can just try and outburst them, and maybe Nodu and Nord can help a guy out. Gubez as well stepping in there. The classic triple chain vest buy. Kasane mains everywhere will know. And does seem to be managing this one out very well too. We see the trading now has started to go very much in Gubez's favor, such as the Kasante measure. You get that first component built, and suddenly the quote-unquote counter matchup, or even the tough lane, just becomes another easy ride for Kasane.
This is where that early gank going wrong for Bulldog is worrying. Kasing should be alright to just walk this one away. Indeed, he does. Yeah, Bulldog, they tried to get things going. They tried to put this Kasante behind, make it so that first item coming through was going to be delayed. Didn't manage to do so, and they're beginning to pay the price for that one. The Drake will be started up. A really late first Drake, 12 minutes into the game. So Soul is going to be a distant dream for both of these teams. We'll see what Rift we're at least going to be getting soon enough, though.
B2U happily trading away still. Squidly able to maneuver his way around these stuns. Is now 30 CS down at Karim. Going for a cheeky steal on the Raptors, but Nord and Nodu will be having none of it. Karim actually goes in aggressively for a trade, uses the invulnerability, as Nodu will simply back away. B2U not able to find an angle to punish that loss of spell. Guvez looking for a knockback onto Nuke, can't find it. But really, we highlighted this mid lane. As much as Ronaldo is at least opening up this CS lead, Squidly has been managing it decently well. We'll see how the team fights can play out when we get to those mid-game spikes as Gubez now.
Who's ganking who?
I'm not sure. Nord maybe has to flag and drag away. Nodu's already under the turret. There's a Magna Storm to save it. A stun connects onto Gubez, but nobody wants any piece of this dive from Bulldog right now. There's a bit of hemming and hawing. Some poke coming down. Nord's still watching as Mikkel has now arrived. There's an AD carry in the building, and Bulldog are just chilling between these towers.
I mean, they all is going to land. Nodu is able to get the shield off still with no wave to be able to play around. This is a really rough dive.
They've held out, though. The reinforcements have left. Guves is going to get surely at least one back. Nuda goes down, but it's traded for Kasing, and the tower shots are firing. No, Nook takes so much damage, but the Ronaldo ultimate locks up a double. Mikkels tries to get into range. The pack blocks the rocket. Karim is on a sliver. Ronaldo with no mana to speak of, but Mikkels already flashed, and he can't get in there to even it up. It ends up going 2 for 2, as now Nord's coming around the corner. Looking for more. Shenot coming back in. Squidly has rotated through. You're absolutely right. He's flashed and ghosted in, but he's on the turret.
No.
It's a disaster for B2U's mid lane. He thought he had the free kill, but he gives himself over.
Oh, going way too close to the tower right there. Gets pulled on in and taken down. Was trying for the realm warp on the flank, and things just going wrong enough there for B2U. Still, big plays out of Guves. We talked about this guy as potentially not playing quite so well versus these top teams. That was not the case. He played that one out about as well as he could. Same thing from Nodu. And in the end, it's a messy dive. Does get the job done. Couple of kills picked up for Bulldog onto key members. The Syndra gets one. You get a couple onto the Ambessa as well. And with those first items completed, Bulldog, they are now in their power phase.
They're gonna be pretty happy that Squidly gifted them that third at the end to make it all right. You know, it was very messy, and they waited for Nord to back at least, right? We see the intention there, but
the dogs are so frustrating. I mean, this is another reason we should have highlighted this one coming into the game as well. Why I wasn't in love with the Corki. Yeah. I mean, there is so much to block and get in the way of all of your rockets coming through in this game that it's just going to be so frustrating.
Yeah, Mikkel, unfortunately, is likely going to have a repeat of that going through these team fights. And we are going to go to a quick pause here, which we'll resolve as soon as we can. But for Bulldog, they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief that ended up going more or less their way. But again, they used about a year of real life time to get that off, right? They were sitting between those towers waiting and looking for a chance, and it doesn't feel like we're at the most decisive in our team plays still yet in this early game. So that is the kind of thing that I think has plagued them in the past. Now we know the mechanics are there, and we see the leads that Ronaldo especially has been able to build. But if we get into these team plays later and you're making mistakes like this and you're hesitating, B2U, when they've got their 2-item spike down, Nord is not going to wait. Nodu is not going to wait. They're going to be Cataclysm Magnet storming you while you're thinking, should I even be here?
Absolutely. I mean, what you say about hesitation as well is super accurate, right? There was a long time where they were arming and R-ing, and are we going to go in? Are we actually going to go for this dive? I'm surprised we didn't get the quicker rotation out of Squidly. If we did, that play could have easily been completely taken apart. And as much as we are obviously, you know, very much concentrating on this matchup right now, we do also have to think, right, if Bulldog do win here, they want to go further than this, and these are mistakes that absolutely would be punished by one of our top teams. You think of Verdant or a, you know, Ruddy or a Deer would take you sitting around top lane waiting for a dive to come through? Absolutely not.
No, they have no patience. For fools, those teams. And Bulldog, so they got away with that one. They are still in control of a marginal lead. Let's do it again. Maybe let's do it cleaner this time. Okay, round 2. This is your second attempt. First one was a trial run. Let's see if we can get this one cleaner. But I will say there are already 3 B2U members here, and it seems like Bulldog have identified this. They're going to go back for the Herald instead. Yeah,
the Herald's going to make a lot more sense. That's something to go towards right now. I mean, the second you've got the Rise there, those waves are going to get cleared so much quicker than we saw with the Cassante. And it's going to be the Herald picked up. Nikias as well, taking big damage. Obviously, can jump away. Has to flash, too, to be able to get away from the Cataclysm. And that's a big couple of summoner spells gone off of the ADC.
Yeah, good steal by Nord, responding in that mid lane. The Herald picked up by BDG, pulled by Karim. KT is going to be able to drop that. We've got no turrets cracked as of yet. Squidly, Ronaldo now matching up in topside. The Syndra damage is starting to connect. However, the Rise is still tanky enough. Now Karim, can he get into range for an ultimate here? Doesn't find it, but is going to be able to get a lot more turret damage down. I don't know if we'll see the Herald just yet, but the Grubs is already working for them.
Things looking pretty solid again out of Bulldog, as we talked about, right, though. They are in the most powerful bit of their composition. This is where they really want to be playing. As much as your Syndra is going to keep getting stronger, your Ezreal will do plenty. Right now is where you want to be pushing the boat out as far as possible for Bulldog. Make it as tricky as you can for B2 to be able to fight back. Getting that full tower into the back pocket of Ronaldo is certainly going to help. He's well on his way to picking himself up a next item. Things, you know, looking okay.
We have a dragon spawning here. Looks like both teams have already got their eyes on it. I personally have an eye on the fact that Mikkel does not yet have a flash available. And this Corki is pretty central as we go. Squidly's got the Rod of Ages, but no stacks as of yet. And is not going to be at that real power spike. Now, Herald goes down into mid lane. Nikias is going to shepherd that one in. B2U currently have the numbers on the Drake. It's going to be picked up by Nord. Is there a fight to be had? Nodu's taunted on the side. Was looking for a flank. Doesn't take too much damage now. Kasing is very far away, but we've got two plays happening here. Nikias has been isolated by Guvez. A Rise ultimate to move B2U into position, and they pick up both bot laners.
What did we say, Trajan? The team play, the team fighting out of Bulldog, just not where you would hope for it to be. And that was really well played out of B2U. I love the extra aggression out of Guvez. Absolutely beautiful right there to grab that all out, because they didn't need to make that play. They were going to kill Kasing and have picked up the Drake. Now they have a potential pick right here on to Nuke, although Yambessa, plenty of shielding available, and between the Cassante and the Rel, not that much damage.
They've got a second engage here, no all out for Guvez, but do they have enough CC? The Shen's coming in, and Nuke obviously can try and reposition this one. A lot of shields built in. Kasing now holding, looking for that taunt cooldown. B2U, I think, don't want to overplay their hand right now. At the very least, they've gotten that Shen ultimate down. It's a big tool to take off the table. The turret not looking great as well. B2U don't want to give it up just yet.
No, they've got Squidly heading down towards the bottom side of the map. He can take over from his injured top laner. Put the squeeze on potentially as well with the Realm Warp if he wants it.
And we have attempt number 3 from Nodu. Can't find Nuke. A taunt comes around the corner. Karim looking for an opportunity. The damage is there. 2 items deep on the Neferi, but Kasing isolated. Has to flash away.
Oh, he gets
knocked
back
from Guvez. Nodu finds the stun. But the team doesn't feel good about this anymore. Another TP coming into the backline for Ronaldo. And now Guvez not feeling so great. No MR to be found. A single Nudge Magic Mantle. And B2U ended up outnumbered in this play. They really wanted it. They tried 3 times and finally got hit in the mouth.
I mean, as much as you're bringing the Rise down, and the Rise does some damage at this point, right? This is a, 2 stacks right now on the Rod of Ages. You're still 10 minutes away from this champion really coming online and really being able to do the damage that you need, and they just wait too long. They're here for so long that the full rotation comes on through. You end up with everybody moving their way on down. The teleport coming in from Ronaldo as well really seals the deal. The fact that Squidly flashing over the wall still gets jumped, still gets taken out by a really nice True Shot barrage. Just the cherry on top right here for Bulldog.
Another happily accepted gift from BDG. BTU getting a little too overexcited there, extends the play too long. And finally now, Bulldog have opened up a decent gold lead. 3,000 now to the good around the 20-minute mark. 2 dragons of B2U though, but you can see the confidence for Bulldog now moving aggressively into that top side jungle. And B2U, they still have a bit of stacking, a bit of building to complete. Guvez might have to give up this turret unless B2U can say something about it.
And they've got some rotation coming through, and you do still have to be respectful of this B2U squad. Still, as much as they may not be able to get the full tower right here, lots of plating going over. Ronaldo getting even stronger. Big shutdown sat on his head. If B2U are able to find themselves a big couple of team fights, they can absolutely turn things around, but he's now got the Blackfire, the Cosmic, and is well and truly rolling in this game.
And we have no teleport on this Rise, and BDG are very aware of this one. They know that Squidly's not going to be a factor. If it comes to a fight, it's going to be a 5v4. Now, the turret's already gone down bot side. Looks to be answered in top with this inner, as Guvez starting to drop a little low. Nody's coming around the corner. Has he drawn them in? The counter ultimate
nice
from Nuke doesn't really get much done. It's a good stun from Ronaldo, though, and in comes the cavalry, but the Magnus Storm is good! Drags the dogs under the turret, and Mikkel has arrived. The shutdown for Guvez, and he burns away. Ronaldo makes it a 1-for-1 at least. Squidly all the while continues working on this bot wave.
And that's the thing, right? 1-for-1, but you're able to get that full tower bot lane, a big chunk of damage off of this tower. This tier 2 tower as well. He's not going to be able to get the entirety of it. Ronaldo has now headed back to base. So unfortunate for Guvez that he burns down right there. The Blackfire Torch just doing that little bit too much.
Squidly clipped by a stun. Ronaldo will just get that passive stack and force the Realm Warp to safety. And yeah, it was very clutchy. We can see a replay of this fight, and it does seem like the Magnet Storm from Nodu really seems exceptional.
Oh, it's everything in this fight right here. If the Magnet Storm doesn't cut off Nodu jumping that little bit further forwards, everything was going to go wrong, but instead, things turned back around just a little bit, right? The gold remains at about that 3k mark. That's not an insurmountable gold lead to any imagination. We've got 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Would be sole point for B2 if they're able to grab it. Of course, over on the other side of things, there is the Baron available, although I don't think either of these teams are going to be snap engaging onto it quite so soon.
I've noticed that we have the Protoplasm Harness second for Nord. I feel like I've not seen that too much on Jarvan. See it a lot on, you know, Rammus and Skarner first and these kind of things. But I guess really tells you that he is looking to go in, soak up as much damage as possible, play with his second HP bar, and then try and get out of it. Not as much resistance is, of course, built in, but does at least give him that kind of reserve HP pool to play with.
Let's see if he's going to be able to make the most of this one, because, I mean, you really do need that level of survivability coming on in. Stun's going to come through. Nord already taking a decent chunk of damage. You can see just how much Ronaldo does. Teleport coming in, deep flank.
Nikias might have to contest with Gubez right now. Kasante's going to get in there. A big stun from Ronaldo. 3 knocked down. As Karim's already secured the Infernal, B2U now clutching at straws, looking for a play to make. They're going to go towards this mid-turret instead. All the while, Nuke is still working on bot line, so even then, a turret would be traded. It's another multi-stun from Ronaldo, and it's getting a bit dicey. Bulldog, smelling blood in the water, looking for Gubez. Nodu has found a way to the front line, though. Karim has been shredded. Shut down for Mikkel. TP coming in from Ambessa, but it's 2 claimed back for Bulldog already. Corki not feeling so good about this one. Has to flash, sidesteps the ultimate, but Nuke is indomitable. Under the tower he goes. Squidly gets a counter onto Mikias, but Mikkel is fighting his corner under the turret. He finds 1. He almost finds 2. He does with the turret. Mikkel Corki locks up the double, and B2U scrap it down to a 4 for 4.
Yeah, it's going to be everybody but the mid laners dying in this one. Ton of kills going over to the mid laners. We'll have a look back at this play quickly whilst everybody's back to respawning. I thought this was going to be complete disaster for BTU, because as much as they get that initial little jump onto Karim, it really doesn't matter because the return damage out of Bulldog is so strong. The problem for Bulldog is that they just split the fight right here. They smell that they can get themselves an ace potentially, and they leave Nikias alone to make an initial engage happen. That goes wrong, and then they're under this tower for a million years. The fact that both kills go on down is just devastating to their chances, because if even a couple more members live right here, that would have been the Baron.
Yeah, that was very, very dicey. Somehow, in a play of that magnitude, we're at the exact same goal difference still. And we just go back to look for round number 2. Bulldog returning to this topside jungle, playing around the vision, seeing what they can steal away. But Mikkel now, 5, 1, and 4, has accelerated to 3.5 items, almost an item ahead of Nikias. As Nord cannot quite find the engage of his stream, still trying to fight over this vision, and Bulldog, these Ronaldo stuns, man, 5, 0, and 3 himself, they have been devastating. He's getting so much utility out of it. The real mob's coming in. They're looking for Syndra. They don't want to deal with it anymore. The stun slows them down. He's already found 1 kill. Do they have enough to get this Ronaldo off the field? Nodu locks it in, and Corki's got the shutdown. A second on the board as well, and B2U identify the priority target and eliminate him.
Snap engage hands Ronaldo his first death of the game here. Now they're looking to push through onto the mid lane, could potentially grab themselves this tower. Obviously, there's a push happening in the top lane from Nuke, but he's just not going to be a part of this whatsoever. Now, it's not going to turn into the Baron because Nord did die for the play, but you do get that big shutdown, huge amount of gold going on to a key member as well. I'm pretty sure Mikkel was able to grab that kill.
Yes, a big move forward for him. It's going to be onto that Infinity Edge before you know it. Now, Nuke's probably not going to get away with this one. Did not find that top turret, and an ult's going to go onto Mikkel. This is surely just going to feed another kill into the meat grinder. Squidly, this time the recipient. Would love to get that rise through to those power spikes as well. So B2U, they are still losing turrets. They're finding these fights and these kills, but Bulldog's still running the map somewhat.
They are, but, I mean, things are going to get better here for BTU, right? You're beginning to get to the point where Squidly is absolutely wrecking with his damage. Mikkel, again, when he's able to, when people are jumping into him, he's so strong. 4 items now fully completed for this guy, to his opponents 2. I mean, the gold gap right now is monumental, and now BTU have proven to us that they can just kill onto Ronaldo. Things looking good, starting up the Baron.
B2U starting out raw right here. Ronaldo's arriving from mid lane, having TP'd in, but this is going to be for B2U already. It's already been picked up. Gubez can absorb a lot of punishment there. Ronaldo caught in the cataclysm. Gubez is straight in. There's the knock-up. And BDG's star mid laner has been eliminated again. They can't find the stun onto Karim. The Neferi's going to dash away. And Ezreal Ultimate only clips onto Nord, but B2U, they've got what they came for.
Absolutely they do. Baron and the kill, and that's now twice in a row that Ronaldo has gotten caught out. The flash gonna be up in the next 5 seconds for him, so it's gonna be a little bit harder to replicate this once again. But B2U, they're just making plays exactly as their compositions fully coming online, right? Rodovage is fully stacked up, Saris completed for Squidly, he's ready to rock and roll. Couple of tanky items for Guvez, and he's now able to play so much further forwards than he was previously. Next big test for them is going to be this Drake. Obviously, heck of a lot easier to set up with the lanes now that you've got the Baron buff helping you push.
Yeah, it is. The prophecy is starting to come true, Bloxer. B2U, they've got the spikes they need, the composition is online, and the way they're using their tools together is so strong. This has always been their strength. The synergy is there, the composition is built for it. And BDG, we can still see some of the mechanics, but it's starting to come apart at the seams once again. The Dragon now spawning would be a sole point for B2U if they can lock it up. An Infernal, no less. They'd love to have it. We've got a TP coming in from Nuke, though. It looks like Bulldogs want to fight it.
Absolutely they do. No way they're going to let this one go. Guvez as well, real late to this play.
It's already gone down. Can Bulldog get away with this one? They're going to step away using the W from the Fury, but Nuke's a little bit isolated right now. Guvez trying to lock him down. They can't get the knockback, but the Rise ultimate into position, and Vesta with an ult to slow them down, and now they're diving in. Mikkel under threat. Another stun from Ronaldo as well. Bulldog, they've been forced into this play, but they couldn't find the Corki. It's another double for the bot laner, and B2U receive the aggression happily and walk away with the kills.
Mikkel living there is criminal. No way he should have been able to get out of that one. Gonna need to see a replay to see how that happens. Didn't even blow his flash. And hey, if we're talking about the Corki being low range when he wants to be pumping his damage, how about the whole team stood right on top of your Gatling gun?
Yeah, I'm sitting there going, BTU don't have a karma, do they? And it didn't see a redemption. Where's his protoplasm harness? How's he alive?
There's karma, there's no Milio, there's no Lulu. How does he live in this situation? Because this should be a bad play out of BTU. They blow everything on top of just the enemy top laner. He's literally just stood there dealing damage. Like, I don't know how it is that he doesn't die.
Yeah, I think Nikias can't get any Mystic Shots. There's too many bodies in the way, and the Ronaldo stun barely doesn't clip him. I think Ronaldo's just dealing with frontline, so maybe a step forward for those carries, and it's another catch onto Syndra. B2U, they're living rent-free in this Ronaldo's head right now. They're catching him on repeat.
Yeah, they are, and that's going to be that top lane power that's been haunting them taken down. They've only got a little bit of the Baron left to really play around at this point, but see how much they're really going to be able to grab, as at this point Bulldog, it doesn't feel like they can step up. The Syndra is where most of their power is as a team. Obviously going to have that 4th item completed, Death Cap incoming. Big spike for Ronaldo, but he's just being caught out before he's getting to do anything with it.
Guvez has just auraed through that ultimate from Nuke using the Pathmaker and is now TPing away. He's TPing into the base end, actually. That is bold from Guvez. Steps in, they get the inhibitor, and they will just back away anyway. I feel like he could have just walked away, but I mean, it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see it, right? You jump in with that big shield as well, so if you're looking for a fight as Bulldog, all of a sudden you're going to be quite dissuaded. Still, we do get the full wave pushed in the mid lane from Nuke, so he is at least able to buy his team a little bit of extra space. 2 minutes, 20 seconds until the next Baron spawns. With a composition like this, with the Corki, with the Rise, you're going to need the Baron, or to win a real team fight for B2U, to be able to actually pick themselves up this win and put themselves into match point here in this elimination game. So Bulldog, they've got a couple minutes to keep scraping that goal together. Really just going to be watching.
Nikias has cracked in mid lane. He's flashed away from something. I'm not sure what phantasms and specters that he was seeing on his screen, but he has tried to flee them, and now will be flashless for this play. Meanwhile, Kasing walks slap bang into Nodu and Nord. It's going to dash his way to safety with a shadow dash. And Mikkel is going to go back to this mid lane. I love that we now have 2 GAs available for B2U. They couldn't even get Mikkel's first elf bar down last time, and now they've got to deal with 2.
Yeah, it's going to be real rough in this situation. So you can see the siege coming on through, actually trying to put together themselves a little bit of a 1-4, and map rotation just not being well played out of Bulldog. They should not be losing towers to this composition right now. They have the wave clear to be able to step up. It's not the best wave clear in the world, right? There's better over on the other side of things, but your Ezreal or your Syndra should be clearing waves out. The fact they're losing towers, even without the Baron buff to play around, not a good sign here from Bulldog.
Yeah, especially without a Baron to play against them, with the short-range nature of B2U, as we said, it's not looking good for Bulldog. They do seem to have really lost the thread in this first game. They were showing us some of that mechanical skill as we'd expected, but the team fights for B2U have been so well played, so well picked, and now it seems like Bulldog just don't have a direction. They don't know where they want to go. There's a Soul to play for in a little over a minute, a Baron in a little under, and B2U looks like they're going to have the pick of the litter as to where they want to go. They have been the ones proactively starting up these objectives as of late. Karim waiting around the corner is looking to get some poke down, but B2U are tanky enough now that even Nodu doesn't care.
And things just feeling rough here from Bulldog. They do have a composition that can fight back, right? You get a big scatter of the week onto multiple members. Maybe you're able to get yourself a public execution off, right? There are opportunities to make your way back into this game, but it does feel like BTU are just fully in control of this one. Only up by about 2,000 gold, but the way these most recent team fights have been going out of Bulldog, they're just floundering. They just don't quite know how to set themselves up for success right here. Looking to at least get themselves some control over the mid lane, some vision down around this spawning Drake. 20 seconds until that joins us on the Rift.
There's always a chance for a Ronaldo pop-off.
Oh, there they go.
Deep, and they're going for the fight. It's a big Cataclysm, and Ronaldo's caught after the flash by Nodu. And B2U, relentless, no hesitation, no second chances for Bulldog. Easily the kills come through once again. 3 for 0. Karim trying to get a Gromp consolation prize, but he's not even going to get that. Back over the wall he goes. Nodu and Guvez hunting him down as Mikkel's working on the Drake, steps away to push Nefiri back, takes the flash as well, and B2U, it's the team fight, and it's Infernal Soul. It could be Baron as well.
It should indeed be Baron, right? As much as Karim is available, 20 seconds until we're going to get Ronaldo back on the map. Same for Nikias. Things just going terribly for Bulldog, but what a beautiful little realm warp out of Squiggly, and the Magnet Storm alongside the Cataclysm just work so well together. Those two looking beautiful. And it is going to be the Baron, as we see in the picture-in-picture. I mean, Trajan, I didn't love the Corki coming in. I've been so wrong. This has been beautiful from Mikkel. I don't know how he's been able to live so well in all of these team fights, but damn, has he been doing well and pumping the damage.
Oh yeah, his damage has been nutty. They've been funneling the gold exactly where it needs to go, and he's almost completed that last 6th full item. 10-1 on this Corki in the first game. Mikkel, one of the players that had started to struggle, as we said, as we got deeper into the bracket. Not struggling today, though. And an attempted catch by Bulldog. Cannot really get any purchase onto Nodu. Karim in the pit right now, looking for another angle. Squidly offers an ultimate, but won't take it. And Bulldog trying to catch B2U on a reckless rotation, but they won't find a kill.
And they try to blow everything onto Nodu, who's way too tanky at this point, right? As much as
he's got 2
it's
whole
a support,
items.
Yeah, he's 2 items on a rel. He's
unkillable.
He's chilling at this point. He's just going to be able to walk this one out. As we've been talking about, though, right? The Baron is really important to the push coming through out of B2. They need to make as much use of this one as possible. Already cracked open the base in the top lane. Now looking to work through the mid and bottom side. Interesting that they've got Nuke pushing out the top lane. I think he might be needed if you don't want to be surrendering some more towers here.
4-1 right now for B2U. Guvez assigned the mid lane. The Baron waves coming through. And now with the Infernal Soul, these Corki rockets are going to sting even more than they were a moment ago. Mid lane turret falls. B2U playing nice and safe. Ronaldo still clipping them with the stuns, but B2U, as we say, short range as they are, they don't want to overplay their hand here. Don't want to get caught up by an ultimate from Nuke or a stun by the Syndra.
It is just going to be the push happening through the mid lane as well. Guvez helping a couple of cannon minions hit on towards this tower. It takes a real rotation to come through to be able to stop this mid lane push, and that opens up the bot lane.
Taking a bit of poke from Nikias. Kasing's calling the shots. The ultimate is good, and it's an instant push into the GAs from both of the holders. Nuke comes in. BDG with an opportunity here. Stun out to the resurrection. Mikkel shut down. And Bulldog, have they found a way through this woods? Have they found a way out of the predicament? Guvez doing what he can. Nord looks like he's going to slip away. Somehow the Jarvan locked down a triple kill. Bulldog, they just cannot put it together right now. Guvez is surely going to get taken down eventually by Karim. They've got to watch out for a bit of Kasante gaming if they're not careful.
You might get
knocked down. You might get diced up. The knockdown's there. Guvez finds one, and Nord's back round the corner. It is tragic for Bulldogs and the ace for B2U.
I don't know if B2U can finish this one off, right? Respawn's just about coming on through as, yeah, Guves, do your dance. That was truly some Cassante gaming right there, and just, this game has just been rough to watch if you're a Bulldog fan. I mean, every time things look like it's turning up for them, there's a small misplay, they don't quite get their target selection correct, somebody just about slips away from a play. Oh man, so rough to watch.
That is a fight where Mikkel basically did nothing. They got Nord and Mikkel's GAs off rip. It was actually a wonderful set of catches and setups. The Nikias Ezreal ultimate was perfectly placed. They had the start of dreams, but as they tried to push it through to the conclusion, they lost control of it again. And even though B2U are not that far ahead in gold still, it feels like they've never really been that far ahead in gold. They've had so much control after that mid-game, and they're just going to go right back to what they were doing before. Now, they still have to end this one out. They have demonstrated the ability to almost lose a team fight, and they did give a meaty set of shutdowns over to BDG in that play, so they've got to be respectful.
They do, but at the same time, for B2U, they are in control of this one, and I mean, I can't even understate the amount of mental damage some of these team fighters have got to do. You feel like you've set them up correctly. You feel like you've executed as you should, and it is just not working out. Also, got to remember, right, as much as you have got these GAs down for a while, you've got a bit for them to come back up, and as B2U are so reliant on these big Baron buffs to be able to make things work, on this potential pickup of the Elder Soul, you've got time to wait for a little bit. Right now is where Bulldog need to be pushing the boat out, where they need to be making something proactive happen, but they just don't quite feel comfortable stepping that much further forwards, as every time they have previously, BTU have made them pay for it.
Yeah, it has been a heavy punish game for B2U. They've always been ready to catch Ronaldo whenever he puts a foot out of place right now. Even players like Nikias on the Ezreal have been punished if they're not careful. Ronaldo at least has the flash available for the next what could be critical fight. There's an Elder coming up in 30 and a Baron in 60. B2U, if they have a disaster, if they have another throne play, they don't have the GAs this time, without that second chance, if they lose another play, this entire game could flip in a heartbeat. They need to be careful. Squidly and Nuke currently matched up in topside as both teams staring down over a mid-wave.
Let's see where this next big engage is coming through. We've seen multiple times here where Squidly has had a huge realm warp, gets into the back line. Right now the push out of Nuke through the top lane, so he's going to have to teleport into this play. The Elder will be started up by B2U. That should get the teleport out right here. No, Nuke actually just going to keep pushing through the top lane. He's happy to join this play late.
He's going to stick it. Now Karim can dive in pretty comfortably. It might just go down to a steal, but he's already used the W stun from Ronaldo.
It's just gone.
Karim dives out. It is just gone. The Elder's secured. Nuke currently working on the inhibitor. B2U, if they can get away cleanly, they'll trade the inhibitor for an Elder buff. And with how well they've been team fighting, I'm sure they'll be happy to take it.
Absolutely, and the more important prize, of course, is the Baron. They need this to be able to crack these towers open, and now that you've got yourself the Elder, it's going to be so rough for Bulldog to step up and potentially try to stop you taking this objective. Now, they do need to be careful. If they wait too long, obviously, they're going to start having super minions pouring in through their top side. But still, they are waiting no time. It's just gone again.
This is gone, and it's taken all of 3 seconds for B2U to lock up the Elder Dragon and the Baron buff with the Infernal Soul. And, you know, this is one of those situations, Block, so we really have to go, if you lose this now, I don't know what to say. You know, B2U, credit to the way you handled the early and mid game. You really played to your strengths. You've absolutely earned this one. You've got every single mechanic that Riot can put in the game to try and make games end. And if you can't end the game now, we'll have questions.
Absolutely, we will. Now, it was interesting what we just saw right here. Bulldog made a little bit of an assumption, right? They're like, so top lane's fully pushed in. We think they're going to try push through the bottom side of the map, because you do need to kind of rush, obviously. The Elder is a little bit delayed. It is a very short buff, and they've been a bit delayed with having to go get the Baron. So they set up a trap in the opponent's jungle. BTU don't make that decision. They push through the top lane instead. It means that you're kind of just wasting time on the bottom side of the map as Bulldog. They now take their resets, and they're going to have to make a final stand at the gates of their base.
Okay, B2U. There's no 1-4 this time. All 5 pouring in through that top lane. A Baron empowered wave. A flash onto an Elder already. And the flash has to be used. There is a Seekers, but he's held it for now. Another root comes down onto Kasing from Rise. Karim Holding on to that middle inhibitor right now. B2U trying to shepherd in these waves. Nikias doing what he can with the Mystic shots. B2U still with the Baron, still with the Elder. They've got 2 inhibs down, and BDG holding at the gates of their base. The inhib turret's the last defense standing. Squidly flashes but can't find Karim. And the wave is thinning out. They've got 3 empowered cannon minions working on this turret.
And they're going to have some more pouring in right here through the top side. There they go in. That's going to be a quick kill.
Gets the flash. That's what you needed. Ronaldo off the field, and B2U surely now cannot be stopped. The Exus towers fall, and the last few Bulldog members, they fight valiantly to the end. But it is game 1 going to our Swedish representatives, B2U.
It's a 41-minute game. It takes quite a while for them to be able to actually wrap this one up, but things looking really good for the Swedish reps. And what a set of plays it is that makes this work, right? Things are beginning to go a little bit wrong for them, and they recognize that Ronaldo's getting too many kills and has been having it too easy through these fights. It's 2 quick snap engages straight onto Ronaldo, and all of a sudden that momentum that Bulldog had been building swings straight in the favor of BTU, and they then never look back.
Yes, B2U, once they have that control, they understand their win conditions so well. They understand their compositions, point and raison d'etre so well. They just know what to do and they go for it, and Bulldog did not manage to stop them. For B2U, they are 1-0 up now, 1 more win to advance, and Bulldog a game away from elimination. We're going to go to a short break, everybody. We'll be back with the second game of this series in just a moment. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. B2U locking up the first win in this series over at Bulldog. They are now 3-0 versus Bulldog in games right here. They qualified over Bulldog to make it into the playoffs in the first place, and they are on the cusp of eliminating them here in the first round of the lower bracket.
Indeed, things looking real good here out of B2U. A couple mistakes, right? Made a few plays worse for them than they needed to be. Squidly with a interesting realm warp that gets him killed early on in the game, but he made up for it with a bunch of really good realm warps that brought the team in, flanked in, right? It felt like B2U, whenever they made a mistake, they were able to then correct it and didn't compound on any errors.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Aside from that first realm warp, you're absolutely right. The Guvez and Squidly combo was lethal in team fights. With the realm warps to get Guvez into setup position, they were setting up around dragons so well with this ability, and it really does, I think, separate the good risers from the great ones. And we can see initially as well how well B2U were able to deal with this top lane pressure, right? And I think this is why they went for the Cassante over the Gnar for him, and it worked out so well. Guvez looked super comfortable on this pick and was able to have big team fight impact later.
He was just brilliant with it. We had talked a little bit about how we were beginning to get a little bit worried about these side lanes and what they were really going to be able to do versus these top teams. Now, maybe you're making an argument here that Bulldog isn't one of these top teams, but if you think they are, if you still believe in some of the quality of this Bulldog squad, and as much as we could talk about the issues that they have as a team, hands-wise, this is one of the top teams with some of the top talent. These side lanes were doing absolutely fine.
Yes, they had no issues whatsoever. If anything, Squidly was the one going down 30 CS. Some of it was helping his team out of scraps. Some of it was Ronaldo just piloting a great Syndra game, at least in the early stages. But so many of these fights, we can see here Mikkel managing to just outmaneuver some of these dives. Even with the Corki, even with the range disadvantage, he did such a great job of getting the most out of this pick that even when Bulldog get the dream engage as they found here, somehow it just never seemed to work out with them by the end.
No. Every single time we're looking at a team fight, and even looking back on these, I'm like, this is a good fight. And when you think about what the gap in gold was at this point, it was in B2U's favour, but it wasn't as far in B2U's favour as you would really be expecting, and yet they still have to fight their way back out of this one. This one's disgusting out of Guvez. The fact he's able to make this work, Nord coming over the wall just to secure that final kill for them, just gross. Gross play right there on the Cassante. Obviously, this is fearless. We now don't have to worry about seeing that champion again, at least in this series. And so what's the adaptation? Do B2 have enough juice left to be able to do it again?
Well, they went for, it's a fairly standard draft they went for, right? Things like Jarvan and Ryze was their 1-2 on red side. I believe Bulldog did choose red side, if I'm not mistaken. Production can correct me if I've misremembered that. But Bulldog going onto the red side does give them options for better counters potentially in top and mid lane, which is where they tend to use them. I think that for B2U, you definitely keep the Lee Sin ban. You don't let Karim get back onto a comfort. You can probably keep the same approach of just trying to keep Karim off the most comfortable. This is a team for Bulldog where one of the biggest impacts here is the lack of practice they have together. This is even then Karim, a sub coming in, that even the time they'd have with Joki is now on the side, and you have to come with a new jungler. Yes, they worked with him last split, but with a different roster, and it all just gets a bit messy again, and you just need to keep Karim from being able to gel as well as he can.
Absolutely, and as we're talking about, right, with Ronaldo playing himself a pretty good game, pretty competent overall, that cannot really be said about the rest of the members, right? Nuke had a couple fun moments. I don't really blame Nuke for what happened in this game, but Karim wasn't particularly proactive on this Neferi. Wasn't really getting things done early on, and then team fighting later on, it's tough as a Neferi that I didn't get super far ahead, but it wasn't really working out. Nikias as well had that, weird flash in the mid lane, but beyond that, just wasn't able to sit and do the damage that you really need on the Ezreal, and I just does feel bad for Bulldog that they were able to take so many of these top tier champions, the highest priority champions that we've got in the game at the moment, and not turn that composition into a win.
Yes, does not spell good news for the rest of the series. However, depending on the way they want to play with Karim here, if they can find a way to try and match them and go for a bit more of a team fighting comp, I think we started to see this through the Swiss stage, where initially Bulldog was very heavily indexing towards mechanical outplay champions that almost and arguably should have gotten them clobbered by Broad in the first series, but they started to go more onto the kind of team fighting picks that could at least just rock up to a soul fight and all dive in as 5 and get out of it okay, right? Things like Yone that they were able to play with and came these central picks for them later on. If there's a way they can maybe simplify their game plan a little bit and go to that, make it a little bit more front to back and just give Ronaldo a scaler to play with, give Nikias some room, get this man on a Unara or something that can really be a bit more self-sufficient in the late game, maybe that's the way they can do it, just try and simplify and go head-to-head with B2U, because I think whenever they try and outmaneuver a team that knows how to play together and drafts so they can all stand on the same screen as 5, they're never able to really pull them apart the way you'd need to.
Not particularly, but at the same time, we have really seen out of this squad that when they're actually finding wins, it's because of disparate members finding these big leads and then being able to take it to their opponents. So I don't know if they can even make one of these simple compositions that we're talking about work in this situation. Obviously, have to wait and see when we do jump into the next draft, and so far, a lot of the same bands coming on through.
Yes, B2U still focusing out the Karim Comforts here, the Lee Sin and the Nocturne. BDG keeping the Shaco and the Bard. Now, Syndra is now off the table, so there's no potential for a B1 there for B2U. There is still a Lock that I believe was banned first rotation last time, and it is going to be taken away, so I imagine that probably would have been B1 for B2U if they were allowed to, so it is going to be the same draft phase, and we're going to a B1 Zyra. Now, Bloxer, Akronos, the mid laner from Broad, tells me this champion is really good right now, even in mid lane, which obviously I love to hear, but I imagine it's probably not. I think it's probably jungle, but we shall see.
It's sneaky strong right now. It's beginning to climb in priority. We're seeing it a little bit more in solo queue. We're also seeing it a little bit more in the pro circuit as well. Interesting to see it B1 right now. You want a composition where you can play early. The early gank potential coming out of Zyra is so strong, and a lot of people overlook it because it doesn't have the, prototypical, oh, we're going to gank a lot tools of a jungler. No, it can be really strong for that, but it means you need winning lanes alongside it. Losing lanes in a Zyra means you are not going to win this game. So B2U, they've got themselves some work to do to make this work out for them.
That is tricky as well, right? We saw how strong Ronaldo was playing, and normally with a Zyra jungle, you'd love a really dominant mid laner to kind of play through those early fights with. As BDG, they've locked down the Leona. They've also taken a Tristana, which, as we know, can flex easily into mid lane or top lane. We saw some of the clips of Ronaldo on this pick, and it's pretty oppressive in that mid lane. It's very hard to really push around a Tristana, and B2U might have a tough task on their hands to get control of that mid lane once again, as we have an Alistair Hubbard likely locked here for Nodu. We're just locking supports on repeat, and I guess we'll think about damage later.
Indeed, as long as we can pick ourselves up everything that can set up the rest of the game, wonderful. We can indeed pull everything else out at a later stage. Now, with this Tristana locked in, interesting that you pull the Alistair straight in. As we talked about for Ronaldo, one of his strongest pickups can be the Silas. Not something you want to give away in this situation, but they're clearly thinking it's fine, the Tristana will be in the mid lane, we don't have to worry about that. And looks like B2U going to be looking for a pretty standard front to back kind of composition, right? The Zyra can slot into that. You don't need a winning bot lane to make this champion work. It's winning mid lane, it's winning top lane that you really need to be playing around.
Yes, we were very happy with the way Mikkel and Nodi managed out that last game's lane as well. So, as we said, they performed better than I think we'd worried they would as we get into these really strong threats. So, a Sivir and Alistair, pretty hard to crack, pretty hard to actually kill either of these champions in the early stage, as a Vi comes through for Karim. So, it is a bit more better, it's a bit more enabling, less on the raw mechanics side, but you do still need to have very good judgment and an understanding of when to go and when not if you're going to get the best out of this champ. But between those three, that's a great dive composition that seems to be forming for BDG. Leona, Tristana, Vi, anyone who gets caught probably isn't making it out.
And it's a really good matchup as well just into the Zyra, because the Zyra wants to look for these early ganks via a great counter ganker. Also, once you get that level 6, can be making ganks of her own work very well. Also can invade pretty effectively. The Zyra also wants to invade onto you, and the Vi can be pretty annoying to try to do that into. And so all of this is speaking to me as Bulldog. They're setting themselves up for success here, but it is a composition that works together, that needs that level of communication that they haven't necessarily shown us so far. As we do jump into the second round of bans, we'll see what's looking to take off of the board. I think it's very interesting right here that we do see this Akali banned away. And obviously the Akali can move about, but it maybe indicates to us that they're not convinced Ronaldo has picked his champion yet.
Yeah, and I think given the flexibility with Nuke as well, I think Guvez really does generally want to be weak-sideable, and I don't think he wants to be picked apart by a potential Akali R5, and they're going to take that away. The Jace is interesting as well as a takeaway. Maybe worried that B2U are going to start a really nasty siege composition with Sivir, Zyra, Jace maybe, and a mid laner that can play into it. Yone, a final ban for Bulldog as well. So they are not going to leave themselves open that chance to lock it in. They are going to take it away. And a Kai'Sa final ban. I don't know the last time I saw Kai'Sa banned ever, to be honest. So really, I think trying to take Nikias, maybe just a specific, you know, what's the most dive-heavy AD carry that isn't Tristana that's already been picked left? I guess it's Kai'Sa. Let's just take that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still pretty wide open when it comes to the ADC pool at this point, and looks like it's not even going to necessarily be an ADC, an APC instead going to be locked in. I like it as well. You've already got so much lockdown. One of the big struggles you can have is actually hitting that Mega Inferno bomb on a Ziggs. Well, if everybody has been caught up in a solar flare, that's going to be
able to hit them then.
A lot easier. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I like as well that they are leaving that final pick probably to the top lane, although of course all of these champions we see for these lanes can potentially move around right now.
Yes, and we've definitely seen the Nikias Ziggs before as the Yasuo comes out, presumably for the Squiddler in that mid lane. So into Tristana, you can block a huge amount of damage with a well-placed wind wall, right? You can place the wind wall and just sit in it, and all of the auto attacks just kind of bounce off you. So Squidly, if he makes great use of that ability, and of course the mobility to dodge away from a solar flare, this kind of thing, I think it makes a lot of sense here. And it gives them great scaling and a Scion to lock in there with some extra knock-up setup there. So they've got a Scion on Alistair and the Zyra ultimate, all of which can enable that last breath engage for Squidly.
Absolutely, and I knew that it was Squidly's first game on this champion this split, but I just checked, it is the first Yasuo that we have gotten in the entirety of this NLC split. So people really haven't been pulling this one out recently, for good reason. It's not necessarily in the strongest spot individually, but as you said, right, it's got a lot of potential uses in this game. And they are going to get the Gwen as the final lock-in, so looking to punish onto Guvez as much as possible. I like it individually, although I wouldn't have minded just a tank-tank matchup right here, because you've got this Tristana, this Ziggs, this Vi, plenty of damage available to you in a lot of different spots, but some tank breaking not necessarily going to go amiss.
Yes, so Nuke looks like he is going to be, you know, playing for himself somewhat. He's going to be playing to punish Guvez more successfully than last time, and is going to be kind of a rogue threat in the backline of a team fight while the other four are really trying to play together. So let's see if Bulldog are able to execute this correctly. It's not all five on the same pure mission. They do have one wildcard in Nuke, but the rest of them definitely have a consistent mission. And they need to be able to execute that here today to keep their NLC dreams alive and avoid another first round exit from the playoffs here against B2U, one of our regional reps on the cusp of advancing on to the next round here. We have another match later on today, of course, with Volda going up against DMG with another chance for that outcome. But before we know it, we'll get on to the rip for game number 2, and B2U, let's see how we do with a bit of Zyra Yasuo action in the mid jungle. Some fascinating drafts coming out of this team all the way through the competition.
Oh yeah, very much so. And hey, we talked about needing winning lanes. You don't necessarily have a winning top lane to play around, right? The Siren should be getting pushed around by the Gwen, but this mid lane matchup is hella good for the Yasuo, as we've talked about, right? There are chances for the Tristana to be able to fight back, right? Especially very early on if you're getting that poke down. There are ways to play this, and Ronaldo, obviously an excellent player, will know the intricacies of this matchup, but won't have played it in the competitive scene, right? As we said, first Yasuo of the split here.
Alright, on to the Rift we go. Game number 2, and we once again are already level 1ing, and B2U again not on the best side of it. A flash lost from Nodu. Kasing, if he's got Zenith Blade level 1, he does have it. Locks and uses the heal to get into range, and no flash for Nodu. We have Siren coming around the corner. BDG won't find the kill, but flash for heal and flash from B2U seems pretty good to me.
Indeed, it is good right here. Immediately losing out onto that heal is more important than the flash, I think, in this situation, right? That means you don't have the potential to just go for any big aggressive plays in the bot lane early on. It's going to give a very free laning phase over to Nikias and Kasing, something they very much would have been wanting. And it also means you get to start in the opponent's jungle here from Karim. Going to be starting by taking away the topside camps.
You see this level 1 trading has gone crazy for
level
both
1's
sides.
So rough. So rough right here for the Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, he used the initial dashes to get control of it early on, but Ronaldo, once he's got those lethal tempos stacked up, it does get a little tough for Squidly. He's got to step back. He's level 2 now. It's only going to get easier with the levels as we see Mikkel and Nodu taking early control of this bot wave. As Nikias on this Ziggs, as I said, we've seen him on this champion before. Sometimes the positioning can be a little sketchy, but I like the compositional aspect as Nuke threatening onto Gubez. Sion has to try and get away, but that's only a flash used by the Gwen.
No, and I mean, at this point, you're just going to keep having all of this pressure in a couple of these different lanes coming on through. It makes it real tough for the Zyra to be able to play out the early stages of this game. Still, things will begin to just come down, make it a little bit easier. Now you've got that level 3 through the Squidly. This is where you can start turning this matchup back around and stop getting pushed in quite so badly.
Yeah, I was a little worried when I saw him going in level 2 versus 3, but does manage to get away somewhat okay with it, and he's still going to be having to hold the L for just a little bit longer. Both junglers pathing towards opposite sides of the map. Karim's going to arrive on this top side, and maybe we'll look for another repeat of the dive onto Gubez. Now, this Sion is so low that I believe they'd probably be able to get it over the line if the wave can be kept in a decent position over the next couple of bounces, but we shall see if Bulldog want to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of have to in this situation. You want to get this Gwen rolling as quickly as possible. For now, Karim obviously just going to be heading towards this Scuttle Crab, making sure that no double Scuttle is going to be coming on through. And despite the early invade, things still working out right here for Nord as he makes a gank happen mid lane.
Up onto Ronaldo, Squidly now threatening, gets the flash. Nord, though, doesn't quite connect the roots, gets a slow,
so
though,
close.
off those plants. Flash
He's
over
dead.
by Squidly! And a first blood for Nord, double buffs on the Zyra. Now Karim doesn't really want to go into the extended fight against the Zyra at level 4, and he's just going to recall in the pit. That's a great start for B2U again.
I mean, the only reason you don't get to keep pushing that fight right there out of B2U is because Nuke had that push in the top lane, was beginning to roam down. It would have suddenly become a 3v2. Otherwise, you have more than enough damage to kill or at least get the flash out of this Vi. And like you said, a good start here out of B2U.
Oh my word. First blood onto Nord's Zyra jungle. The base damage coming out of this champion is very, very scary. You're going to be able to easily get those combinations locked up, especially if BDG going aggressive. Zyra loves to be engaged upon. Squidly TPing back into mid lane Ronaldo as well, and at least Squidly did not get the kill, so Ronaldo doesn't have to deal with the Yasuo with first blood, but it is going to get dicey.
It is, and I mean, do you really want to be having the Zyra with the first blood as well? This champion, when it gets rolling, does such horrific amounts of damage as, okay, you know, that makes things a little bit better. As we jump back out of the replay, and it is going to be a kill. Ronaldo does grab that one.
Yes, Karim looks like he used the flash, probably for a Q-flash combination to get onto Squidly, who used the flash aggressively in the last play. Good capitalization by Bulldog to try and get their main carry in the mid lane rolling.
And this is going to be where you're looking towards, right? If you're a Bulldog fan, you want to see Ronaldo as strong as possible. Obviously, he wasn't able to pay the team back for all of the kills he got in the previous game, but to be fair, B2U did throw everything in the kitchen sink at him in those previous fights. It worked out, obviously, in that situation. A little bit trickier to do, though, on the Tristana. A lot of extra survivability built into this champion.
Oh yes, he's going to be able to stand safely back away from those tornadoes. Squidly, of course, naturally going to be aiming to try and push this wave, as Yasuo's love to do, shove the wave and roam, or shove the wave and try and pressure, but if Karim's going to be hanging about, could be quite a dangerous proposition. Nuke level 6, pops the instant needlework. Gubez not looking healthy, has to flash away, sidesteps, but a final little Q, a snip of the scissors, and Nuke gets the solo kill.
I mean, the second that initial set of the needlework landed for Nuke, there was no way Gubez was living. I'm surprised he even bothered with blowing his flash in that situation, with no TP to get himself back into lane as well. This full wave going to be pushed under the tower nice and easily. This puts Gubez in a horrible spot going forwards.
Both junglers about to coalesce in that topside river. Squidly's got the level 6, as does Ronaldo, so there's an ultimate combination available for the Yasuo Zyra. Nord not quite level 6 himself, but these plants are real. They're so oppressive. Oh my word, Karim just has to get out of there.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? The Zyra, all about this early game bullying style of jungling. You want winning lanes to be able to play around, which hasn't quite worked out. Still looking okay as here you go.
And the ultimate, there's the combination straight into the root. It's a beautiful CC chain from B2U, and a second kill for Nord.
And both teams now recognizing that the mid laner's flashless, going to be pretty vulnerable to getting picked up. Really nice that you're able to just land that little bit of the tornado, hit the last breath, and that was more than enough time to bring Nodu in. This is a great sign for B2U. If B2U wants to go far, if they want to end up as the top-ranked National League representative in this tournament, then the fact that they've got this play between their mid, jungle, and the support is so good to see.
Absolutely. We see Nodu returning to bot side. Mikkel has been able to hang out with Nikias pretty comfortably. Of course, the TP from Ziggs getting that early Lost Chapter buy, allowing that pressure to really pile on. Sivir now going to find a chance to recall and hold their own just a little bit better as Karim starting up on the Dragon. BTU not currently looking like they're going to do much about it. Nord's away on top side, so Bulldog going to have this objective with no answer.
And this is at least something to play around right here for Bulldog. Obviously, in the previous game, BTU were able to grab the first couple of Drakes and use that tempo really effectively, dragging Bulldog around the map, making them turn up to fights, and then getting run warped in behind. Things not going to happen in this exact same way in the next game, as Nuke again already has the need to work back, and that's just going to be another solo kill right here. Sliver of HP again, but that's all you need.
Yeah, starting to get very hairy up here for B2U. They managed to avoid Guvez being farmed by Nuke in the last game with the Cassante pick. The Scion not having much luck so far. And they are going to have these threats to deal with. The stun lands onto Nodu. Kassin committing the solo flare, trying to use that level 6 advantage, but it's just a health lead, no more.
Yeah, nothing actually going to come out of this one, as Nord was looking top lane, seeing if he could potentially catch out onto Nuke. A little bit of a shutdown if he's able to grab it, but it doesn't end up happening. Like I said, in the last game, this was the exact same game plan. Make Guvez's life miserable and see if we can shut down the Cassante. That did not work. Now, the Scion is getting shut down far more, but Scion cares even less than a Cassante about falling behind. This champion will be big and tanky and useful. As right now, we do see a little bit of a skirmish over the Grubs. Nord was able to grab the first one. Should be contented with that and walk away.
Yeah, we have Kassin roamed up right here, so it's a number advantage for Bulldog, and with Ronaldo and Nuke
Guvez,
as comfortable as they are.
Do not.
Guvez,
no.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the plan is. I guess he just doesn't want to be in top lane, I suppose, but I don't really love it. He doesn't have anywhere he wants to stand at this stage, unfortunately. The Cull is still being worked on, and he's going to have a while before he's going to have any fun.
And you say the Cull's being worked on, same thing in the bottom lane, right? You'd love to be able to at least swap him down into the bottom side of the map to get pushed in, but the thing is, you've got a Ziggs on the other side of things, so the towers are under extra threat than they would be usually. I mean, towers in this game are going to be under massive threat anyway between Ziggs and Tristana.
Yes.
If you allow them anywhere near your structures, they're just going to melt straight down, and it makes the Guvez going to spend more time in this top lane matchup that he hates and that he can't get anything done in.
It's a great setup for Bulldog that they have right here. If they can get on the same page and execute the team fights well, let Nuke run rampant and be the threat, the chaos element that he can be, this could be a great position for them to build on to crack back into this series. They are not out of it just yet, as they continue to get these pushes going, and Nord has the gold for B2U. We need to see where it's going to go, where it's going to translate to. I don't know if it's even worth trying to make it work in topside, but they're going to go for the 3v1, and Nuke has spent a long time here, has used the Hallowed Mist as well. Sile's on foot, not going to connect, but Nodu's going to get the knock-up. Sets up the Zyra as last time, and there's the Grasping Thorns as well. And shut down for Nodu. Not ideal, as mid lane, the counter for Bulldog, and it's a killer to Ronaldo. They're a lot happier.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly where you want that goal to go, as we talked about as well. Towers going to be under massive threat. This is at least a couple of big plates coming on through. And really unfortunate from B2U that kill just doesn't go onto the member you want it to be on.
No, not ideal right there. We did see, we can see the executed pick combination between Nodu and Nord that they've done twice now, and if they can keep that going, are we going to cancel it? We're going to leave it for Nodu. Did spot him on the vision trinket there, but going to let him go as Guvez getting a little bit of proxying in while he can, but Ronaldo's coming around the corner, so I don't know if we're getting away with this one, dude.
No, we are not, especially with no mana or anything. Just going to snip down, and does just get taken out.
I don't know about that. 3 kills for Nuke now. Doesn't feel great, as Nord is going to at least find a catch onto Kassin and completely whiffs the route, unfortunately. Point blank, not ideal. B2U now starting to crack a little bit in this game. They're going to need to get their feet under themselves if they don't want to get bowled over by the dogs here.
This is not really a composition you want to be waiting super late for. Yes, your Scion and your Sivir are going to be good. Squidly, though, wanted to get things going early, just has not. Is at least going to be able to limp away with Nord arriving. But he's had himself a pretty miserable laning phase so far.
Yeah, the item deficit certainly not playing well for him right now. Wants to get that Blade of the Ruin King done ASAP, but Nord has to come in to assist. Ronaldo off to the races. Nuke shredding through that top lane turret as well. And I think it's going to have to come down to team fighting for B2U. We are not getting out of the early phase comfortably, even as last time. It is going to be playing from a deficit, trying to find picks, so they were able to do so last time. And they have some tools to do so here, but for Bulldog, they're going to be playing, I think, a much more confident level. They have this clear identity between at least that kind of jungle down to support role that should hopefully help them get aligned.
Indeed, as things just continuing to go well enough for Bulldog. Still, the gold lead, as we've been saying, right, not actually massive at this point, so let's see what they get done around this next objective, as they do have first items coming on through for all of their carries, beginning to stack these up. The Ludens, especially Adonikias, is such a big jump in damage for this champion that they're going to be feeling like they can absolutely take it to their opponents around this objective.
Bulldog heading back out onto the map right now, and a TP back into mid lane from Squid to try and hold on to this turret. Of course, the Tristana, with Yuntal and Boots completed, is going to start really shredding, but I think Squidly trying to put pressure, as there's a dragon fight maybe in the off. Now, if Nord can get a big ultimate down, but he's been caught by Karim already, gets away from the worst of the Ziggs bomb, and gets a route onto BDG. A
huge
big triple knock-up to slow them down. Now, Squidly looking for the re-engage. That's Ronaldo gone too far. Flashes back to safety. Nodu popping the ultimate survivor. Root catches!
Oh my!
And Squidly finds Ronaldo. This is what you needed, B2U. They needed to clutch this team fight, and they just about get it out.
And Mikkel only arriving to this fight late as well, so they weren't even at that full power. The just brilliant ulti coming through right there from Nord. Strangle Thorns landing onto 3, and it cuts off that engage. And that was Bulldog throwing everything they possibly could at the jungler for B2U, and he still gets away. Now, Nuke as well might get taken out right here. Squidly just chasing him on, is able to dodge away from the honey fruit slows. Not quite gonna have enough speed though. And Nuke gets away with that one.
Okay, we were just about getting a bit too happy with Bulldog for a second there, and it's good response by Nord to put enough distance in them, and that Zyra ultimate is just huge.
It's everything to this fight. If the Strangle Thorns don't land like they do, this whole team fight explodes around you. I love the aggression as well, the flashes forwards out of these carries to be landing their stuns, to be landing their roots. And now the turn around as well. Really nice. Obviously BTU able to grab the Drake on the back end of that fight as well. And things stabilizing for them, right? They're now only down by another 1,000 gold or so, well within touching distance.
B2U with a little bit of light there, a little bit of hope as Mikkel getting dived by Ronaldo, and the resets there. Tristana becoming a bit of a menace across the map, only one item deep and is already diving enemy carries.
And this is the problem with giving a couple of kills over to Ronaldo. Still, BTU, they have shown us that they know how to deal with this problem. They showed us really nicely in the previous set of games that they could just throw themselves at their opponents. As, again, another big ulti right here. Huge damage, but Nuke doing his thing.
Nothing to knock up the Gwen now, and Nord just about escapes the Ziggs ultimate. Can't connect the route, but does escape alive. Nodu! Oh my god, Nuke served up for the turret! Almost deadly headbutt from Nodu, but it's well placed enough, and it's another kill for the Alistair.
You have to do it as Nodu, right? You've got the best opportunity for a layup right there in second through with that headbutt, but yeah, I can imagine as Nord, you're like, dude.
Whoa.
What are we doing here? Still, it works. You do lose out onto some more towers, as we'll have a look back at this play. The damage straight out of Nord with the full combo just immediately cuts Karim off and makes it so he's so unlikely to keep making this play happen. Just about stacking away from that Mega Inferno Bomb too, but dude, if there's one more skip and slash available, he is so dead.
I'm actually screaming in the voice comms if I'm Nord, but he is got away with it. 2-0-3, and yeah, unfortunately another kill for Nodu, but they do manage to rebuff Karim. They get a kill down, and they hold on to the turret for the time being. Ronaldo, though, with the wave stacked up, is likely just going to find a way through Nodu, though, looking for the aggression. Now Bulldog are the ones with the counterplay in mind. Ronaldo jumps away, a stun lands onto Squidly, and a TP back up for Nuke, trying to get some revenge. Squidly locked down by Karim. Gwen's not even here, and the fight's already won. Nodu with nowhere left to go.
Nord's
another big
dead
knockup from Zyra, but Nord cannot escape the rampage of Nuke.
And this is what we're expecting out of game number 1. A lot of pressure going down into the top lane from Bulldog, getting Nuke ahead, and then him being able to take over the game alongside Ronaldo. Exactly what we are seeing here. That's now going to be a second item completed for Ronaldo as well. And things just going from bad to worse here for B2U.
Govs receiving this wave as he can, doing the best that he can do. Mikkel as well has just been quietly scaling on the Sivir, approaching the second item at some stage, but a long way to go for this bot lane carry for B2U. Not the accelerated option they had in game number 1. And they might need someone to fall back on before too long. The main kind of thrust of this early and mid game should be the Zyra Yasuo. and it's gone okay, but Squidly largely has been held down by BDG. They just don't have that big threat to play through while Mikkel scales.
No, they do not, and it is making things pretty rough for them out here. For a minute, 30 seconds until the next Drake will spawn, the beginnings of Vision being set up out of Bulldog. And they do not want to look back in this game. Yeah, they've got some pretty nice late-game scaling options themselves, but they don't want to get there. They want to keep the pace of the game as high as possible, and so far, they have been really good about this one. I think it's worth bearing in mind, right, as we've been talking about, right, Bulldog have got some real problems with their overall team fighting, but being really far ahead does certainly help.
Okay, this time Govs once again under attack by Nuke, and Nord
it's just a double
has even less to do. Now,
It's
can
just
the
a double
Silent
kill.
Zombie get this done? Nuke takes down the double. And it is just getting easier and easier for this Gwen.
What I'm saying, right? If you are just so far ahead of your opponents that they can't step to you, I mean, who cares if you play some of these team fights badly? You're just going to win. Seeing a potential engage right here from Kasing, looking to get his driver's license. Actually, just going to land it onto this tier 2 tower. Really nice driving. That man knows what he's doing. And it is going to be the tier 2 tower most likely picked up for them here as well.
Quick rotation from the Bulldog support. We can see Ziggs burning through these turrets. The satchel charges, making quick work of any structure in front of them. Nodu trying to find an angle, trying to find a catch, a punish of any kind. If they can get a knock-up started onto Kasing, a kill for Mikkel wouldn't go amiss. Even one for Squidly would be nice. And a knock-up connects. Last breath. Heading out onto Leona. Nook completing the recall, likely as Kasing once again flashes away, in fact, and heals for good measure. So the Bulldog support wastes a bunch of time and lives anyway.
Ronaldo now taking Givers on a little bit of a run right here. If he gets knocked up, there's a chance, but if not, he can turn this one back around. And yep, just going to be a rocket jump forward. Ronaldo picks himself up a nice quick kill, walks away, and Treasure, this one's so over. Like, this is unbelievably done.
This one looks mega done. That's a decimating smash you had to hit, Govs, I'm afraid, as Ronaldo is now going to work and help Karim finish off this dragon. No soul on the horizon just yet, but there is an 8,000 gold lead for Bulldog. And to be honest, at 19 minutes, that's probably alright. I'll forgive them not having 3 Drakes, given how hard they're winning.
Yeah, I think that's pretty okay overall, as we now watch Nord get jumped. Oh no, he's going to get himself tagged, has to flash away. Is at least going to be able to live, but that's a big defensive tool now blown. 90 minutes into the game. The only saving grace at this point for BTU is it's too early for Bulldog to have been able to get themselves a Baron.
Yes, Bulldog have really the pick of the litter right now. They can go anywhere they wish. And when the Baron spawns, likely we'll see them taking it instantly. Baroned up Ziggs and Tristana pushes are pretty hefty threats to deal with. As we're running into those 2 item spikes kind of across the board for BDG. Meanwhile, B2U, we're struggling to get off the ground at 1. Mikkel at least has an Infinity Edge, but you're really looking for a 3rd before the Sivir starts to be happy with her position in life. And they are running out of options. A couple of neat picks have been found, but BDG, the champions that they have, and I think for Ronaldo having that level of extra agency, as we kind of spoke about, having a jump of their own, having the ability to make and create their own plays across the map has really helped this guy perform.
Really has. It just been such a better look. I think that's what I keep coming back to. It's such a better look out of Bulldog. But I would still need to see them win in actual teamfight situations where they're not up by 1 billion gold, right? This game isn't going to tell us that they are any better at their team fighting, any better at their map play. It does at least tell us that they can win in these individual lanes, and that we can see some real proactivity out of Karim. Obviously, as we talked about, right, sub in jungler, now looking better with the team, a little bit more time under his belt with the squad, as they are going to pick themselves up this Baron. Now, if you thought the tower damage coming through out of this squad was already strong, with the Baron buff, this may well spend the end.
Easy take from Bulldog on spawn, no contest from B2, you can see they are just holding the line at the Nexus, waiting patiently for the pushes to start come in, for the siege to begin as Bulldog backs against the wall, elimination on the line, turn on the Jets, and really take it to B2U in this second game. Likely we'll see a 3rd match with more fearless thins out of the draft. And B2U, they'll soak up what CS they can. Again, if they can get to a 3rd item for Mikkel, at least the 2nd for Squidly would be lovely. They've got 2 done for Nord, the classic Leandri's Rylai's combination. They've got plenty of utility available to slow down the aggression. But they just need to get some damage. We need some pain to throw back at BDG.
And they just haven't found it in any situations, right? And I think they're still going to need themselves another 10, 15 minutes to really, truly get back into this game. Maybe if they're able to get all of these shutdowns through, they can accelerate the pace of that. Trying to get one onto Nuke, but Bro is way too strong at this point, able to just skip himself away. They're getting pulled all across the map. Pushes happening in all 3 lanes right now. A 1-1-3, a 1-3-1 rotated between at this point. And you just don't have the members, you don't have the damage to be able to make something happen.
It's so hard for B2U to actually get a hand on Bulldog. They're playing it safely from range, not presenting a target for Nord to find a route to get it going on. First inhibitor turret falls in top lane. Mid lane soon to follow as the resets come through. They're going to buy, get even more power on deck for Bulldog. And step back up. That mid lane turret is just a Ziggs W away. It's Ronaldo.
Oh, he
the
doesn't
last
even get
one
knocked
left
up.
on the map has been ulted away. Now surely we can put this one together. Squidly and Nodu between the two of them. They've got the Q and there's a shutdown to be found.
There we go. Now what do they lose for it on the other side of the map? Because yeah, because you said all those members topside, Nuke just gonna walk forwards, gets himself a tier 2 tower, and actually gonna stop the recalls as well. Guvez now has to use the ulti to try run away. That's not going to help him out. Flash at least gets him out, but that's still gonna be the mid lane turret going down. That's still gonna be the bot lane inhibitor falling, and all that for 1 kill. Not sure it's worth.
Yeah, not ideal. Squidly going hunting for more targets right now. It's a dangerous game, but at a point like this, you've got to go for anything you can find.
That's one
Nikias
minefield.
just stepping through, wading through the quicksand that is Nikias' Hextech minefield as Karim continues cleaning out the jungle as well. Bulldog playing it by the book right now. 40 seconds on the Mountain Drake. If they want to go back and head off for that, the Baron is likely going to fall before they can get another push together. But again, we've already got an inhib down bot, no turret top, no turret mid. It is surely comfortable enough for them to just go for the push. We'll see if they want to keep going with the 1-3-1 or maybe try and draw B2U out of the base.
I mean, I do really want B2 out of their base. Keeping them pushed back right now is working up pretty well for you. You've got yourself Soul Point to be able to grab soon enough. I think right now, just keep the pressure up. This is not a squad that, like we saw in the previous game, struggles from not being able to take down towers or inhibitors without Baron buff. You don't need to wait for these big objectives to come through. They're allowed to keep accelerating ahead. As we've been saying, right, Nickel trying desperately to get together enough items, but he's got 2. He's sort of just stuck at this point, which is not where you want to be. This is not the fabled 4-item Sivir. It's not going to be for a while.
B2U managing to withstand so far, but 2 inhibs down, a 3rd one to fall under the ministrations of Nook and topside. It's now going to be double super waves crashing across the map, and yes, there is a Mountain Drake live, but Bulldog have eschewed it. They continue going for the push. They might peel back for it now, but again, there's just vision all over both sides of the jungle. If B2U dare to put a toe out of line, you know they're going to get collapsed on. Now, they've got 2 items done on Squidly. We've got some components for Mikkel towards number 3. Karim has gone back for the Drake, so there's a little bit more time, a couple more waves. It is a lot of waves pouring into their base with a Sivir. You're gonna get a lot of gold funneled into Mikkel at this rate, but for Bulldog, you still have plenty of time before that threat becomes real.
Absolutely you do, and I mean, how real is the threat of this Sivir ever really going to be? You're not, at this point, going to get tanky enough as Guvez or as Nodu to actually be able to stand up to Nuke. He's going to be able to take you straight down. Same kind of thing for Ronaldo. He's shredding through these tankier champions at this point, LDR in inventory. And so, as this Sivir, you're just going to get run down, jumped upon, Solar Flare coming down on top of you. You've only got 1 spell shield, and there is a heck of a lot that's going to be raining down on your head.
Squidly trying to clear out the waves in mid lane. He's got the BF sword ready as well. Ronaldo hunting for a bit of a catch up to Govs, but he's put enough distance between them. Waves continuing to pour in. Nord trying to find what he can on the map as well. As now BDG. 1 small obstacle left. You've got everything done but the Nexus. All you got to do is put 1 more team fight together, and you can look at game number 3 going in with the momentum, going in with the knowledge that you will not necessarily be fully humiliated once again. You don't want to go out 0-4 to a regional rep, not after how big this team talks.
Absolutely not. They're looking to squeeze the life out of B2U in this game number 2 right here. In they go, trying to make a play happen. Actually, the catch works. Nuke is going to die.
Ooh, flashing from Squidly to make sure it goes through. Flashes past the needlework as well. 1 shutdown secured, and BDG, the last hurdle, as small as it is, does seem to have tripped them slightly. They've not gone all the way over on their arse, but they are going to back away.
Yeah, they have to turn tail and run. With super minions pouring in through all three of these lanes, bad of Bulldog to have mistimed that one. Nuke just stepping a little bit too far forwards, was feeling invincible, which, to be fair, up until this point, he was looking about invisible so far. Still, what do? You get that pick, you buy yourself a little bit more time, but the Baron will be easily picked up right here for Bulldog. No contest, you can't even step out of your base, and this is going to make the next swing at this a heck of a lot easier.
See the replay of that bot play going down, and it is just a little bit of overconfidence by Nook right there. The Hallowed Mist almost gets them into a safe position, but Squidly does commit the Summoner, and Karim's still going to pick up this Baron. As we said, B2U.
Nice.
Yeah, they are going to get it fully secured onto Nook as well. Heads up play by Bulldog. So now it's not only double super minions, it is in fact Baroned up double super minion waves coming through, as Mikkel does have 3 items completed, but that may be too much even for a Sivir to chunk through. You kind of want your 6-item Sivir if you're going to be dealing with that kind of threat.
Yeah, very, very much so. And with all of the waiting and minion farming we've been seeing, Nikias is now going to be able to pick up his death cap, see if that's going to help him get a stat in this game. And so far, currently sat 0-0-0. Truly incredible to have gotten this to this point in the game. On a Ziggs, no less, and not been involved in any kills. Still, his tower damage, his structure damage will have been crazy, and he's still been absolutely useful in this one.
B2U clearing out the what vision they can, trying to get a handle on those waves before the Nexus turrets come under threat. Mikkel Squidly dealing with the nuke push on top side, and we don't have a flash for the Yasuo for the time being. And really, I'm looking at Ronaldo as the threat that you actually have to lock in on right now. 3.5 items deep with an Infinity Edge at bay. You've also got 3-item Ziggs as well, with the most platonic ideal Ziggs KDA of all time. Literally zeroed across the board.
Yep.
But I assume if we look at his objective damage in this game, it's going to be pretty
absolutely
high.
He's going to be in all over these structures, but I mean, still, the wave clear is really strong, right? That's one of the other things you get out of this Zyra. That is helping out, but the waves slowly closing on in. The inhibitors have gone down again. The Thermal Bomb does miss out, and this push at least peters out for a second.
It's alright though, because just the normal Qs from Ziggs are doing a quarter of Mikkel's HP, so he can't take too many of those, as the waves now starting to threaten the turrets. Baron buff still alive, and we see BDG spread across this push. At the very least, they don't want to offer more than one target. That's a big chunk of damage. Squidly and Node not feeling good. Alistair taking a back chunk, has to drop the ultimate, and Bulldog holding the flashing from Nodu, but doesn't get the perfect knockup. A stun onto Squidly. Kasing has locked it on the Yasuo, and he's doing what he can. They've already got a shutdown onto Karim. One for Nord, but Ronaldo, but Nikias. The true carries are still free and unfettered, and the inhibs are down again. The turrets to fall, and B2U, a valiant holdout, cannot keep this game going. Ronaldo will stick alive as Nikias has at least fallen, but who's dealing with Nook? The two main carries with a focus. But BDG, they keep the run alive. We're head to 1-1.
We will go to a game number 3 right here. A much quicker game than we saw in the previous one, as they even go around to pick up that final kill right here. 10-4-1 out of Ronaldo. Nuke as well, just gonna bask in the glory of this win. 30 minutes for this game, and on to the next.
You got to admire the stones on Bulldog, having already lost to this team once clean in the Swiss stage, to then be drawing out the Nexus defusal at one game from knockout of the elimination.
Yeah.
They are still puffing the chest out. They are still confident, and we'll see if that is going to carry forward into this next game. So Bulldog, at least, they had this much more cohesive 4-stack that could play well together and make plays together, and the Nook matchup went 10,000 times better. That's how it's supposed to go for Bulldog. That's how their games are supposed to unfold, and we could see how strong it is when it goes that way.
That's the blueprint. As B2U, you've got to think, okay, maybe we can't afford to ignore Guvez quite this much. Maybe we need to play around him a little bit more. Same thing for Squidly, though. In the previous game, he was able to get the better of Ronaldo in a couple situations. In this one, Ronaldo had his number the entire time. If Bulldog keep playing exactly like this with these kind of big leads, who cares that they're not necessarily the cleanest at team fights? Who cares that they can't set up rotations that well? They will beat you with pure force, and hey, it is at least quite fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely, right? They're far from the only not clean team in the NLC. Arctic Pandas are famously messy and scrappy the whole time, but dang it if they don't get the wins on the boards, and they're sitting up there in the upper bracket still. So we'll see more of them later on in the playoffs. For now, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back with the deciding game between B2U versus Bulldog Esports. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, to the NLC Summer Split. We are now down to the deciding game between B2U versus Bulldog Esports in our first elimination match of playoffs. 1-1 we're at, two very different games that we were given. And ultimately, Bloxer, BDG looked like a changed team in that second game. And a big part of it for me is that Ronaldo Tristana pick, right? Gives him so much more agency. It felt like he was very punishable on the Syndra, not so on Tristana. My question, though, is now Tristana's gone. It's a fearless format. What else can we give this guy to try and achieve the same optimal Ronaldo as opposed to just dropping down into the punishable zone again?
I mean, there's always the standard options, right? We've seen the Ari, not something he's been playing so much of, but again, when you've got a high skill ceiling like this guy does, such good mechanics, you can make something like that work, and we've seen plenty of game-changing charms, something that he'd be able to bring us there. I think you've also got options, right, on things just kind of standard enough, again, like the Orianna that we've seen. Yes, again, more punishable like the Syndra was, but it just gives you so much versatility during the early stages of the game. If you want to get fancy with it, I think the Silas would still be really fun. I'd love to see him on something like his Yone as well. Again, pretty hard to punish onto that champion later on, although early we have seen plenty of them fall quite far behind. I don't think you're out of options at all as Bulldog right here, and I think that Nuke also played really well, really is a big part of why they were able to make things happen. Having these solo lanes in a good spot, it makes everybody's life so much easier.
Yeah, it's so easy to play the game when all your lanes are winning. It's crazy, bro. It's such a fun game to play when all your lanes are winning. As and that at least, so part of this, the Nuke question especially, this comes from Bulldog chose red side. In game one, B2U, as the higher seed, chose red side. Both teams have opted to go there each time, as a lot of teams are. Presumably, we are now going to see B2U opt to go back there, so we're not going to necessarily get a final Nook counter pick. We're probably going to see it once again go back into Gov's hands. So we don't necessarily have to tank it up. We know that Nook has a lot of very varied options there. And we know that B2U have been at least banning his Akali. So I don't know if maybe they need to either consider a rotation 1 Akali ban, or if BDG just start locking it early, right? They just start locking it in the first rotation, and you can still flex it right between top and mid.
Absolutely, you can move that one around. It's still going to be something really strong for either of those guys to play around. And as much as we haven't actually seen the Akali out of Ronaldo this split, we've seen it in previous splits, we know that he can still bring the hammer down with that champion. I think you're in a pretty tough spot here as BTU. As much as I still have faith that they are a team that can win in this next game, they have to be careful to not find themselves in drafts like they did just now. See that it was going to be the red side pickup coming through out of BTU, which does help.
I think it was blue. I think they selected blue.
Oh, I see, blue.
Yeah, which I just did not expect them to do that at all. Okay, so Okay. Producer has informed us it is in fact red side. So Bloxer just saw through the illusion right there.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't see the words. I just saw the thing pop up, and I just saw BTU, and I went, "Oh, they got side select." So obviously they went red.
They picked red.
Yeah,
and so they had.
And so they had.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you, producer. Right, so it is red side. Okay, so if we're trying to make the best use of red side, last time in game one we saw BTU, they slammed this really solid Jarvan Rise 1-2, and then they rounded it out with this Cassante pick that was able to completely neutralize BDG's plan on that top side. So in this second game, or the second chance to play this way, especially around this mid lane, considering that, you know, we highlight this as a head-to-head, and Ronaldo has been, in lane at least, really having the run of it. Huge CS leads in both games, and in the Tristana game especially was really, really far ahead. For Squidly, you know that Ronaldo still has a lot of options. So many unique champions already played. What are we looking at for B2U then? How do we try and lock this mid lane down? I'm assuming lock is going to be banned again as well. As kind of a caveat here.
If the lock is open and available and doesn't get B1'd then, which would be crazy. If it gets through, you're B1ing it right here as Bulldog. But yeah, in that universe, it's the lock. Otherwise, you're beginning to run out of champions that you've really shown us great proficiency on right here as Squidly. Now, it's not like his champion pool is small. Anivia, maybe? The Anivia is the last thing that he's really shown us any big propensity for playing. I think that obviously, you know, you still got your Victors, your Orianas, all of these very...
Unbanned Victor back on the Rift.
Yes. Yeah, potentially. something that you could be looking towards. I think the Cassiopeia also could be really fun because Ronaldo loves himself a very mobile mid laner. He loves something that he can really show his skills off with, can move around the map. You saw it with the Tristana, right? You've seen it plenty with his Sylas, with his Ares, all of those as potential options. The Miasma out of the Cassiopeia could be something really fun to play around, and it also does give you some early lane pressure that you can play through, and then tons of late game damage as well, plus a bit of setup through the ulti. I think the Cassiopeia is really well rounded at this point, and could be something Squidly looks towards.
Sure. Okay, so perfect vision. We continue with the Lee Sin and the Nocturne bans, and then we swap the Cassio ban for an Akali ban in rotation 1. You lock Akali somewhere in the first rotation. That's our gift to you. We'll see if B2U want to follow the plan that we have devised here. For bot lane, this has really not been the focus so far in the split. I mean, we saw literally Nikias until the Nexus exploded. My man was flat even across the board, KDA. And you know, for Mikkel just never really got a chance to get into the game. It was moving too fast. The rest of the game and the map was too on fire, and the Sivir never really got there. It happens. So if we're looking to have a similar situation to that as well, I'm trying to think of what kind of picks can go well for Mikkel. Given that there's no Ezreal, there's no Corki, there's no Sivir, I'm wondering if they end up trying to get something safe like a range, just like a Caitlyn or...
It's the Jhin, maybe. Sit back really far away. Yeah, just try to rain down as much as you can without getting anywhere on your opponent's screens. I mean, we have seen out of Mikkel things like the Draven, right, and the Kai'Sa, really aggressive picks potentially. Maybe just flip the script. Maybe you split the script. Maybe you go in on this bot lane because all of a sudden you're not so sure that Guvez and Squidly are going to be able to go even.
Sadly, my headcanon has come crashing down around my ears as the Cassio has been banned by B2U. So it is going to be the Lee Sin. I would be shocked if we don't see the Nocturne joining it. And it is the same firstly bans from Bulldog as well. So they understand the champions they do not want to see coming out of B2U. So we are going to have now a fresh B1 for Bulldog. So there's maybe things like an Orianna you'd mentioned for Ronaldo, just one of these standard mid laners. Maybe they want to just lock in a classic mage for the man. Or if there's anywhere else they feel like they can get a real advantage out of this first pick.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the top tier first picks that we've been seeing, this is not one of them. This is something that is pretty strong, but you usually like to pair it up alongside something aggressive in the mid lane that you can really roam around. I love the Ahri combo with this, if that's something you want to potentially play around, and that's something we talked about for Ronaldo as being an option. Real flipping of the script right here out of B2U. They do go in onto their bot lane very early on. Now, it's not early game aggression out of them with the Jinx and the Nautilus. That's more about the late game, but interesting to have the full bot lane picked this early on in a draft.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And a Jinx coming out for Mikkel, it does have range to play. You can play to clear waves and play relatively safely in bot lane. However, you can also play to stack gold, pop up in team fights, and really kind of look for a repeat of that game 1 performance that really set the tone for Mikkel, hopefully, today. So we shall see if they're going to be able to make that work. Now, we've got an earlier Rakan lock-in here. I'm wondering if he is just going to go straight for the Xayah, or if there is another option that we're thinking out for this pick, and the Zeri may be coming out. Now, I don't want to sit here and call it a flex pick. It can't, they flexed it.
I'll say that
they have flexed it, but I'm not going to call it a flex pick. You know what I mean? I'm going to draw my line before. That's where I'm going to make a stand.
Okay, I think that's fair enough, but yeah, it is worth mentioning that, this has been moved around. Nuke did end up playing this champion, and I mean, I love that they've shown it, right? Not necessarily sure about how it's going to work out in this game. We'll have to see what the final pickups are going to be. And it is the Ivan locking out of B2U. So they are all in right now on making Mikkel the guy. They can get themselves something aggressive for Squidly as well, but I want to see a tank out of them in the top lane once again, as we've been seeing previously from Guvez, and just set this Jinx up for as much success as possible.
Yes, and you know, for the side of Bulldog, I've been saying, you know, maybe we want to give Nikias that time to shine, put him on something like a Yunara, the Zeri as well, obviously. Great self-sufficiency, great scaling options right there with the Rakan to back it up. So maybe this could be the game where both teams really invest in that bot lane, and they have to step up and see who can come out the winners with a team lined up behind them. So second round of bans, the Akali back on the ban line for B2U. They don't want to give that flexibility over, and now it looks like they are going to pick up the Olaf ban as well, previously banned by Bulldog in round 1. And then in the Bulldog side, Orianna taken away by them. So maybe expecting Squidly to try and snipe that one. Obviously, of course, when you've already got 2 supports, Orianna's kind of another half support with the shielding utility there. So just trying to take even more of these Mikkel protection tools off the table.
Absolutely, and it is leaving this mid lane pool a little bit devoid of champions at this point that we've really been seeing out of either of these guys. The Yone, something we talked about, is going to be taken away. Talia, interesting. I like this as a takeaway from Bulldog more than anything, right? The Talia and the Pantheon combo, obviously, so much roam potential that you can get out of those two. And it also is also pretty safe overall. I think it does tell us that we're just going to get a pretty standard Meiji mid lane matchup. I think the Victor's fine in this situation, although it doesn't really put the Jinx under that much threat when we get into these team fights.
No, they can both kind of play at a comfortable range right there. And the Jinx, especially once you got the passive, you can just kind of skirt around the ultimate and the W kind of zones. So Jinx not too worried there, but it is going to be Victor locked in for Ronaldo. So Mage versus Mage in the mid lane. And for Squidly, we're expecting to see, I think, a fair bit of the utility in the roaming usage, potentially to protect Guves up in this top lane. Now, of course, they do have, once again, the final R5 top lane counter pick, so Nook's going to have to try and find something to blind, and let's see if it is actually the tank up in the top lane for Govs, or if they want to try and take a bit of agency. Now, this has thrown down the gauntlet. Nobody wants to pick a tank into Varus top lane, so let's see what B2 you have for us.
Varus top lane, Zeri top lane. Let's see what it is actually going to be.
It's all great.
It could
That's true.
be
Neither
either
of
of them
them
right here. I kind of prefer the Victor top lane. Sorry, the Varus top lane, but we will see. Not the Victor. Put that in the mid lane. Do not move that one around. Right now, the hover is on towards the Jax. I'm not sure that that's quite the pick you need. I'm not sure the Renekton is either. I mean, anything's going to have a pretty rough matchup when you are a melee into a ranged champion, and they did need some level of frontline to be able to play around.
Does feel like BDG have managed to effectively at least stop B2U putting the Exodia together, putting the final perfect piece in place. They have effectively sort of intimidated them off from doing that, which is a good move by them. Now, it does leave them with 280 carries, a mage, and then their front line is nada. It is Rakan.
It's damage.
You know?
Their front line is damage.
It's damage, and it's Pantheon E, I guess, or W, whichever the shield is. So, you know, that's basically all Bulldog have got, but they do have very big sort of they can't kill you if they're dead energy coming through. And if their lanes are continue being strong, if they're managing to get that early game off the ground, maybe they can put together another successful win.
Yeah, it is possible. Obviously, having a composition with this little tankiness is pretty risky. I do really like the Varus in this situation because you needed some non-committal engage, right? The Rakan kind of is non-committal engage as well, right? You can jump in, jump out pretty easily, but you are putting yourself on the line anytime you're jumping on in. So he's going to have to be pretty accurate with that ulti. Over on the other side of things for B2U, like you said, they don't put the final perfect piece together. They don't get the Ornn in the top lane that I would have really loved in this situation. But the Renekton, depending on how well it's able to get through the early laning phase, can be an interesting piece, right? With the slice and dice into the back line, maybe you can get some lockdown onto Nuke, maybe you could get on top of Nikias, although I think that's going to be pretty risky. I think more importantly, there is really good setup. I like the Ivan here. I think it does allow Mikkel to play his game right now, and those brushes are going to be genuinely annoying to deal with once we're around these team fights for the objectives.
Yeah, I think the Ivan's my favorite piece of the B2U comp as well. I think it really does throw a lot of spanners in the works. It plays into Nord's maximum irritation playstyle, and it can be deceptively dangerous in those early scraps, depending on the build path that he wants to go for. As we head back onto Summoner's Rift for the deciding game, Bulldog Esports versus B2U, an NLC mainstay versus a regional rep fighting against elimination in the first round of playoffs. We come in once again, as usual today. It's level 1 shenanigans, but Nord will not be denied his first cap, and Karim is the one fleeing, has to flash as well. This time it's BDG coming away the worst.
And that's a genuinely good play right here out of B2U, and bad from Karim, right? That flash is massive. That's a huge bit of your early gank potential, is being able to flash and stun somebody up in one of these lanes. So bad for him to have that taken away so early on, and means that Nord should have a pretty easy clear early on, something that the Ivan isn't necessarily guaranteed.
Absolutely. B2U would like to get a comfortable early game together if they can. You really don't want to give a comp like this or a team like this early leads to play with. They're so much better when they can come into a team fight from an even footing. They have demonstrated that they have great setup and are normally able to outmaneuver. I'm glad Nodi didn't clip the terrain with that hook. That could have been a bit sketchy for them, but ultimately it is going to be B2U securing the crash in bot side.
Things working pretty chill so far, as we're kind of expecting, right? You've got yourselves one lane matchup that's expected to be exceptionally dominant up in the top lane. The rest of these lane matchups should be a little bit more back and forth, really depends on how you're hitting those skill shots. This is the dominant one though. Guve's already taking just huge chunks of damage, and this just doesn't get better for him really at any point.
Yeah, it starts bad and gets worse. It's just not ideal. Such is the life of the top laner, unfortunately, for B2U. Govs, of course, did not play all of the games. B2U have had to navigate a couple of subs through that top and jungle position, I believe, as well, through the first week or so.
Yep.
But Govs is a player who has been very successful in the Swedish national scene, has become a real threat up in that top side. Huge team fight plays. The finals highlight reels are full of Govs plays. And so far, that first game we was able to withstand and get huge performance out of the Cassante. Second one was a bit of a forgettable game from the Scion, and now he does have Nuke on. He still ultimately ended up counterpicked despite having the R5 position, which is not ideal, but it's about how he manages out the weak side.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? He really has been only asked to survive throughout all 3 games in this series, and if he's able to do so on this Renekton, that will be the most impressive performance of all of them. Now, it's going to be pretty rough. Karim already looking for a dive here, and with this wave coming on in, cannon minion wave no less, this is going to be really tough to survive.
Okay, this is the standard classic play. There's no Cassante this time. The Pantheon dive is so deadly. Gets the stun. Is there a heal? There isn't. It's an easy first blood, and Bulldog make quick work of it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the second that you end up getting stunned up, there's kind of nothing you can do in this situation. They're able to get the entire kill done during the stun duration. Now Nord looking to get something back on the other side of the map.
Counterplay here, Nicklas and Kasing, both pretty slippery characters. The Ghost comes out, and Rakan could just drop the W and slip back to safety with a Battle Dance. So B2U completely whiffed the gank on bot side. No purchase to be found. Bulldog decidedly the winners of these first few minutes.
Yeah, just going to be that Ghost coming off of Nikias, which, hey, it's not nothing, but it is very little to be getting out of this one. And for Bulldog, exactly what you're looking to do. This Pantheon wants to get ahead as quickly as possible, really a key driving force in this game, and you don't want to get into the late stages of this one. Sure, you've got plenty of damage, but the Ivan can really get online. That's where the Jinx that you're kind of playing around for B2U is at its peak of power as well, of course. I think they're going to be wanting to be a little bit more proactive than that.
Yes, I expect we will need to see that if they want to keep a foot in this one. Nodu looking for the hook, does connect and cancels the W from Kasing as well. A decent trade found for B2U, but it's not much more than that. And now for B2U, need to watch where the next bit of action is going to come through. That first blood went on to Karim, so it's not necessarily the full mechanical carry style, as we found another hook now. Nikias flashing away. Mikkel would love to get this auto, but Kasing, beautifully placed W. One more rocket would have done it, but Bulldog squeak away alive.
Just about going to be able to survive that one. That's now all but the flash out of Kasing gone from this bottom side, and with this wave being pushed in, right, Nikias has to stick around. He cannot afford to leave. You can see Nord as well, pushing into the enemy jungle, looking to cover off for Karim, make sure that his bot lane can get this full wave shoved in. Maybe even grab the turret plate for themselves if they're really looking for it. Yeah, Mikkel wants it.
Yeah, he's going to catch it with the minions coming through just about. Kasing trying to threaten. Karim and Nord scrapping around this Krug camp right now. Nobody's seeing if he's needed. But ultimately, Nikias is going to survive, loses the summoners, loses a bit of CS, and Mikkel does get an advantage. BT would have loved to extend it further, but it's a good sign for them to play through. Remember, this is the Jinx. This is what this comp is built for. Basically everything, even Govs to an extent, is designed to try and enable this Jinx to get that first kill and go off to the races.
Absolutely it is, and it could have been off to the races right there. Still, they're able to get another full wave shoved on underneath the tower, get a really good reset timer as well. And Squidly looking for something top lane, not going to hit the pushback, and so everybody survives, walks back away. Actually needs to be careful on rotating back to his lane, as he's going to walk into Karim and Kasing.
Ooh, Flash is traded actually. Karim pretty far deep right now, but Kasing has arrived, gets the knock up onto Squidly, and there's a beautiful combination there. Nook picks up the credit. Now Govs, he's doing what he can. He's got decent damage. Nord is there with the shield. Nook's gonna go down, and Govs might have some purchase right now. Nodu arrives to support. Kasing escapes back to the turret. And B2U clapping back in top river.
And Ronaldo never decides to move on that play. And now they could potentially keep trying to push forwards. Kasing, is he going to get his base cancelled? No, not quite. Oh, he does!
Ooh,
he cancelled himself, didn't he?
Lovely Hex Flash over from Nodu there. Gets even more damage. It's unfortunately another double kill for Nodu throughout this play. He's now 2-0 again. But This looked so good for Bulldog at the start.
It really did. They are just... Oh, hang on, as we jump back to picture of Ronaldo. Real low. He's just going to go down.
Get mogged by Daisy, and Squidly picks up the credit. The pace starting to increase right now. Nord loses his flash, but he's got 3 assists on the board in quick succession.
And this is exactly what you want. You don't want any of these kills right here as this Ivan. Obviously, as you said, would prefer that it wasn't Nodu with a couple more of them, but he's doing his job and really showing off why the Ivan is so strong at the moment. That should have been a lost team fight top lane, right? You're in a 3v2 situation, except you're not, because Daisy is doing so much work. Those knockups every 3 autos are so frustrating to try to deal with, and it makes actually trying to play around a lot of these team fights basically impossible at this point in the game. You really need your first items completed, enough damage from Bulldog to burst somebody down, because in an extended fight, Daisy's going to be so annoying.
Oh yeah, everyone forgets about Daisy until those knockups start to come through, and Nord making great use out of this Ivan pick, as we expected that he would. So currently he's chilling on the bot side. We see Karim maybe thinking about the Grubs camp in top river instead, and of course playing around this Varus lane is certainly going to be the expectation. Kasing as well as deep in the jungle. We're waiting for the ult to come through. Grand Starfall coming down. Gubez doesn't quite have the ultimate ready. It's seconds away, but there's just no chance for counterplay. Karim is merciless up there.
And that's going to be the Grubs going on over as well, making this tower push that much stronger than it already is going to be. Over on the other side of the map, Nord going to pick himself up this Drake at least. Just fires off the rocket to be a bit annoying top lane. It might actually land and cancel the base. It does. That's pretty nice. You know, delays things a little bit. Out of Nuke gives Gubez a little bit more time to get back involved. As you can see, the other matchup has just now started up. We will be jumping over to that one the second that we are done with this match here. And it's straight into a pause. That's
classic. Well, that's why it's on. That's why it's not on this stream right now. If anyone who does want to check out that first game of that second series before we swap over there, you can find a co-stream from the wonderful Carrie Grandy. You can find his Twitch chat somewhere, to be honest. It is in the Twitch chat, I believe, right now.
Pinned,
I believe our mods have pinned it. So if you want to check out the other series before we switch over into the mainstream, head on over. They'll probably stop pausing at some stage. Okay, B2U and BDG. Squidly escapes the stun, and the Arcane Storm comes down, but a timely Ivern shield will avoid too much damage.
Everybody just going to be able to walk back away from this one. And so about 10 minutes into this game, taking stock of where things are at, Bulldog with a slight advantage for themselves. A lot of that's coming through from some CS leads. Massive CS gap in the top lane, as you would expect off the back of a couple of kills as well. But still, B2 finding ways to fight back, and as much as there has been explosivity elsewhere, Mikkel's been able to just do his thing. Exactly what you want to be doing right here on this Jinx. He is set up for success by the rest of the team, just needs the items to be able to pay it forward.
Yeah, it's a much more, you know, brackets positive version of just doing your thing than the Sivir game was last time, where the entire map was going a little bit awry, and by the time they needed him to do his thing, he'd not had time to get there. However, this time he does have the support built into the composition. He's got the lane lead to play with as well, and they've been able to build some pressure for him. And Mikkel will hopefully be able to step up for B2U if they want to advance further in this competition. Now, Nook is under threat. Karim's on this top side, doesn't have the ultimate available right now. No stun to connect, the root caller going wide. Squidly is in range, might want to just choose to cook the ultimate right there, but Karim is in the area, and going for the dive would be pretty risky.
And Ronaldo's now just going to get some more free pushing coming on through. He's been having a pretty chill time. Nord as well going to have his recall stopped, and I like the attempt to proactivity here out of B2U, but nothing really happening for them. They're going to have to wait a little while. We've still got 3 or so minutes until the next Drake is spawning up, and they just haven't been able to find the ganks or the dives themselves. They've been pretty good at punishing over-aggressive mistakes out of Bulldog, though.
Yes, there definitely are a fair few of those generally in the Bulldog playbook, as gives early Dominus popped as well. Karim coming around the corner, the Varus ultimate, and exhaust as well. It is just tragic for Govs up there. The Varus top lane gauntlet throw down, and he's not enjoying his time in it.
Really just so rough to watch. I mean, Karim was there, but wasn't even needed at this point. I wasn't thrilled with the Renekton pick. Obviously, it was going to be hard to take any sort of melee champion into the top lane, but the Renekton matchup was always going to be rough, and that is just now first item completed for Nuke. Everything previously was with nothing, and he's down by 1,600 gold.
Ronaldo getting raw depth charged by Nodu, and in comes Squidly with the support. Ronaldo with a flash, and Karim coming into support as well. Kasing doing what he can to run interference. Nodu going to get clocked up by Karim, tries to hook back to the turret. A shield from the trigger seed, and a flashback to safety. Nobody finds the kill, a seismic shove won't connect, and the play from B2U does not come to anything.
Yeah, all goes wise. Now, Govs is...
How's this happened?
Well, he's gonna
get the play, I guess. He's fine. Probably.
He's so dead. He's so unbelievably dead right now. I don't think that it particularly matters, right? He's not worth any gold at this point in the game.
Yeah, he's been tagged, so it's going to be a kill for Nook anyway. So.
Yeah, what matters more is this push happening in the mid lane, to be honest. Right now that you've got your top laner running around in circles, you're getting pushed in the mid lane. I mean, again, we're panning down to the bot lane, thank you. This is the one bright spark in the current moment for BTU.
Is it? And it's about to get a little bit darker for them, though. There's a TP coming in from Ronaldo. The solo push from Mikkel's coming through. Nikias just getting in their hook, line, and sinker, and Nord's not going to be able to get there in time.
Man.
Mikkel found the plate, but he gives up the kill.
Not worth it in that situation, as we were saying, right? One of the few places things were looking good. Gets the Hex Optics completed, so at least first item is now there. As Givez did live, but is now probably going to die underneath his tower. Kasing should be able to tank up this.
Flash.
Although,
it away. Exhaust is there, and we've got a bit of a game 1 repeat right now. Nook's at least going to make it the 1-for-1. Okay, Govs gets a kill. It's a little bit of gold. It's still free time with Nook with the turret, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is still just going to be that first tower going on down. And the gold gap beginning to expand out further and further at this point, about 2,000 right now. Ronaldo potentially needs to be a little bit careful, although I just don't know that you have the damage at the moment, right? Squidly has not been able to complete that first item at this point. Got the tier stacked up, but still a ways away from that one. Couple stacks on the Dark Seal as well, but he really needs a lot more time to get involved. We have at least got the Drake spawned up, and, you know, hang on.
To Karim, a knockback from Squidly. The damage is decent. Probably not kill threat territory, though. Mikkel doesn't even have an ult execute on the table, so BTU getting a bit of purchase, and they will at least pick up a dragon. So something to be found. 2 Drakes stacked up for them, and a TP coming in. Bulldog, maybe they do want to fight this one. Waiting for the Pantheon ultimate, not quite off cooldown.
So late.
BTU out of there.
Yeah, I mean, that was just super late right here out of Bulldog. And now looking for something. Nikias just about going to be able to jump over the wall and get away from that dredge line. They do at least get themselves a bot lane tower for this, but it's second Drake over to B2U. It's the teleport for really nothing. It's also giving Guvez a little bit of time by himself in the top lane to just get something back.
Play attempted, knock up onto Nook, but the follow-up there isn't there. They get some damage onto Karim. The burning ignite is not enough for the kill. A Nook on the front line. If BTU can grab that shutdown, that's what they really want. Another exhaust, though, takes all of the wind out of Squidly's sails, and Bulldog, they pile in for the 5v4. Gov still on top lane, and Bulldog take the win in the turret.
Yeah, Gov's at least going to be able to push something through, but that's more kills going over. Just overly aggressive out of B2U. They, like you said, wanted to kill onto Nook, but just not recognizing that they don't have any damage on their composition at this point, right? You can see there's little chunks going onto Karim. Super Mega Death Rocket hits, and it does a little bit, but, I mean, watch Squidly. He is constantly hitting right here, and it just does nothing. Oh, goodbye.
Govs slices into the wall, fails to dodge it. It's just very messy. It's a bit of a struggle bus for the BTU top laner after game number 1 today. And now 5,000 the gold lead for BDG. 15 minutes on the clock. That top side has been working so well in games 2 and 3. And they've got a set up onto Mikkel. Nook is on a rampage. Flash away from Nick. He has to flash aggressively from Nook to get past the root caller there. And a big arrow pushes back the Ivern as well. BDG playing with reckless abandon, but what can B2U do?
Yeah, I mean, at this point they're just getting run over. This is exactly what we saw in the previous game. A hook gonna land straight onto a grub right there out of Nodu. He pays for it with about half of his HP. And this is what we saw in the previous game. Just these individual laners getting themselves so far ahead. As we talked about in the pre-show, we expected Nuke to be in a better spot versus Govs, and boy, in these past 2 games, he certainly has been.
Yeah, we needed a better answer into this Varus right now. It was a great final piece of the draft by Bulldog, and it is completely cracked open B2U right now. Kasing a bit too aggressive on the front line, and a depth charge might just kill him, actually. There we go. Nody's going to pick up a 3rd kill. A flash hook doesn't connect, gets a ghost at least. But B2U, they're not getting the skill shots they need.
No, they are not. They're not getting anything they really need out of this game. They're so far behind at this point, down by about 6,000 gold. It's going to be the death cap completed for Ronaldo very soon. Nuke got himself that hex plate, looking for that extra level of survivability, and I mean, at this point, You don't need extra damage really coming through. He's up so far over his opponent in terms of gold as well. About 3,000 gold between the two of them.
It's not what you want to see if you're a B2U fan. The Swedish scene would love to stand and line up behind their representatives. They've already lost Lundqvist Lightside from earlier in the competition. Didn't make it to the playoffs, so B2U carrying the flag. Unfortunately, it looks unlikely to carry it much further unless they can turn this game around. If they can get a big pile-in onto Nook and they can take what is probably most of that gold lead off the table, maybe there's a chance to maneuver, and they always have that Jinx late game scaling to fall back on. But if it's just these isolated plays and these scraps around turrets and they can't get a proper team fight going, BDG are completely in control.
And you need, like, at least 3 items, really, onto this Jinx, right? You need yourself your Runans. Maybe you're going to need... I mean, I think it's kind of a rapid-fire game, right? You really don't want to be getting too close to your opponents. And at that point, maybe you can play this one out, but we'll have to see. Squidly going to get jumped right here. Big damage onto him.
Flash dump from Karim, the Varus ultimate comes through again, the Mikkel ultimate grabs one shutdown. Squidly the benefactor right now, B2U holding the line, a hook onto Nook, there's a root coming through from Jinx as well, but Kasing is doing great interference in the backline, using the quickness to its fullest ability, avoids the slow from the zap, and the root caller as well, and escapes over the wall. That is great support play right now from the Bulldog mainstay.
It is indeed. Nodu probably could have walked away with his life, but decides actually wants to go back in. A little bit of a mistake right there. And Bulldog, they're just too strong in this situation. Now, this is at least something back out of B2U. And you see, it's just a little bit overly aggressive. Daisy being really annoying, getting pulled in with the hook. Nodu should just walk away here. You've managed to pick yourself a kill. You probably lose this bot lane tower, whatever happens, so walking away, not the end of the world. And if Kasing doesn't get this quickness off, there's a chance, right? Things can turn straight back around, and you maybe keep playing this one out, but overly aggressive in the end, and does very little to make up for this gold deficit.
Yeah, and it was a 4v5 once again, right? Gov Stills trying desperately to pick up what gold he can across the map. Nodu looks for a route onto Nikias. He's going to escape the Victor stun. But Ronaldo is starting to do some real damage across these team fights. Early dominance from Govs. And they're trying to flee through their own jungle. They will escape with their lives. But B2U, they lost some big tools there.
They did indeed. Now they're down. Couple barriers, couple flashes as well. Still going to need to try fight their way back on into this one. Sole point if B2U are able to grab it.
So Karim once again, they get the knockback. It's going to be trading likely 1-for-1. Nodu goes down as well.
Oh, the
Arcane Storm is about to go crazy. Mikkel and Nord fleeing from its boundaries as Bulldog hunting for this Jinx. A backstep on the Zac from Kasing. He's got to find his way into range one way or another. Both Nord and Mikkel falling at the end of it. And Bulldog now, finally, they haven't needed to rely on Ronaldo so much this game, but as the team fights roll around, he's ready to step into place.
It was just massive. It had hit onto all 5 members right there, chasing them on down. That's going to be the first Drake of the game picked up right here for Bulldog, and they are not looking to be first-round exits once again in the NLC playoffs. They are looking to eliminate one of our few remaining National League teams. Right now, they have a true stranglehold in this game, up by 7,000 gold. And now they're beginning to grab objectives as well.
Bulldog looking so much more comfortable here. They're bringing the fact. I'm surprised they're always the ones bringing more players to these engagements, whereas B2U, you know, they're the ones with this protect the Mikkel composition, but they're always being out-rotated and outnumbered at these engagements, where even if they can find a kill back, they don't have a route to continue the play, and Nodu wants to continue the play. If he sees a hook opportunity to Nook, he really wants to take it, we can see that. But they just don't have enough pieces in place, and when you're 7,000 gold down, you need all the power you can muster.
Absolutely, you do. They're going to need a little bit of divine invention as well, if they're really going to be able to get this one through. Baron started up, actually, out of Bulldog. And I mean, can you step to this? Govs is still just trying to push in side lanes right now. He's going to have the teleport to rejoin the rest of the team, but they're going to be so late to this play.
Nodu avoids the knock-up at least, but the quickness will hold him down. He forces to throw a hook at least, gets a depth charge. Karim dropping a little low. Daisy as well is going to fall. Govs has TP'd in, but the fight's already done. 1-0 in favor of Bulldog. A little bit of damage taken, and they've stopped the Baron at least.
I don't think it's actually that bad in this situation, right? You stop the Baron, you do lose your support, but Nodu's been plenty in the grey screen anyway, and he's going to respawn by the time you're looking for this next big play. 3 minutes until the Drake, so it's just about this Baron again and again and again, and any second you're able to buy just a bit more time for B2U is a great thing for them. 2 items now completed onto Mikkel. He's beginning to get online slowly.
Just no kills on the Jinx. It's just not what you want to see.
Those
if
3
you're
assists. Imagine if those 3 assists were kills, Trajan.
Yeah, Nodu chilling with 3 kills in inventory. It's not ideal. The chips have not been falling B2U's way in these fights when you're looking for the last hits. BDG still maintaining decent control of this Baron River. Nodu's getting some vision down nearby at least to keep half an eye on them. And Govs has been able to shortened the CS deficit somewhat. He's down to about 35, was something like 50 or 60 CS down out of lane. B2U waiting to see if Bulldog get too aggressive with their moves into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you really are just waiting for Bulldog to make some kind of big mistake to give something up. They really have not had any commitment to splitting up from the straight-up 5-man, right? They are constantly allowing the push on the bottom side, either from Govs or from Squidly. Right now, Squidly doing what he can to pick up a tower. Very slow tower take, and he does have the teleport to get back involved. Once again, Baron is started.
Baron down to half. Vision available. TP coming in. Now, where's the answer? Kasing can't find the knock-up. The Trigger Seed's going to lock him down. The Baron's still the focus of Bulldog. They're going to pick up the objective at least. Is there a fight for B2U? Nord loses half the HP. A root connects onto Kasing, but where are the important targets? Where's Ronaldo? Where's Nuke? Karim into the backline, stuns down Nord. Nordu falls as well, and BDG start running rampant over B2U in their jungle. Govs abandoned in the red buff pit as Nikias picks them apart. And Bulldog are just too strong. They're just too far ahead. B2U on their last legs here.
And B2U just did not pull the trigger when they needed to. They were waiting far too long for Squidly to come join them. They just have no way into the pit whatsoever. And this fight, I mean, it's lucky that Mikkel's beginning to deal damage. He's able to stay on the outskirts of this one. You can see, Govs has a decent bit of a flank coming through right here. Pops the Dominus, but immediately gets stunned up. Takes so much of his HP down. And this is the great thing, obviously, about the Zeri, is that you're so mobile. You could jump straight over that wall, go get into the backline, go kill people as quickly as possible. Whereas Mikkel, Giant just stood there, hoping somebody walks in close enough for him to rocket them down.
Yeah, at least he got his first kill of the game, I suppose. He's onto 2 components of an Infinity Edge. He'll get there one day.
Yeah, and it's not his fault, right? This is not he's playing these fights out badly. He doesn't have the front line to be able to stand up to it. This is the joy of having this Varus in the top lane, forcing Govs onto something like the Renekton rather than a true tank. Not that it's helped him in this individual matchup at all. That means you just don't have the frontline setup you needed.
We've got a proto belt completed for Nook as well. He's flashless, but does still have that extra little bit of ability to avoid a Nodu hook or a Squidly seismic shove if it comes down to it. They really want to keep that shutdown on deck for Nook right now. You don't want to give a grand over to Mikkel if you can avoid it. He's playing on the front line. He is going to get depth charge, but is it just a bait to force the last fight of the series? Kasing with the double knockup, but there is still a turret to play through for B2U. It's a second kill for Mikkel. Nikias now a little bit under threat, has to back away. And this might buy B2U a couple more minutes.
It should indeed. Now you don't have anywhere near as strong a push coming on through. Although it doesn't look like they care.
Knocked back onto the carries, they'll find another kill. Shut down for Mikkel this time. It's 3v5. Are they strong enough to go forward? They find the zap. The hook connects. Mikkel wants that shutdown, but he's taken out by Nook. Nook standing his ground. Oh my goodness. The Varus does not care for your 3v5.
I mean, that's the joys, right, of having the Hex Plate. A little bit of extra survivability right here. Teleport going to come back in as well. And they are looking to end this game. Only Nord remaining. 25 seconds until any support is going to arrive.
Unbelievable stuff from Bulldog. It looks like they exposed the underbelly, but they draw B2U in. They play on the absolute limit. And the Baron-empowered wave will clean out B2U as Nook hounds Nord behind the turrets. They were 1 game away from elimination through 0-3 down versus the Swedish regional representatives. But revenge is secured and Bulldog Esports will advance.
They will indeed. They'll make it to at least the second round, obviously, for them and their hopes of winning this split. They're going to have to do the entirety of it down in the losers bracket from here on out, but it's at least a better performance than last time, and it's just better games from them in games 2 and 3. I feel like they realized what everybody else had been saying about them coming in, which was this: hands check your opponents. You're just stronger than them in the individual lanes, and that's no insult here to the members of B2U. They should take a bow from this one. They should be incredibly proud of the performance they've put in here in the NLC split, but at some point, there are just players like those on the side of Bulldog, your Nukes, your Ronaldos, that can just do that to you.
Yes, they can just hit you with it. Unfortunately for B2U, they are going to have to bow out here. They made it into the playoffs. They represented their league very, very well. They've got a lot to be proud of from this run, but ultimately the Swedish National League reps will have to leave us from this point. Players like Squidly, Nord, we've seen some of these guys for a long, long time. Govs in that first game, absolutely phenomenal on the Cassante. Mikkel as well on the Corki. And if he'd managed to live through that last fight, he's got 3 shutdowns locked down. If he gets the auto instead of Nook to clean that fight up, we could still be in game. We could have been looking at the B2U comeback. It felt like it was inches away, but Nook slammed the door on them.
Indeed they did. And I mean, it's crazy. We saw multiple team fights across this series, which looked like the perfect setup to make a win happen for the team who's down. We saw it in game number 1 for Bulldog. Bot lane fight, everything is correct for them, and it just doesn't work out. Cassante Gaming takes things over for them, and same thing that we saw in this game number 3. Messier than it was in the previous game, right? It was close. It felt like B2 had some opportunities, but just not quite enough out of them.
Yeah, not quite able to find it. I like the way they approached that last draft still. I think the Ivern pick for Nord was very good. It was very effective once he got into those scraps, and Mikkel, you know, again, if just some of those kills had gone his way, or if they've been able to be on the right side of some of those real knife-edge plays early on. Credit to Karim, though, for just understanding where the win is. It's in top lane. It's sitting underneath, you know, Nook's Varus, and you just gotta uncover it there. And I think B2U, like I say, I don't know what we needed to do instead of the Renekton pick. I'm trying to remember. I think they were hovering something else before, but it just felt like, you know, hindsight's 2020. Just wasn't the choice.
Whatever they were hovering, it didn't fill me with that much joy and excitement either. It was another like semi-tank
melee champion that was going to get slapped.
Yeah,
by
exactly.
Varus.
Yeah, just was not ideal.
Such is the nature of Varus top, I'm afraid. But
and if you don't play any of the melee, the ranged top laners that can play into this Varus top lane, what do you do about it? What do you do in this situation? Unfortunately.
Yeah, some flavor of L holding has to be done, unfortunately.
Very much so.
But it is, I think maybe because in a comp like this, where you really feel like Ivern needs to be getting Mikkel off the starting point, like really investing in getting this Jinx strong, it does maybe leave Govs even more isolated than usual. And when you're Cassante into Neferi and Bessa,
it's alright.
It's kind of okay.
Yeah,
you can tank it, you can face tank it, you can outplay it, in fact, as he did. But not so much in these feature matchups. It really felt like he needed Nord to be there. And if the comp just really kind of does not leave space for Nord to be there, if it's the wrong choice for him to be investing that time, that's quite possible, right? But it does just leave him a bit of a catch-22.
Very much so. Now, obviously, we're waiting to get into the interview right here, but for Bulldog, they've got to be perfect going on forwards, right? We are very close to having all of these National League teams eliminated out of the tournament. From here on out, there are no free passes, and it wasn't like this one was even easy for them at all. They still were taken to the absolute brink and had lost to them previously. Yeah,
for sure. There is a chance for Volda to upset DMG on the other side and keep the regional league representation flag flying through the lower bracket. However, I think probably not the expected outcome. They'd have to overperform and find an upset here to achieve that. So Bulldog, the next round, one of DMG or Volda Esports. I think we probably, certainly after today, would probably still favor them there. And then you're looking at Arctic Pandas, you're looking at Deer. You're probably not looking at Verdant until the finals again. You're looking at Ruddy maybe, depending on if they get tripped up by Deer once again. So yeah, I think you've maybe got one more round of leniency.
Yeah, they were able to
we can make a couple of mistakes and get away with it kind of thing. After that point, I don't know.
I don't know either, right? Obviously, Bulldog were able to win 2-0 versus the Arctic Pandas, so they obviously have them and in dominating
Yes.
fashion as well, right? I remember that series very clearly. They
They've got
obliterated
juice.
them.
They've certainly got juice.
They definitely have the opportunities, but at some point, hey, we can hands check you stops working, very much so. So we'll have to see what they can do about that.
Yes. All right. Let's bring on the interview. We have the top laner, the victorious Varus aficionado, Bulldog Nook. Welcome to the stream. Congratulations on the victory in the series.
Hello, guys. Thank you.
Okay, so in this last game 3, you're dropping. You come to that last stage of the ban phase, and you know they've got counter. Is the plan always to is the Varus just kind of, this is like the uncounterable champion, or we think we're going to bait them into a melee, or what was the thinking behind how you kind of designed that final top lane? Because it seems like the drafts were always just coming down to you or Govs on who was going to get the top lane counter.
Like, I don't even know, because like we was discussing what he can pick, what he cannot, and he playing Varus yourself, so we didn't want to like give Varus, and they ban Olaf, so like, I guess just pick Varus, like what can they pick? And I scared about Jax, like if you go Jax, I will
that was
get
the hover. That's
like countered, but I checked because he doesn't play, so I was like, fine, he will get just and that was all.
And it was pretty fun. Obviously, that last game for you. How did you feel in the first game, though, which was obviously a little bit rougher for you overall? Weren't quite able to get the full amount of, use out of the Ambessa you would potentially have wanted. Yeah, the Ambessa game.
Yeah.
Like, for me, like, that game was unlosable, like, in my period. But in this, like, I don't know, enemy corp is so strong, and we play really bad. Like, I did one mistake to mid. I gave Corki shutdown, and I let Shen die as well. So he was like basically 4 item, and they grouping like monkey, like fully of like they're not going side, they playing fully 5, and we need to play into this, and we just play bad, and we just lost. Like we did bad team fights. Like I was so horny to fight because I have 3 item. I think we can win, but we lost. It happens. Yeah, but we learn from mistakes, And after it, I knew second game, but I was not sure about third game. But third game was pretty fine as well.
Yeah, for sure. What's it been like playing with Karim? Obviously coming in and subbing, was playing for the team last split, but you've joined for summer. And obviously it seemed like you guys were playing a lot together in those early lanes, really trying to make sure that you're putting the stick to Govs in top lane.
Like playing with Karim is fun. Like it's good fun because I did play with Karim in Gamers Origin in 2020, I guess, with Ronaldo as well. So, like, I like Karim. I like how he play. Like, sometimes he ints. Like, in sequence, most of time he ints, but it's fine because like I know he's trusting me, and I trust him. Like I say, if I say dive, we dive. You see how we dive top? Like it was really good. I think Karim just tank. I hit, we kill, and he's doing what I say. So I like he's a really good dog.
exactly what everybody's looking for from that jungler. Do this thing for me, and he just says yes in those.
Just be dog, be good dog.
So more junglers could clearly take on from that one, as we've got plenty in this league that really want to be the main carry. It's interesting you're saying Karim's happy to just do what the laners need. How's it feeling in the Bulldog camp at the moment? Obviously getting knocked down into the lower bracket, not ideal, but you guys feeling confident? How are you feeling about the next matchups you're going to have?
Like next time, who are you gonna play? Do you know?
We don't know yet.
Maybe DMG or Volda. One of those two.
Like for me, like top 3 team goes to EMEA, so we basically wanna go EMEA, and we lost, like 3 games, like 3 series or 4, I don't remember. But we still like learning from the mistakes, and we gonna do it because our staff trusting us, our coach trusts us, and we know we are better, but we play sometimes dog shit. And yeah, that's all. Like, we wanna just be in top 3 and go EMEA.
Yeah.
Like, that's our goal for now.
Simple as that. Get top 3, go EMEA. Absolutely, love to hear it. Okay, thank you very much, Nook. Congratulations once again on your victory. We'll see you in the next round of the lower bracket, and we'll see if that top 3 dream comes to fruition.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, right. Let's wrap up here. We do have a second series that was we saw it starting, but that's about all that happened.
Yes.
We have then
We
since had
literally
some...
saw every single second of
We've
in-game
seen,
time.
yes, we've seen the entire gameplay up to this point. So we are going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with that second series. There are some technical issues with TR being resolved, so we'll be back as soon as we can with that second series on the go. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We have another elimination match to kick off in just a little while, so we'll see you back here. Welcome back, everybody. We have resolved the demons in the circuit boards, and we are ready for our second series. DMG versus Volda Esports. Low-key, a bit of a Norway versus Norway derby here. DMG, of course, the old heads will remember Domino Gaming back in the day. One of our Norwegian representatives from days of old, and we are speeding through the draft because they have already done this once before.
Yeah, we are not going to see anything new right here. Obviously, if you were watching earlier on, got that little bit of pip, you will have seen this draft before, so we'll talk through it a little bit more once we've got all of the picks on our screens once again. All the decision making has already come on through, but you can kind of already see the ideas of these compositions coming in. DMG, a bit more of a front-to-back team fighting look out of them. Really interesting to see a Lilia right here. Something that obviously Moji's played a little bit, but not really high priority in the overall meta.
No, and Moji, of course, being a relatively fresh jungler coming in for Volda partway through the season here, replacing Sugakamel. However, this is a player that played with this roster back in spring, I believe, when it was VES Japan, technically. So they have experience with this player and should be able to slot in fairly easily, and clearly prioritizing them, I think, getting them a Lilia angle, so we can see a little bit of a different approach to the jungle. On the other side, though, we have a Mel mid lane. You do not see that very often anymore for DMG, going into Artoria's hands. And a Kamito Soul, Caitlyn Bard bot lane does sound pretty scary. That sounds like a very fearsome 2v2 to look into.
Absolutely, and the Bard also can go roaming around alongside this Wukong very easily. See how much we're going to actually see this Bard in this lane, and how much it's going to be elsewhere. Obviously, you've got great opportunities to get involved in these other lanes, because you've got Lilia as the jungler over on the other side. That's not a champion that's looking to gank early. That wants to just be sitting in the jungle, farming up as much as possible. Leaves you very open as this Wukong and as this Bard to get involved elsewhere.
Now, important to note, there has been a little bit of chicanery in the old lock-ins here. We have wound up with Volda with Ambessa mid and Tristana top lane. So I think they have tried to potentially, or I guess, Bloxer, what have they tried to maneuver away? Is it getting Ambessa away from Cassante? Is it getting Tristana away from Mel? I feel like Tristana to Mel is fine, but maybe I'm crazy.
Fine.
Because Mel can't even block the full E damage anymore. It's just a shield. So before you could just invuln it with the W, but
yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's nowhere near as annoying to be dealing with. Yeah, really interesting to see this go on into the mid lane. There's a potential option that it isn't really just getting away from anyone as much as it is you're just a lot stronger on this champion. Alliance played a bunch of it, right? You want to move them around. You haven't played so much potentially of the Tristana mid, although to be fair, right, at this level you should have, and we have actually seen a mid lane pick up out of Valiant onto this Tristana before, so just a bit of an interesting one.
Yes, I mean, perhaps, certainly can, just ranged into melee through top lane, right? So that's got to be at least loosely favorable here. But again, if you're going to have to deal with that, we've seen how well that Cassante can deal under pressure, and, you'd rather probably do it so that you can punish harder, honestly. So we shall see how Volda wants to play this one out, where the focus is going to be. Obviously, with the Lilia jungle, it's not like we're going to be ganking at level 3, so we're likely going to be seeing the lanes play themselves out fairly normally, and, even the Wukong's going to be farming for 6 likely, so maybe it'll be more about the invade angle, and maybe a bit of jungler on jungler combat, if anything.
Yeah, we'll see if we end up in the same situation as we did last time around, where the teams are scrapping immediately as we jump on into these games. Obviously, a bit of a delay getting started into this series. Good for us, though, obviously, on the broadcast, getting to watch the entirety of this matchup when we would have otherwise missed most of game number 1.
Yes, absolutely. Pour one out for Carrie Grandy's co-stream, though, who was all ready to cover for us, was ready to step up for the community. And the game exploded. Unfortunately, we hate to see that for the guy, but we are now going to take a look at it on the main stream. So, as we get into game here, there is quite an interesting dynamic for DMG particularly, where if you look at just the Raw schedule, there's a lot of regional reps in there. Plus, there was a forfeited first match against Epic Avalanche, so there's less games. And if you're going just on kind of schedule strength, it feels like quite a relatively easy ride for DMG to here. They have not had to deal with many main NLC reps, and they've managed to get into the playoffs position at a 3-2 record, and now have another regional rep to play in this lower bracket. So they are not doing too badly at all, but I don't think we've quite yet seen them fully tested. The only time we have was against Arctic Pandas, and we've been lost. So
that's
yet
the
to
thing.
really get an understanding there.
It's not just they played against some of the, teams that we have had from these national leagues, but some of the better ones, right? Two massive absolves. These are not exactly high-powered squads that we saw do particularly well in the NLC. So, yeah, big questions coming in for DMG.
Yes, they have some questions to answer. They have another regional rep in front of them. We'd like to see, for their sake at least, they would love to put on a dominant performance to get a bit of confidence back in the camp right now. Whereas for Volda Esports, once again, they're the regional rep, playing with house money. As you put it before, any progress is positive for them. They'd be happy enough just to make playoffs as it is. They, of course, got knocked down by Ruddy in that top side. They at least managed to mount a slightly better performance against Ruddy than the first time they faced each other in the Swiss. So there is some growth coming through here, and we'll see how that progresses, especially with Moji in the jungle.
Yeah, very much so. We'll see if they're going to be able to make things happen in, again, with, as we've said, right, pretty interesting drafts. The Ambessa in the mid lane is fun. The Mel in the mid lane, although that wouldn't have been surprising a while ago, is now a little bit of a surprise to be seeing. And as much as we're talking about how, hey, getting the Tristana into a range versus melee matchup is lovely, it does now leave this Ambessa in a pretty rough spot. I mean, Mel's tricky to lane into as another ranged champion, as another mage. So as a melee champion, this is going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, we do see a lot of pain being suffered by Valiant right now at this stage. We'll see Moji just kind of strolling past up to the top side. Not really much to do. And Artoria, I think, for my money, has maybe been the best performer for DMG so far. Oh, the dash into the root as well. Struggle for Valiant there. But yeah, Artoria has been a very strong performer for DMG. We have a lot of very strong mid laners, particularly, to be honest, coming out of these regional reps. Players like Squidly we've seen, Artoria, Akranos on Broad, as Kamito has wound himself up in a 1v2 right now, has to flash onto the bar shrines, and the stun from Soul does not connect. Nomi is really wants to make this one work, uses the aggressive barrier. Kamito sidesteps the Boomerang Blade, and it's dicey for DMG, but they get away.
Just about going to be able to survive in this situation. Obviously, none of the junglers either looking to get involved in this one, so you just want to keep this pressure as high as possible. The CS gap beginning to form. Also pretty rough as... God, just watching the health bars on the sides. Yeah, I mean, Sundax is so low right here. I think they overplayed their hand, did Volda's bot lane, and they're now being punished for it.
Bust doing what he can with the Cassante, and now getting jumped on by Crytoby right now. There's no W left. He's gonna escape. We do love to see Cassante's playing on the edges. Now Vikas is in here to try and punish Nomi. There's no Sundax. Easy first blood again. The supports today are racking up the KD. And Moji, let's see if they can get the Cassante gank done. Misses the Q, a flash away.
Nice.
And I don't know what it is about this champion today, Max, but nobody seems to be able to stick on it.
No, absolutely not. Just making people look a little bit silly at this point, and Bust doing what Bust does best right here. Really nice to see him playing in this way. Obviously, a player that we are intimately familiar with at this point. Seen a lot of him just wrecking kids throughout the leagues.
Yeah, we have seen down in the Four Nations and up in the NLC, we've seen plenty of footage of Bust just clone folks on these melee champions. So if he can get out of this early few levels into the Tristana and get onto a decent platform, you know, we saw what B2U was able to do. We saw what Gubs was able to do on this champion, even in a tough early matchup. If you get out of that lane, get into a team fight, you can be an absolute menace. So we'll see if Bust can mount a similar comeback for us. And for Volda, we have a bit of a struggle in bot side, but the rest of the map as well, not necessarily getting the purchase they wanted. Kamito once again on his own in a 1v2. How does this keep happening to my guy? The Shrine once again moves him, but Nomi with the flash will finally get his man.
I mean, at least you get the flash out right here. Soul arriving does delay things out that little bit, but I don't know why you stood so far forwards without your support, and this is a big worry right here. As we were talking about, right, the Bard wants to go roaming around. You don't want to be locked into this lane. Uh-oh.
Not again. Don't do this to me, lads.
We
were so happy that we got to see the full series, but I would like to see the actual series.
See the full series, yeah.
This is my monkey paw. It's curling. No, please.
Please. Hopefully it's not the same issue. Hopefully this is just, you know, someone's knocked over a glass of water near their PC. They're going to mop it up. We'll get back into the game within seconds, right?
Yes, right.
Hopefully nobody's TR has died. Everything will be fine. And usually when we get big pauses, I like to be like, interesting point of the game in which to pause, right? Because all of these things have happened. We haven't really seen too much out of this game yet, right? We've got a couple kills down in the bot lane. I'm a little bit worried about the beginnings of this one, right? Not sure why it is that we're seeing Nomi step in, but then it works out in the end because Kamito decides to step further and get caught
Yeah.
out.
You could step. Watch me step, and I don't even have a support with me, and then dies. So
Yeah.
it does feel like when you're Bard, Soul keeps trying to be like, okay, I am now going to go and do my job. I've got charms and chimes to hit. I've got lanes to gank. See you, Kamito. You have a million range. Have a nice time. And then as soon as he steps out the lane, Kamito is getting 1v2'd, and then Soul has to go, oh my god, I'm so sorry. 180, run back down the river, try and get Kamito out of dodge. Succeeds the first time, fails the second. So we're kind of shackling Soul to this lane as well as putting Kamito behind. It's really not going well for them.
No, it really is not in this situation. Things are already a little bit rough to start things off, but, you know, not the end of the world, and like we said, very early on into these games. When it comes to scaling, both compositions have some interesting points. Obviously, once you get late with a Tristana and a Sivir, that's going to be a really strong duo to be playing around. And we've seen Lilia's late game as well can just wreck through people. But it's not to say that you can't still play out this DMG composition either, right? They've got themselves the Mel to play around. The Caitlyn does begin to fall off, right? You've got that trough of power that comes once you get to the 2-3 item mark, which is a little bit rough because that's going to be coming on basically exactly the point at which Volda are getting strong.
Yeah, especially if you're behind out a lane, right? Even if you're even, it's not great. If you're completely Giga Stomping, sure, you can go Stormrazor and Infinity Edge and you can start one-tapping people, but at this rate, we're probably just going to be going, you know, Cull into Hex Optics and we're going to be down 500 gold, and Kamito is not going to be, we're not going to be seeing hide nor hair of Kamito until about minute 25 at least, and if they are still in a playable position, then we'll see what he can say about it. You know, the objective control options for DMG, I love, right? Bard, Mel, and Caitlyn all trying to push into a trap line when you've got Bard stuns against the wall, Bard ult to then set up a Caitlyn trap under you, Mel solar snares coming out of, you know, dark brushes. There are a lot of options for DMG if they are strong enough and have the wherewithal to arrive at that objective on time and well prepared. And Volda, you know, they've got Sivir to try and push through, they've got a Lilia to try and really pull them apart.
Yeah.
It is going to be tough, I think, for them to get that to work, especially if bot lane is in the bin.
Yeah, very, very much so. And it's interesting, right? Because you're looking at Volda and you're looking at the way that they've played a lot of their previous games out, and they really are fans of just very standard front-to-back League of Legends. That's kind of what their calling card has been. It's been really interesting to see, actually, because we spoke earlier about how a lot of these National League teams had pulled out crazy things, really insane different standings, right? We saw earlier, right? All of the bans that had to keep going on towards the Shaco. That's not what Volda's been doing. Volda's been beating teams with just straight-up good League of Legends. And yeah, sure, it didn't work for them versus the best teams that we've got. They've lost twice to Ruddy now, but versus everybody else, they've been doing absolutely fine for themselves. And so I like that they're keeping with that, right? They're keeping as standard as possible.
Yeah, for sure, right? I think some of it might just be a little bit of the big fish in a little pond scenario that BTU also has as Bust. Without the ultimate, I don't think we're really killing here, but we are certainly pressuring onto Cry to be a little better. But we saw it with BTU a little bit. I think we see it a little bit with Volda, where some of the mistakes in their gameplay go unpunished at the national level, and then they get to here, they arrive at the NLC with a chance to play against the best teams in the region, and even though the gameplay is standard, you start to see where some of the holes were that their opponents in Norway, in this case, weren't quite able to spot. So when teams like Ruddy can just completely steamroll them and perfect game them, if those kind of holes are left open. But for Volda, they do play standard league. We do have a Lilia jungler here, you know, we've got the Ambessa mid, they're cooking a little bit here, but we know the way they play tends to be quite consistent, and now we have a play onto bot side. Nomi is going to take a fat chunk of damage, no kill threat here, and Soul's not feeling too good either, but it's certainly less messy than the last few things that are going on down there for DMG.
Yeah, absolutely, and it allows Vickers to be able to pick up this nice quick Drake right here. Obviously, Infernal Drake, pretty nice one to be able to grab a single version of. We'll see what the Soul is in a little bit. No surprises, really, though, that we haven't seen any real ganking coming through from this Lilia. Now the level 6 has come through, there's a chance that you could try to get involved in one of these lanes. You can see right now heading down towards the bottom side of the map, but expecting the full clear to just keep on going.
Absolutely. Comfortable enough for DMG, stabilizing after that initial misstep in bot side. They've got the first Drake, they've got actually a pretty chunky gold lead for themselves after these first few minutes. And Bust now, with that chain vest completed, is long way to go before the Tristana really becomes that massive scaling threat. We'll see how much damage he can get done on the turret of DMG at least. As we have Moji here skulking around the bot lane. In comes the Ghost from Sundax.
Okay.
A Soul will simply a magical journey to safety, and the gank fizzles to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough to try to make these kind of just straight up sprint down the lane ganks work versus a Bard, and you can see exactly why right there. I mean, to be fair, versus a Caitlyn too, as long as you have that 50 caliber net available, you can just jump away. And I think it's been a pretty good job so far of being able to survive through the early stages, although, say survive, you do kind of want to be winning the lane here as the Caitlyn. One of Caitlyn's best strengths is being fed just as many early turret plates as possible, rotate her top lane, grab some more turret plates there as well. Just hasn't been able to happen quite yet, although we're still pretty early into this game.
Yeah, you really do want to be leading from the front on this Caitlyn to try and accelerate past that mid lane power trough as fast as you can, and did get slowed down by their early misstep. And we already have Nomi with completing the BF sword. We haven't quite seen the next back come through from Kamito, so in terms of raw AD, he's quite significantly behind Nomi in terms of being able to simply trade. If you're throwing Piltover Peacemakers from one side and Boomerang Blades from the other, Nomi is feeling pretty good because of the BF sword. Now we have a Bard ult play. A trap's going to go down. In comes the Q, the headshot, the barrier to keep them alive, and a heal from Sundax as they arrive.
Oh.
Soul now having to flash away. And Nomi does take a fat chunk this time, but once again lives.
Hey, you can see the combo right there, though, and as much as it is going to be Nomi surviving in that situation, now you do not have yourself that barrier. You're going to lose out on that heal as well. You can potentially look for that play once again, because arrives down in the bottom lane and just going to buy extra space for his bot lane to be able to grab themselves more plating. That is, of course, going to open up the top side of the map fully to these grubs, and to be fair, pretty happy to be grabbing grubs on a Tristana composition.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is now what we needed to see from the DMG 2v2. They have fully righted the ship, I think, at this point with the plays they're now put together. The plate gold, as you said, coming into Kamito's pocket, but Volder answering on the top side. Elite forward from Krytabu onto Bust, out to half HP. He's got a flash and ultimate now, and Krytabu doesn't have TP. If he loses purchase, he is going to suffer, but he gets away from the last Intofo strike, and Bust is just holding his own.
Just about going to be able to keep things going, and this is exactly what we want to see. We saw it in the previous game, right? Anytime you're in the Cassante in a bit of a rough lane matchup, just chill out. Allow the game to come to you. Don't need to do anything too much. As long as you can survive a couple of dives, which already we've seen Bust survive one, everything should work out for your squad. We do have a minute 30 seconds until the next Drake will spawn. And with a composition like this for DMG, I'd like to see them go try play around the early Drakes, try to punish on to the point at which you're not so worried about the Civi, you're not so worried about this Lilia. But still, they do have to be a little bit careful. The Ambessa, now with level 6 available, is a big threat.
He's going to be a danger to keep an eye on in the mid lane as well. Can easily rotate to whatever action's going on around the river. Sundax looking for a flank. Actually gets a Bard ultimate defensively from Soul. It's a big investment just from a lurking Alistair.
Absolutely, that's a pretty long cooldown on this at this point in the game as well, so things are going to be a little bit harder to play around when it comes to this next Drake spawning. For right now, though, jungler's heading back to keep farming up. The power farming continues, and Because has actually done a really good job of getting involved in that bot lane play and not falling behind in terms of farm to a Lilia.
Yeah, absolutely right. Normally you'd expect the Lilia to be roaring away into the sunset farm-wise, as they've got a flash engage on her, in fact, flash over the wall, but there's the stun connected from Soul. A lovely engagement by Valiant, though, catches them back, and Moji slips away. The rest of Boulder now coming in to support. Artoria left on the front line. Sundax back in the flank, maybe can extend this play, looks for a stun, can't find it. Kamito's flashed away. And DMG, that looks like such a great catch for them, but it goes so badly wrong.
I mean, yeah, I was in total agree with you. That Cosmic Binding over the wall from Soul looked beautiful, but the rotation's that much quicker. That's going to be the Cyclo Sword completed as well onto this Ambessa, and it's just a really good public execution, doing exactly what it needs to. Also, as we jump out of this one, we should be seeing Volder picking themselves up the Drake as well off the back of this play. Everything, all of a sudden, coming up National Leagues.
Yeah, this could have been the moment for DMG to really break the game open in their favor, pick up the Drake, and it is in fact ignored by Volder. I guess they were too cool for the Cloud Drake.
I guess so,
I suppose.
I guess.
But yeah, that could have been the moment for DMG to break it open, get the second Drake on lock, start looking towards that early soul point. But unfortunately for them, Volder able to slap back, and they've obviously got those grubs completed. They get some gold onto Valiant as well, which will help him out into the Mel matchup. He's onto the Voltaic Cyclo Sword completed, so he's got that kill threat. And now DMG have to go back to the drawing board.
Indeed they do. It's a couple of proactive plays they've been trying to make that have just gone wrong for them. Now could potentially try to collapse here onto Volder as they start up this Drake. As you can see Sol looking over the wall, but I just don't think they want to pull this full rotation in. Instead, it's actually going to be Volder that start being aggressive.
Yeah, Sol has to piece out of there. Sundax effectively goalkeeping. Second dragon, or first dragon I should say, completed now for VES. A Mountain Rift Force here in this first game of the series. And the gold kept decently tight. So now Volder with the 2 scaling AD carries is going to feel very, very comfortable about this. Going into the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes when Kamito starts to hit that trough, he's going to be pretty dangerous. Bust unable to find a knockback onto Kraitabu as well. And Volder continue to manage this very decently.
Indeed they do. I mean, you saw in the previous fight, well, not fight that happens around the Drake, you don't even get the rotation in from the top lane. Instead, you're going to see some aggression bot side.
Kamito trying to get to safety. A stun onto Sol. Does use the ultimate, but Nomi spell shields it away. It will defuse the play, and a Cosmic binding into the wall as well, and a sidestep away from the Pills over Peacemaker. DMG get away with this one.
Oh,
it's
but the dive
down on the bot side. We do have a dive coming through. Spot on the control ward, but there's no way out for Kamito. Locked down under the turret. Moji's goalkeeping there as well. In comes Valiant. And Nomi locks up the double. Counterplay for DMG though. The Cyclone is massive. And it's 3 returns for DMG.
I mean, at that point, Artoria arrives, already has that Blackfire Torch completed, and just eviscerates the members of Volder. They make the dive happen, but they take too long on it. The player's red, and DMG do manage to respond. They get out to a little bit of a gold lead off of the back of that one as well. And everything that Volder had been beginning to build comes crumbling down.
Very important clutch for DMG. That could have been kills into a lot of plates or towers maybe, and the dive starts so well, but man, Artoria and BCAS completely shred them with this combo.
Yeah, they really do, and I mean, this is the joy of this combo, right? You pop the ultis between the two of them, and things are looking real solid really fast.
Love that combination for the DMG mid-jungle, as Kamito now has been rotated into mid lane, matched by Nomi. And now mid laners rotate down to bot side. So we have these 1-item spikes coming through. Kamito has the Hex Optics and the Cull not quite completed. Still no kills for the Caitlyn yet. But it could be a lot worse. Nomi at least got away with 2 kills out of that play. So the Sivert is going to be accelerated nicely.
Indeed it is, and exactly what you're wanting to do, right? We saw a Sivert earlier today that doesn't get any kills. Just kind of sits there and
yeah.
It takes a while to get online as Sundex goes in. Just the portal gonna come on through, although Bikas did get caught up in that little lullaby. We'll be able to jump back over the wall, and that's a couple of big tools just blown right here out of Volder, and they don't really get anything for it.
Yeah, nothing to be found right now. Still marginally behind in gold. DMG finding the counter last time around, and Bust has now decidedly taken control of that top lane, so much so that they've opted out of it. It's now Artoria versus Kraitabu here, which given the gold lead that Artoria's been able to build up, 1v2 as it is, a flash engaged by Sundax as big burst onto Kraitabu. It's a killing spree. Volder miscalculating their aggression there once again. There's no ultimate to get the execute to Sundax, but maybe BCAS can find it behind the turret.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it has just one more jump forwards. Yep, we're just going to be able to pick that kill up. Crushing blow going to secure that one, and as you said, Trajan, oh dear, DMG really beginning to swing in this one.
Yeah, Buster's walked out of that Tristana lane, 20 CS up, and is now solo killing Valiant on the Ambessa. First turret secured in top lane. DMG starting to roll all of a sudden. 3,000 gold lead as TP coming into mid lane. No, Sundax once again looking for an aggressive play.
Oh, no.
He hasn't made a play in about 10 seconds and he needs to get one done. They'll find it onto Kamito. Sol not able to stop this as Bust finds bot lane turret.
And things just continuing to be explosive here in this game. Volder, like you said, just not allowing DMG to really settle into this game. As much as they've been picking up a lot of kills and are in a strong spot compared to Volder, Volder are not taking this laying down. They are looking to keep the pace of this game high. Very interesting from a composition that I wouldn't have been that mad if they were sitting back and letting the game come to them.
No, with the Sivir, Tristana, Lilia? No, fine, yeah, I'd be happy with them just chilling out a bit. But Sundax has negative chill this game. No, he is using that spell, the Enchanted Spellbook, to its absolute maximum. Yeah. And is popping summoners on cooldown at every opportunity. Artoria trying to fight over a bit of brush controls. The Herald is contested. It's picked up by Beakus with a Cyclone and a Flash. He'll get away with it. And the rest of DMG, no need to scrap. Bust was kind of feeling it, but knocked away by Sundax and doesn't quite get into range for more. It's going to pick up the eye as well.
Yeah, just about going to be able to grab the eye. I did wonder if maybe Volda could keep them off of it after BKS had to jump back over the wall. That is not going to be the case, and things should calm down a little bit for a second. But we've got the next Drake spawning in 10 seconds time as well, and as you said, right, Volda, Sundax, they don't like giving things up. I do think they're going to try to contest for this one.
Yes, I mean, Sundax probably is. I don't know if the rest of Vold's going to be there, but you know Sundax is going to fight for it. That's how this guy plays.
Oh, yeah.
At this HP level, after that Golden Eclipse, probably doesn't want to do so quite yet, is going to pull a recall, but the rest of DMG are looking for this mid lane turret instead and going to rotate through to this bot river. We'll see if Volda want to try and rush back to contest something here. I think BKS is starting the Drake up.
Indeed, he should be, and there isn't really too much fight back actually coming through out of Volda. Maybe they recognise throwing their heads at the wall is going to be rough, but also they've got some big pressure coming down in the mid lane as well, as the Rift Herald does get popped. Won't instantly kill this tower, but Kamito should be able to step up far enough to pick this one up. Do we get an engage?
Ooh, not quite complete actually, and Bust now taking a few too many tower shots. Drake is secured, but the Casante's still pretty tanky. They have the engage, and a Bard ultimate to force the fight to continue. Soul taking a lot of damage, Moji looking for more. Shut down for Valiant though. DMG don't quite manage to get that tower done as they would have liked, and Krytabu's going to take a top lane turret for them too.
They could keep hunting right here. BKS might potentially get caught out. Sundax is obviously on the flank. He's going to get the knock up, and I mean, as much as you have a lot of damage back, there's no way to play this one out.
Just got the Cyclone as well, but he was already in the knock-up. Couldn't get the R button pressed. So Volda slapping back. They cut that gold lead almost down to nothing. Pick up that top lane turret, hold on to mid, and Nomi now with the wave clear can keep it alive for a little longer.
And the key difference right there was that Artoria was down in the bottom side of the map pushing out. This incredibly strong Mel was not adding any damage, was not adding any slows or any of the reflections back into these fights, and it meant that Volda were able to play this one out really nicely. Great from them to recognize that, make the plays happen, but it does worry me a little bit that it won't be replicable anytime Artoria is actually there.
Yes, it is pretty pivotal now. With this 2-item Mel, the burst potential is insane. There's a lot of burstable targets for Volda. And they can keep Artoria safe. This mid laner might once again be the difference maker for DMG. Coming in here is the 7th seed versus the 8th in Volda. Certainly not having the easiest run of it through this game, but they do seem to be coming out on top more times than not. They will pick up the mid lane outer turret as well. And getting a little bit more map control under their feet. They're going to step into this top side for vision.
They are, and just keeping the pressure high, making it so it's very tricky for Volda to actually try to find any more of these snap engages when they do not have this Mel available to them. It's even tricky at this point to just be taking the blue buff right now, having to smite it away. Midfield not quite going to land. Tempered Fate, sorry, not quite going to land, and everybody walking back away. I do like how much Soul has been hunting with that one, though.
Yes, he's playing very actively with it. He's trying to get stuff started. Both the supports are putting a shift and a half in this first game to get stuff going for their teams. As DMG obviously expected to be the favourites here today, the elder statesman of the Norwegian scene, unlike Volda. We saw B2U, the younger Swedish roster, taking kind of ownership of the Swedish flag through this competition, outplacing teams like Leo and then LLS as well, who didn't make it into the playoffs. Neither team did. DMG is still, right now, holding the Young Guns at their bay as Bust commits the all-out to take Sundax into the wrong side of town, and finally, the aggression has received apt punishment. Artoria going on a rampage.
Yeah, it's going to be just another kill going over to exactly where you don't want that gold to be if you are Volda or one of their fans. This game's going to get really tricky to play for, right? That's going to be the second item completed right here. Shadow Flame coming on through. 10 stacks as well on that Dark Seal. That's surely going to get turned into a Medjay's pretty soon. Big shutdown, though, of course, sat on Artoria's head. And you do have the pick potential with this composition, right? A Swell Seed landing, or potentially just managing to actually hit with one of those public executions. There are ways to be able to get on top of this Mel and make it so she's a non-factor in this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, Mel, it's very easy to soak up kills on a Mel. You've got an execute built into your kit, and if you cannot make good use of that gold, it is going to go down the drain, and Volda will be able to step up and contest. They've got 2 items done on Nomi and Moji, so they've got huge, kind of a big AD and AP threat building, especially for Moji with the Leandries and the Riftmaker. The team fighting is going to start to get really scary coming out this Lilia.
Yeah, it really is, and that's the thing, was we were talking about, right, a very aggressive early game coming out of Volda, but they don't necessarily need it to be, and they're only down by about 1,000 gold right now. Really not the end of the world. The majority of that is sat into the mid lane. Yes, the Mel is very scary, but it means you've got other places to play around, right? 2 items completed on the Nomi. Towards the point where he's useful at this point, and as we were talking about, right, Kamito, 2 items completed, kind of sat in that trough of power that you have right here as a Caitlyn.
Yeah, looking to get, you know, an RFC or a Phantom Dancer or something else completed to really round out that build, to get those headshots cycling through in teamfights. Less than 40 seconds before the next Drake spawn. DMG will be fishing for a Mountain Soul point if they can pick it up, and remember, they do have this very strong objective setup if they are first on the scene, but right now it is Volda blocking the path to the river.
Yeah, indeed. Now, you will be able to bully your way in here, especially with a carefully placed Tempered Fate.
Bust strolling into a 1v5 as Casantes want to do. The Bard ultimate slowing down BCAS here. The Cyclone charge is ready as Moji is caught up by the Wukong. Do they have the kill? Yes, they do. One jungler down. Volda falls and a flash away from Bust keeps him alive. Artoria and Kamito firing from the safety of the river brush. Volda still holding on to river control doggedly, but they don't have a jungler to smite with.
Yeah, but they did so much damage in that initial bit of engage that they're feeling pretty good, right? All of those big ultis have now been blown off of the DMG members. Kamito and Artoria do still have theirs though, so you do need to be a little bit careful. And I guess now they're going to begin to back off, but it's 15 seconds until Moji's back up. They might be able to stick around.
Yeah, the commitment of the Bust TP takes him from 1 HP to full. Volda not feeling quite so good about it. It's now Kamito putting down the trap line. Soul threatening. He's got a stun potentially to find as Bust, in fact, has opened the engagement.
There it is.
And an ace in the hole catches Crytaboo, even if he jumps into the darkness of the forest. And that's going to do it for DMG. Dragon secured, a fight conclusively won, and Valiant's even been spotted behind enemy lines. Flashes in to try and steal a kill, but the shielding and the healing is there. Artoria with the execute, and Valiant, it was a valiant effort, but no kill to be found.
No, gonna be the kills and the Drakes going over to DMG right here. Just stepping a little bit too far forwards. I mean, it's really rare in competitive play to see an ace in the hole actually pick up a kill on a retreating target. Usually it's just used straight off cooldown for a little bit of chunk damage. Kamito finding the kill in that situation. As we have a look back at this one, this initial play is actually pretty good out of VES. They're able to play quite on the edge. You can see Crytaboo is sat hitting throughout the majority of this teamfight. So is Nomi. If this teamfight plays out in a similar way again later, with more items, things could be really good. As, hang on, looking in picture and a fight might be starting.
Yeah, Soul, once again, an aggressive Tempered Fate to force a counter ultimate by Sundax is going to give DMG river control, and there is a Baron waiting for the taking. If somebody wants to get fresh with it, Bust is coming off the fountain with ult ready. 2 items, 2.5 items in fact, done as Beakus finds his way onto Moji. Once again, the jungler's clashing, and Artoria always ready with an execute.
Indeed, they are able to pick that kill up nice and quickly. Can just turn around and pick up the Baron right now. They've got Valiant pushing down in the bottom side of the map. Does have teleport available. Well, that's a pretty nice all-out right there.
Oh yes, and an ultless Sundax with no recourse. That's going to secure it. DMG, no support and jungle to play into. Nomi's just going for the mid lane turret instead, and Volda, we've really run out of steam right now. Sundax is no longer the one finding the angles. He is having angles found upon him.
Yep, indeed. They get the mid lane tier 1 tower, so a tiny little bit of an injection back of gold, but that is going to be the full Baron picked up right here. And now, you've got only tier 2 towers to be hunting for. As DMG, with a composition that deals pretty well with towers, right? A little bit short range from the top side, but the Mel, the Caitlyn, with a little bit of support, should make quick work of these towers. Gonna need to, obviously, tons of wave clear available for Volda.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary siege composition, that kind of mid and bot side for DMG, playing into that range where one catch will almost certainly be death unless you have an Alistar ultimate to press. And for Volda, when you're looking for a way back into this game, a play to make, you know, I'm looking for playmaking potential, and it's kind of Ambessa ult, and it's Flash, Sundax, you know, W headbutt, but I'm not sure. They don't really have the easiest ways to try and punish DMG on a siege unless they can find a crazy TP flank, or Moji can go for some sort of flash ult play, or these very risky maneuvers at that point.
Yeah, very much so. It's not this nice, easy, non-committal engage that you have usually when you've got a standard top lane or a standard mid laner to really be playing around. This is a composition that really needs the opponents to be jumping into you and making mistakes, and we just haven't seen that for the last little while. There was some good punish from Volda earlier on, but now just doing their best to wave clear through. The public execution not going to hit. That is one of the few tools that could start things out, and even Flash is blown to get away from the Tempered Fate right here. Oh, Sundax not again.
Once again has been isolated in the jungle. The rest of the team was trying to find a play onto Kamito, but Sundax is going toe-to-toe with BCAS. You can see all of the ultimates just falling one by one from Volda, and now they're trying to make a play or hold a turret from a Baron wave into Mel, into Caitlyn. It's a pretty tall order.
Indeed it is. The siege going to come on through, and you really needed that tankiness from the Alistar to be able to step up in these situations. It's not going to spell the end of the game. Of course, it is just going to be this bot lane inhibitor falling. Well, that's now bot lane inhibitor falling about a minute before the dragon spawns. That's a pretty good spot for them to be in.
DMG taking a very comfortable recall right there. Minute for the soul, as you say. They've got the pick of choice on where they want to push forward. One inhibitor down. We'll see how they want to execute on this continuing push to try and avoid leaving those windows open. You can see Sundax is still perfectly willing to go on a journey into the dark of the jungle to try and find a flank. But so far, it has been unsuccessful for a long, long time. You even got Azonia's coming out for Artoria as well for extra safety there. You now have the RFC completed for Kamito. So he's got the range combined with Hex Optics to play well out of W range for the Alistar, and Soul is just already making the plays go on him. Kamito stepping into range. The Q comes out. He's dropping lower and lower, and there's just no way out for Sundax.
It's just constantly caught out right here. Just nothing doing right now for the Alistar. We love the proactivity early on, but at some point he has just turned into a little bit of inting and sprinting. It's not necessarily just his fault though, right? He has to try and make plays happen. The rest of the team cannot kick things off. And DMG recognizing that, doing a good job of punishing this Alistar.
Zoria dropping the TP to bot lane just to make sure that Cry Taboo cannot even pick up a single objective bounty as they rotate over to the Mountain Soul play as well to get into position. Valiant not with TP quite available pushing this top side. There's going to be no contest from Volda. And I'm going to be honest, if you're this younger, this National League Norwegian squad, you're probably looking towards the second game at this point. Your late game is absolutely phenomenal still. You've got 3 items deep on your Sivir. You're almost there for your Lilia. But we're really not seeing that power leveraged in team fights just yet. No one's getting a chance to really unload that damage.
No, absolutely not, because they're just getting taken out from such range. This is the joy of the Mel. I mean, Mel's honestly one of my favourite champions to watch, because what do you do? It just fills me with the feeling of, what do you do with this champion? It's hitting you from so far away. It does so much damage. You've now got the Zhonya's completed as well. Still 10 stacks on that Dark Seal. And has just been chilling throughout the majority of this game. Now, if they do step a little bit too far forwards, if Sundax does find one of these big plays that he's been looking for and actually makes it stick, there's so much shutdown gold available. There's so much that you can do with this composition. They just need one fight to get back into it. So far, DMG doing a really good job of stopping that from happening, but obviously, they have to keep stepping up right here to try to siege into all this wave clear. There will be opportunities.
Yeah, if you get 1,000 gold onto Cry Taboo and 700 onto Nomi, you're looking at 3 or 4 items on both your main carries at that point. And then you've got more options to play with. But DMG continuing the siege, using the Caitlyn traps to block off those jungle entrances. Cry Taboo is working on this bot side, likely able to pick up this bot lane turret. Nomi easily spell shields away a Tempered Fate as well. Bust shoving in this top side for DMG. Valiant just kind of has to receive it.
Cry Taboo coming back right here. Interesting that he doesn't decide to take this tower out. I mean, I would have just wanted that extra gold in the back pocket, but just thinking that there's something might be about to happen. Something might have exploded on the rift and needed to be there for his squad. That's just leaving standing gold on the map, though.
Yeah, and you've still got 45 seconds before the Baron. There was not really a reason for DMG if they couldn't find a pick. I don't know if, because even then, it's not like it's a teleport or anything. If you see that Nomi's gotten away from the ultimate, you can just cancel the recall and keep going. But a little bit too cautious, perhaps, from Volda, leaving that money on the table. And now they're still not at the 3-item point for Tristana. Kind of likely means that they now won't be able to go into that fight with 3 items on Cry Taboo, potentially not even with 4 on Nomi if they cannot scratch together enough couple waves.
Indeed, things just beginning to feel completely over here for VES, but just want to reiterate that it's not. They can find ways back into this. This composition can make it happen, but it is real tough, and now with the Baron started up here out of DMG, this may be the final nail in the VES coffin.
Yeah, we saw what they did with it last time. They looked so unstoppable pushing down those waves.
Like,
Right,
now
he's back
you're
to the bot
pushing
lane
to get
push.
this bot lane put tower. Why?
I don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit messy, not quite sure what's going on there. A little bit hesitant, a little bit kind of overcautious, leaves them even further behind the curve. Had got the gold secured, and I'm hoping is going to come back and get this third item so that Volda can have a real good platform to fight for. They've got the Flicker Blades done for Nomi as well, so we are going to have 4 items Sivir. We are going to have 3 item Moji, including a Seekers of their own, or Zhonya's I should say. But now you're into Baron and powered Caitlyn. It's not looking good.
It's just the last Whisper picked up right here, so not actually going to be completing
Eesh.
that next item, unfortunately. Yeah, real rough to be watching this one out. And you can see what is happening here. Kabitha just putting down the trap line and just allowing these minions to do the thing.
Oh my
This
word.
is just
the
a
reflected
kill.
bowling ball.
Yeah, Moji
that's
just
crazy.
dead.
The rebuttal from Artoria genuinely killing Moji there. That is tragic to see. DMG are just completely unstoppable right now. Second inhib down. Busts prep the third wave, and the rest of DMG might be looking at the Nexus before long.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, you are very quickly running out of towers to be able to huddle back under. The Nexus tower is going to be the final ones remaining. 28 seconds until Moji's back up. A really long death timer at this point.
Nomi once again, spell shields the Tempered Fate, but BKAS is going in now, sees an unprotected Sivir. Kamito's headshots are devastating across the Volda esports line. Kraitabu still hungering for that third item, but the Nexus turrets are down. Valent into the back line, gets 1.
Hang on.
Might find 2. Artoria's gone golden, went
minions.
for the Nexus instead. Can the minions do it? A wave spawning under the turret.
Okay.
The Nexus 1 HP, and Bust is there ready to seal the deal. A last attempt from Volda could not save them. DMG, after a couple of missteps early, they just put the vice grip onto Volda and do not let go.
Absolutely they did, and really interesting because they needed to finish that game off as they did, right? If you mess that up in the push in the base, sure, you've got to expose Nexus, but you've also given a bunch of kills over to some key carriers. As you said, the Volda composition was finally coming online, but DMG, they know what they're doing. They're able to finish that game off, and what a performance from all of them, right? Artoria specifically, absolutely popping off, but so was Bust. In what should have been a much harder matchup for him overall, he chilled throughout the early game, and then was coming out swinging later on.
Yes, Arcasante players are really showing their stuff here today. Bust continues to make highlights, and again, with minimal assistance ever from the team. Bust is really often weak-sided and is always able to make the best of a bad situation. But yeah, very happy. DMG, you've got to be very confident with that first game. As long as Kamito learns how to play a 1v2 in bot lane for the first few minutes, they are completely golden. And we'll see if Volda Esports has an answer for us after this quick break. Second game of the series coming up in just a few minutes, folks. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. First game in the books here. Volda Esports falling to DMG after a very controlled everything after 4 minutes from our DMG representative. So, Volda now on the edge of elimination. Our last regional representation in the competition. Bulldog were able to mount the comeback, and we're seeing calls in the Twitch chat to just put a classic VES draft in the bag. And they were cooking a little bit with Ambessa mid and Lilia jungle. Certainly could be a little simpler to execute this time, perhaps.
Absolutely. They have really shown us some very standard League of Legends compositions, right? In their victory up against Liaside, I mean, what more standard could you really want? You've got a Malphite, you've got an Orianna, you've got a Jinx. Standard. Take your top laner, some kind of engage in the jungle, and your ADC is just going to do its thing. I want that kind of composition right here. I don't want them cooking so much. Now, I still like parts of what they had previously, and I think that Sundax could have kick-started this game into a good spot for them, but maybe it was a little bit over-proactive early on in a composition that kind of needed to wait around. Also, the swap between the top lane and the mid lane didn't really help in any way. It's not like you actually punished onto Bust, and it allowed Artoria to have the freest lane of all time. So I think, yeah, a little bit less cooking, at least in the swaps department.
Yes, maybe we're giving them a simpler rule to play through, and we did see, as we said, so much aggression and attempted playmaking from Sundax, the support for Volda, that initially worked very well and eventually ended up getting him into more trouble than it was worth when DMG just started to get his number. They were checking their corners effectively, and they were always kind of sniffing him out before he could get a chance. And at that point, you know, when you're trying to find an aggressive route, when you are sort of the primary engage as an Alistar into a Bard, into a Caitlyn, into a Mel, it just became, I think, a little bit too tall of a mountain for Sundax to climb. So give themselves a little bit more options in that regard, a little bit of an easier playmaking proposition.
Yeah,
might help them achieve that. I think they were playing like they were always trying to make plays.
Yeah.
They just didn't have the best tools always available to get them off the ground.
No, and I think something I'd like to see out of Volda in the next game is some non-committal engage. Not necessarily for Sundax.
Yeah.
I think it's fine if he's still got the all-in, I'm going to throw myself at the opposition, but he doesn't have to, right? He's played some of the Thresh, he's played some of the Leona, he's even given us a couple of Karma games, the one really interesting one, I think, as well, with the Taric. So he has shown us that he has a lot of different things he can potentially be going towards. I just want non-committal engage from somewhere in this squad, because we were seeing with this previous game where they had to throw themselves just fully at their opponents, and DMG knew how to handle that. DMG, as much as they are looking like one of the weaker NLC teams that we've still got remaining, they're not looking bad. They still have some fun moments, and they've beaten some a couple good teams. As we were saying, not exactly the strongest repertoire of games that they had to play.
Yes, but they are, at least they do seem to be looking cleaner as they go as well. There was the interview before with Guillaume Ray from CBLOL previously, from like a very experienced CBLOL coach has come in with them for this split, and I think is probably going to be doing a lot of work with them to improve quite rapidly. I think we are seeing that for DMG, where they always sit with the names on the roster. You know, players like Kamita, we were looking at last split as someone who was quite highly prized and was performing as a lesser known name, but performing very well. And you know, BCAS coming in, Bust, as we said, can always put a highlight on when you need it. So there were a lot of potential locked up in this team, whereas like these definitely could be good if they work well together and they're greater than the sum of the parts. They could actually be a real contender. Absolutely. We've not really seen them play against too many of the strong teams, as you say, Arctic Pandas being the only one. But if they can continue to grow, I do have faith that if the pieces can come together, they could really mount a serious challenge to potentially Bulldog in the next round, and then maybe someone else beyond that.
And hey, the matchup that they had versus Deer, yeah, in the first game they do kind of just get destroyed, but game 2's really close. I mean, it's a quick game overall because they lose one big team fight suddenly and the game just sort of ends in front of them, but they had some really good things going. Artoria on the lock was 7-3, was in a really good spot, had some interesting stuff going on the rest of the map too. They were finding ways to fight back against Deer, and hey, we've been talking about Deer as one of the better teams that we've got right here, potentially looking to get into a finals, right? They're not quite Verdant level, but they are really scary as an overall squad. And so the fact they were able to take them this close does give me some faith that DMG are on the path to putting it together. Now, does that mean they're going to make it all the way into the finals? No, but I think second round of playoffs is a very reasonable spot for them to get to at least. And I think a matchup between them and who we saw earlier on, that's going to be really, really interesting to see.
Yes, I think that would be, especially because DMG don't necessarily have the history and the synergy that teams like AP and B2U do that they can fall back on at the same time. DMG
Same
are also
for Bulldog.
yeah, right. Bulldog and DMG are both kind of building the car as they drive it, more or less.
Very much so, very much so. And I mean, hey, I feel like potentially Bulldog have some fancier parts that they're putting together, but I think they had a few more holes.
Exhausts and things.
Yeah, exactly. A few more holes for them as well, though, that they need to patch over. So if that is the matchup, will be fun. Still, not counting Volda out. I do not want to do that. No. They have shown us, and I think it is fitting that they are the final National League representative that they have, because they have been really fun for us throughout this split. Coming out the gates by beating Leo, first National League team to beat any of our actual NLC teams. They've been really fun.
Yes. Now, Swain, the standard takeaway from Nomi generally as a specialist pick down there. If we're looking for playmakers for Volda as well, low-key, it might be time to pull the Malphite back out for Krytabu, because if we're looking at playmakers, it's not really non-committal, but it is. You can make plays with this champ, and if they just need to get something going, maybe that, or maybe the Gragas as well. Though of course that's option for Bust as well. Traditionally, when I think Gragas in the NLC, I think of Bust. So we shall see who wants to go for this. As the Pike ban is interesting. Maybe they're trying to expect, I think, the way that Kamito and Sol will now move after certain picks have been taken out of the draft.
Yeah, indeed. The Pike is one of the 2 bans that we will end up seeing out of Volda because of all the delays, because of us getting into these games late. They have lost
only be one,
a lot of bans. 2 bans they are allowed.
It is 2. Okay,
yeah, so they're going to get rid of the Pike, they're going to get rid of the Nefiri, it seems like, and then that's going to be it. Now, as the National League team, as the team who just lost Game 1, now losing 3 of your 5 bans does not feel good. Puts you in a really rough spot right here overall, because there are so many great pickups that you're now leaving available, and you're on the red side right now, so you are just giving the first pick over, just completely open.
Yeah, it is wide and exposed right now. DMG taking the Rek'Sai away as well. There's a lot of targeting going on here for DMG. Clearly, I think just trying to take the comfort away. And to be fair, if you're Volda and you know you don't really have any bans, you're already a game deep into a series where some of the meta power picks would have been taken away, you're maybe more likely to just go back to all reliable as opposed to looking for like, oh, we need to trade Jarvan for Xin, you know? Maybe that's the game where you just go Rek'Sai and you go, I'm great at Rek'Sai, I need to win this game or I'm going to get knocked out the NLC. Give me my pick.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, and as we expected, that final ban will be skipped. So, DMG, what do you pick up? Because you've got you're wide open right now. You can pick yourself up the Syndra, the Nocturne, the Jarvan. Any of these strongest, best-in-class pickups are available. The Nocturne is going to be the option. I do wonder if that means Volda need to pick themselves up one of those best combos alongside the Nocturne, something like the Orianna that we've seen so often. Currently hovering instead on towards the Cassiopeia. I love the Cassiopeia. I think it's one of the most fun picks we've got in the meta mid lane at the moment. But it can be a little bit vulnerable to being just all dove onto, which is what you're indicating you want to do right here as DMG.
Yes, absolutely. Still a flexible pick, but with the Nocturne, we know that if Beakus wants to be on top of the Cassio, he can be on top of the Cassio. That's not really a question. It's just about what you can do after that point and what the response from BES might be. So with the Cassio locking in there, we'll see if maybe this is going to leave the Orianna open for Artoria maybe to take, or if they even just want to move away from that. There are still things like Lock available if they want to go really assassin heavy. There's a Jarvan comes through for Moji as well. So we are hitting some pretty heavy meta beats right now. We've not seen any pocket picks delved into at this stage. And for DMG now, once again, pick of the litter. There is still things like Syndra. Obviously, Jarvan's a little scary for that, but the champion is just so good. I don't know, maybe you just drop it anyway.
Maybe you just want it in
and then put a bot lane, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I'd be surprised by the Victor. No, the Gragas is going to get locked in right here. Yeah, Bus Gragas. Now, back in the UKEL, if you were Volda, we'd be flaming you right now. Why'd you leave it open? Just ban it. Just get rid of it. Now, it isn't permabanned here in the NLC. We have seen players be able to play into it, know their matchups, right? At the same time, though, he is just so good on it that it does worry me a little bit to be giving this one over.
Yes, he has played it once. It was a win. He did drop a 10 KDA. It was a classic Bus Gragas game. The guy is just very, very good at it. And now we have an Akali paired as another solo laner. So we've got double AP solo lanes, quite rare, honestly, in this day and age. And a lot of mobility. We have multiple engage threats with Beakus and with Bust as well. Artoria can follow up decently well. So I like what DMG are putting together. We'll see what the bot lane is going to be. And obviously, they have the benefit of having no bans to be levied against their bot lane, despite the fact they've left it second rotation. And the Cho'Gath comes out for Volda. So I'm assuming this is going to be Krytabu into Gragas, and they will both just be sustaining their way through the lane, but we will see.
It's a really good matchup for the Cho'Gath if you're able to play it out well, right? As long as you are really accurate whenever you're landing that knock-up, I think it could be really good. Obviously, the Gragas does have abilities to get away from it, and later on into the game, you kind of do just give more flexibility to your team, especially in this kind of composition where everyone is looking to go diving in. Being able to split the fight up with that barrel can be really fun. We also just haven't seen a lot of Cho'Gath recently. Not a champion that's been particularly high priority, but when you're so good with the Gragas, you force your opponent to pick a specific counter.
Brick by brick, they are building a pretty significant wall for this Cassio to play from behind. The silence, of course, is pretty nice. You can throw it even into an Akali Shroud to try and delay the follow-up there. And with a Jarvan putting the walls up too, we'll see if this can be the tools they need to keep this Cassio safe and firing. Senna and Nautilus removed by DMG in the second rotation. So we'll see what the first pick is going to be for Volda here. Obviously, we've had two kind of decent scaling threats used already, but waiting to see what the final pick is going to be. We know Nomi can go into the AP if he needs to, but with a Cho'Gath and a Cassio, we kind of need some AD at some stage in this draft.
Absolutely, you do. It looks like they're just going to go on towards this Karma. Now, the Ezreal is available if you just want the Karma Ezreal. Yeah, pretty standard pairing, but I mean, to be fair, the Karma does work alongside the majority of things that we could potentially be seeing right here. The majority of these sort of aggressive hyperscalers, those are all fine alongside it. You do love to see it when you have something like the Seraphine Karma. That's been really fun, but like you said, AP probably not going to be the look. DMG continuing on with aggression right here with a composition that wants to dive into the backline. I think I would have preferred the Kai'Sa overall, but the Inara is going to be the lock-in. Lulu or Milio, any of those will be absolutely fine in this situation. I wouldn't also mind something like the Renata. You've got a lot of dive that you maybe could be turning back around, but instead just going to be the Lulu. Very standard.
I do like having the Lulu pair with the Nocturne as well. It kind of initially seemed to be just like budget Nocturne Orianna, because Nocturne Orianna was perma-banned, but from teams that are able to use that engage knock-up combination properly, it does work super well. So I think that I like this choice for them, and Kamito has a champion that he can be pretty self-sufficient on and does round out their AD as well in the draft. So this is quite a DMG draft. I like what they've gone for. It does give them a lot of individual agency, but I like the way the champs play together. And the final pick for Volda is the Nomi Xayah. Now, I don't know if we really see Xayah Karma particularly that much. Normally, I think it would be like Rakan or an engage option, like a Rel or something like this, but you know, as you said, Karma does kind of just go with everything, and it's are we comfortable enough with this and into the Yunara Lulu as well?
It's fine in this situation. Xayah really vulnerable to being outranged by an opponent, which is something that could potentially have been an option with this Lulu and the Yunara. Could have been getting a lot of poke down, the Glitter Lance really annoying to deal with, but the Karma really stops that from happening, and also just gives you a plenty of extra boosts through too. All of that heal and shield that can come through is nice. It's not a premier pairing, it doesn't excite me, but it's not bad in this situation, and I can understand you wanting some extra survivability out of the ADC.
Yeah, absolutely. So we shall see what Sundax can do. Certainly a different role for Sundax in this game. Not going to be the TPing in for flanking and engaging this time. That is going to be the job of largely Moji and a little bit of Crytaboo as well. But the Jarvan can start things off. They can fish for ruptures with the Cho'Gath as well, and they do have a great scaling carry core as well. So I'm not sure, chat can tell us if this is a quote-unquote classic VES draft. It can definitely play front to back a bit more normally, and it has some better playmaking tools, so I think it is an improvement for them. But like I say, I think DMC draft, it's packed full of a great combination of power picks and pocket picks. I think it plays to their strengths. I think it allows their mechanically skilled players to flex in that way, and they do have good inbuilt synergy, so I think I probably do still favor DMG here.
Yeah, I think that DMG's composition does just work a little bit better in the current meta, but I think you do have options, as we're saying, out of Volda. I really like the Cassiopeia. I think that into the Akali, it's a pretty nice matchup, right? Into the Gragas, there's plenty of things that you can stop jumping around. But I'm going to really need to see Nomi on one, really accurate with these feathers if you're wanting to win this game.
Yes, you've got to get the absolute value out of the Blade Caller. As we head back onto the Rift. Game number 2, Volda Esports versus DMG. Clash of Norwegian generations, elimination on the line. Volda, what is with these level 1s, man? What is with these level 1s that we're seeing? Nomi has lost both summoners. Sundax has lost one, and Nomi is in base.
This is just not a good start right here if you are a National League enjoyer, if you are a Volda fan as well. Just so much poke coming through. This is what I was saying, right, about the poke that you can get between a Yunara and a Lulu. The Lulu's just so frustrating to deal with early on, and it's not like it gets less annoying to deal with later, obviously. The wild growth is such a brilliant pickup, but the fact that you can just polymorph somebody later on, I wonder what targets you've got. Well, a Jarvan's jumped at me? Nope. A Cho'Gath's walking at me? Also nope. And if you get into the backline and you can do it to Valiant or Nobi, just going to be so useful.
Absolutely. See if Sol can get the value down right here. Valiant as well needs to try and use this Cassio as much as they can. Very strong pick, as you said. Can really form the backbone of a team composition. Artoria, though, mechanically was all over Valiant in that first game, and now with the Akali has a little bit more room to flex and can try and maneuver around the Miasma and the various other threats that Cassiopeia has to offer. So we'll see how the junglers want to approach right this. Because it's going to go over a ward, it looks like, on that bot side. Going to be spotted, so they'll have some knowledge as both junglers head toward this bot side.
And we'll see if they want to actually get involved early on. Obviously, the Nocturne, for the most part, really prefers not to. Would like to just sit, farm up to that level 6 as much as possible, whereas the Jarvan far happier to get involved, as we do have a quick replay of what happened, and it feels like just disrespecting the amount of damage, the amount of potential play that you are going to get out of this DMG bot lane. I mean, yeah, sure, the Yunara does tons later, but it's not like it has no damage available to it right now.
Yeah, right? And, at level 1, realistically, anyone that can get the most auto attacks off is going to be the most confident. Kamito with the auto attack steroid Soul, as well as Artoria has to flash away. Valiant uses all the mana available and takes away the summoner.
That's the thing with the Cassiopeia, right? You hit the Noxious Blast and all of a sudden those Twin Fangs can just run you down. Because as well, now going to flash forwards onto Nomi.
Nomi with no summoners, remember, can't find the Blade Caller, and that's going to be an easy first blood for Kamito.
Uh-oh, the fact that Kamito's able to pick this one up as well, just already kickstarting this Yunara. And this is the problem with getting a little bit too cocky early on, losing out on your summoner spells. You could just repeat this, right? Nomi still has another minute or so left on this flash. If you want to get involved in this lane again as Vikas, you probably can.
Yeah, it's very much, there is nothing that Nomi can do at that point. You've been flash feared by BCAS. And that's a first blood over to Kamito. Gonna make that 2v2 even harder. It's DMG. Certainly a different story from last game. No punishments to be found onto the DMG bot side. They are taking the fight to Volda. Kraitabu at least is dealing decently well with this top lane matchup, approaching that first plate pickup and trading nicely with a mana lead. So we shall see if Bust is able to get as much value out of the Gragas as we normally see from him.
Indeed, as Valiant once again, big damage coming on through. Artoria having to hide away inside of that shroud, and this is good to see, at least. Valiant making it work in this lane matchup, having things happen. Have a look at top lane where, as we talked about, right, this should be a pretty good matchup for the Cho'Gath overall, but Bust so good on this champion, just playing it out perfectly so far.
Yes, and I can expect that once we do have the paranoia available for BCAS, that a dashless champion as Cho'Gath is, when Bust is going to be able to potentially, flash you forward. There's a knockback with the barrels too. BCAS is going to be able to get into range. This could be a big issue for Kraito. He's going to have to be very on top of where BCAS is and make sure he's not pushing too far at the wrong time.
Yeah, the silence is going to be critical right here. Managing to land it as everybody jumps in on top of you. Maybe you're able to walk yourself back out to safety, flash out to safety. If not, good luck in that situation.
Now we see DMG returning to the bot side. They've already gone straight into that cull and stacking up the daggers for even more autos to fire out. BCAS emoji currently level 5, not quite approaching that ultimate threat level. As when Sundax and Nomi are able to take control of the wave and play from range, it certainly looks a lot better, and hopefully they can find some more success there. Moji goes onto this early Drake, was spotted on that little blue ward though. BCAS now spotted in turn in the bot try, and what's the Volda response here?
I mean, Volda right now just having to turn tail and run as much as Moji trying to start this one up. He's taking big chunks of damage just from the Drake.
Nomi feeling aggressive right now, gets a great trade and actually fired back by Kamito. Sundax out of mana, Valiant Emoji heading down the river as Artoria, level 6 in hand.
Resets.
He's ready to look for it, Dragon resets exactly, and now both the mid laners still holding the ultimate, but nobody wants to overcommit.
No, I mean, if that dragon hadn't reset, DMG were going to start it up, say thank you very much for the leash. Doesn't end up happening, so the resets are going to come through from everybody. And no real big play starting out. Both junglers still hunting for that level 6 coming on through. You can see heading towards the top side of the map right now. I think if BCAS is able to pick himself up this scuttle and his buff, should be able to get himself to that level 6 mark, and then you're really starting to roll here as DMG.
Likely to be contested right here. Artoria already channeling the recall, cancels it in fact, still has that perfect execution. Both mid laners half HP, Moji's going in aggressively. Out comes the fear, Cry to be the first to make it from top lane. Sundax as well rotating through. Soul is nowhere to be found as Valiant wants to get stuck in right here. Artoria loses the ult defensively,
Nice,
and a
Bust.
beautiful cast from Bust. Disengages the play as it was about to get very stressy for BCAS.
Yeah, it does, but still, look at what it is that BCAS is going to miss out on right here. He's not going to pick up any of his buff. He's not going to pick himself up this scuttle as well. That's a level 6 that he's just not going to be able to hit. Maybe just about going to be able to get on top of it with these wolves.
Kraitabu has overstayed his welcome perhaps. Flash is there, but a slow from the Glitter Lance. Flashing from Bust as well
dead
to keep that CC coming. And Volda overstay. Artoria, in fact, picking up the kill as well. Great allocation there. And Volda was a great start, but just lagging around too long.
Yeah, that's the thing. They are playing overly aggressive in a lot of situations, then they just don't have any right to be. And BCAS indeed, with those wolves and his Gromp, is going to pick himself up that level 6. Now the paranoia unlocked. Things going to be very scary right here for Volda, especially down by about 1,000 gold as they are.
Next, looking for some poke onto Kamito. Doesn't quite have the Q levels to really make that Empowered Soul Flare sting, but Nomi with the feathers can keep Kamito in check. Early Gluttonous Greaves locked in for the Yunara as well. Trying to really be greedy in this game, soak up those kills, and get the extra value to be self-sufficient later on. I mean, to be fair, the only real peel you have is Soul. Everyone else is probably going to be playing for the kills, so Kamito's going to have his wits about him.
He will. But we have seen, at least from Kamito, that yeah, he knows what's up. He's been pretty good in the previous game, pretty good for them across the course, the majority of this split as well. Him and Artori are kind of the standout performers most of the time. Bust has been on plenty of tank duty, hasn't necessarily been able to shine in quite the way we expect, not quite the way he's able to do in the national leagues, but still been solid enough for them. And in this game, the fact he's able to keep his jungler alive, then turn back around and help his mid laner get a kill, really nice to see.
Yes, great awareness by Bust. Doing the work to keep that team topped up and safe. Crytabu, though, continuing to be comfortable in this 1v1. Even with the Lost Chapter completed for Bust, Crytabu does not really need that much investment to keep winning these trades. BCAS, though, level 7. Moji as well. So these junglers have the ultimates ready. J4 currently scouting around bot river, and BCAS hiding behind mid lane, maybe just waiting for an angle to go for Valiant, the flashless Cassio.
See if they can potentially punish on. It's just going to be the grubs started up right here for BCAS. The Drake, first Drake of the game, still hasn't actually been completed here for either team. Boulder are in the area around it, but actually not going towards that one. Not yet. Now they start it.
Yeah, it's once again Crytabu, flashless as he is as well.
Yep.
And again, just no business being there, not respecting the paranoia timing, and now it's definitely going to be grubs as well as the kill. Moji at least will commit to finding this dragon, but there's a TP from Bust of all people to really dissuade them.
Yeah, they have to
stop.
stop.
Now Soul has to step away. Love that commitment from the Gragas.
I really like that as well, yeah. Because you've got Crytabu down, and you know that he doesn't have his TP available, you're going to be able to just turn around, walk back into the top lane. Yeah, maybe you could have used it for a more proactive, aggressive, get a kill play, but now BKS gets to pick up these grubs, go back to base if he wants to, and then try to compete for this Drake, and you get everything in this trade.
Yeah, you know, Bust could have just pushed in top lane and gotten a plate or two to go with the wave crash, but commits the TP to neuter the counter response from Volda instead. It's a very heads-up play from him.
Yep.
He's going to head right back up there, having done his duty once again. You know, we're saying Bust is always ready to do a job for DMG, and once again, he is making it count.
Yeah, I mean, also, he had a real slow push going on as well, which meant that Crytabu just kind of had to sit under his tower, wasn't able to get involved anywhere. Keeps Bust in a nice spot going forwards. Artoria as well, going to survive a little bit of a gank. BCAS still hasn't headed back to base, though. He is kind of just sitting around in the top lane, picking up his camps. I wonder if he will get to go compete for this Drake. If you then get the Drake in the end, this is a huge play from Bust. If you don't, it's, you know, 50-50, not so much of a big swing factor.
Artoria trading aggressively, had to use the ultimate defensively to get away from the Sundax chain in that previous fight, so
okay.
Cask back from Bust just to keep the trade extended. Isn't going to find too much more there, but there's no movement yet down into the river from Volda once again. Artoria, in fact, is going to go drop some vision and make sure they keep a close eye on it. They invested the TP to stop that dragon going over. They would like to have the time to come back to it, but BCAS surely wants to wait for the paranoia first. Should be back offline soon.
Yeah, very, very soon for this one coming back up. Until then, just some more power farming coming in. Moja heading down towards the bottom side of the map, but the push is all the way in for DMG. Now Artoria is going to be able to get the first roam down, whilst Valiant stuck clearing this wave out.
BCAS arriving on the bot side. Paranoia just comes online now. And they have vision onto Moji still. Artoria's going to be marking Valiant into the river. Sol and Kamito going to be following up wherever the play goes. Not a huge amount of CC or you know, AoE CC available for them right here, especially without Bust, and there's no TP for the Gragas. But Volda have been corralled into a brush. Artoria trying to threaten them. Uses the Shroud to get away. Gets back to the safety of the team. Small shield from Sol to keep him topped up as the Dragon stays in between them. Down below 2.5k, Valiant looking for some poke damage onto Sol. The Paranoia comes down. BCAS going to try and use it to trade, dives in deep. And it's Jarvan that finds the Dragon. A petrifying gaze for the disengage, and Volda slip away. They lose nobody and find the Drake.
Wow, really nice on the petrifying gaze out of Valiant, but that was all about Moji just stepping forwards, knowing that he was safe enough. Having the Eclipse as well for the extra shielding, as Artoria nearly finding himself what would have been a solo kill. Valiant having to flash to get away from that one. It's still some okay plays out of DMG, but they do end up using that teleport earlier on and not getting the Drake in the end.
It's a shame for them, as you see. It looks like it's about to get very dicey. They're taking a lot of damage, especially when BCAS goes in, but yeah, they keep their heads, they press the smite key, and they get out of there.
I mean, Hextech Drake does genuinely hurt. The majority of that damage coming through early on is just the Drake hitting onto them. I like the Paranoia here, but I would have actually preferred just full commit, go for the kills in this situation, you know? Instead, trying to get the Drake, which I understand you want to get the Drake out of this, but if people are not landing straight in front of that potential petrifying gaze, maybe that play goes differently.
So Volda, they avoid the dragon stacking going against them. They are still 2.5k down fairly early on into this game. Still not an ideal platform to play through, but they've demonstrated the ability to try and shrug off the DMG aggression. As the scaling comes through, the items come through, that threat's going to become even larger. We are seeing some first items come through. BCAS and Moji with the Eclipse Jarvan, in fact. No Sundered Sky to be found here. This guy wants to do some damage.
Indeed, indeed. He is looking to go as all in as possible. And, I mean, I get it, right? It still gives you some level of extra survivability with the shielding for Moji. But I do think that the best bit of Jarvan, the best bit of a lot of these champions, is the Sundered Sky. As his item is still completely disgusting, even at this point in the game. So, you know, we'll see if this one works out. Over on the other side of things, Hexplate first out of BCAS. He knows that he's not the main damage dealer in this game, not even slightly. Needs that extra level of survivability to make things work.
Still a bit of time to build up those tools before they can really feel comfortable here. We have gone back to a little bit of a lull. We are now back with the Paranoia available. And for DMG, actually, Soul takes a lot of damage in that exchange. Nomi and Sundax stabilizing themselves, and they don't have the first item completion that Kamito does, so good on them there. They know they had Moji in the back pocket as well, so if it did get hairy, they would have the 3v2 to play for. Now both junglers pop in the recall.
Everybody heading back to base to continue this one on. It is going to be a small gold lead right here out of DMG, about 2,000. Nothing too massive to be able to overcome, still pretty nice to see. As you can see right now, BCAS heading towards the top side of the map. Same thing with Moji. We may well get another fight as the Rift Herald does spawn up. Interesting to see Bust heading down towards the bottom side of the map right here. Does have the teleport available, whereas Critiboo has already headed into the top lane. So they will not have Nomi available for this fight if we end up seeing some sort of big multi-man fight.
Nomi trying to get some damage down onto Bust, maybe to weaken the threat of that teleport, or better yet, force him back to base entirely. Sundax hanging out in the bot side jungle just in case there's a rotation needed. BCAS is going to start up the Herald. There's going to be no answer from Volda either. You know, it really does. We have taken both the supports off engagers, and there is far less action in this early game. Far less kind of rampant playmaking to be found. Putting these guys on the enchanters, you know, and even though we have got a Jarvan on the field, we've got a Paranoia available, it does seem like both teams are happy to play at this slower, more measured pace, without the supports being quite so bloodthirsty all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. These supports have chilled out a little bit, right? From Sundax previously to this 0-0-0 performance on the Karma is a pretty crazy turnaround. As Moji going in, actually, BCAS will have support arriving pretty soon, and they can turn this.
Okay, there's shields available. A 3v3 right now with a TP coming into mid lane. Artoria wants to get involved, and VES are going to have to escape them there. Petrifying Gaze doesn't land. Out comes the flank from the Akali. Nomi coming up the river as well. But DMG, both solo laners pick up a kill. It's a second on the board for Artoria, and Crytaboo late to the party. Wishes he'd never came. And it's just going to be a fourth on the board for DMG. 4 kills snapped up.
Now, not even going to be able to nom anyone down in the end of that play, and now Rift Herald going to be spawned into the mid lane. Going to use it on this mid lane tier 1. Going to be able to get another charge onto the tier 2 as well. And Nomi sat by himself in the bottom lane, just trying to farm up as best as he can. Not useful to the team in that fight whatsoever. 7-0 now for DMG, and they are rolling in this game.
Just when it was starting to get comfortable for Volda, Moji feels like he's got a little bit of leverage to play for. But they're so far from safety when they start this engagement. It's such a long road back to the turrets.
Absolutely. I mean, they've way over-aggressed. And I mean, BCAS even has to jump away in that situation, right? He has to flash out even with the wild growth to potentially try to keep him alive, but it just isn't going to work out for them in the end. 4v5 at this point in the game, before you've really got that much damage available to you on Valiant, and Nomi's not even there. I don't know why VS thought that was going to work out for them, and yeah, the outcome is about as expected.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one for Volda, walking into a fight they had no business taking. And it felt like they just started to get their feet under them and get some confidence and some comfort in this second game, this all-important elimination game. But just like that, the fight goes horrendously out of whack for them. Artoria getting 2 kills at least, I think, and then Bust getting 1 as well. It just seems like, again, this is why I love the DMG draft so much, and thankfully this pause did not take too long. the champions picked and the way they fit together are just so well designed for DMG strength specifically. They're all able to play mechanically for themselves on the same screen, and it just fits together beautifully.
And if you've been joining us a little bit late, right, if you have only just jumped in and you're thinking, damn, how did DMG get themselves all of these champions? VS lost some bans. That's how you end up with a Nocturne and an Akali and a Yunara, and you give Bust his signature champion. That's how this happens.
Yeah, it's not a usual situation, unfortunately, as now we have another play coming through. Artoria in a flank position, threatening onto Nomi. Beakus flies in as well. Moji with another dragon secure, but Nomi has already been decapitated. Artoria is free and clear. Low HP bars across the field, licking his lips. I'm gonna triple petrifying gaze from Valiant. Completely stalls the play. Bust now looking for more. Has likely trapped this Cassiopeia behind that turret. I don't know if Valiant's getting away with this one, but the ultimate at least saved his teammates.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody else should be able to limp this one back out, and like you said, Volda were at least able to get themselves the Drake as well. It's something small back in this one. It means at least they're not getting perfect gamed at the moment. Still 10-0 in terms of the kill. 6,000 gold, the deficit that Volda find themselves in, and they're really going to need a bit of a miracle to turn this one around.
Absolutely. DMG, they're setting up these fights in the right way. They're putting the flanks in position. They're corralling, getting onto the key targets, but they're not overcommitting. We can see here again, Artoria just doing so much work in the backside. You know, credit to Moji, but it seems like it's doomed from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that nobody dies in this situation is real rough. I see, right. As the exact moment Artoria jumps on in, Flag and drag just immediately comes through. I don't think it was intended. I think that was just a flag and drag for Moji to try to get away, but it ends up catching Artoria at the exact moment in which he jumps in, and at least saves everybody a little bit further, and then obviously the Petrifying Gaze finishes things off, make sure everybody else is able to limp away. As we have a look at some of the individual gold leads that there are, and there's some pretty big ones to write home about.
Yes, Volda, oh hang on a second, Beakus looking for mid lane, that's an abandoned Nomi. Even with a turret to play for, there's just nowhere safe to hide for this Xayah. DMG, 11 kills to zilch on the side of Volda Esports. A flash away from Bust will keep him alive as well. And Volda, they were on the receiving end of a perfect game from Ruddy in the opening weeks of this Swiss performance. So they have got 2 dragons for themselves already. It's not going to be a perfect game either way. But I'm sure they would love to not put another killless game on the board as the way they exit the competition.
Absolutely not, and it's really unfortunate right here for Nomi. I think Nomi overall had a really impressive couple of games, really impressive split, but this one with the walking too far forwards getting caught out as Valiant's just dead. I mean, there's nothing really you can do about that one. Walking too far forwards, right to kick this game off, immediately giving kills over to Beakus and Kabito. Yeah, this game has just been really rough right here out of the Xayah.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting a bit fast and loose from Volda right there, straying between the 2 turrets without decent enough knowledge of the enemy champions. Now, Artoria is in a bit of a pickle right now. Sundax and Volda, or Moji I should say, there. An interruption on the TP.
Why would you blow
so
it
Moji, Moji surely gets this.
And
we have the Seekers blown as well.
Why?
He's got the gold, I imagine, for Zonya's. Yeah, we're just kind of
you're barrening on the other side,
bit.
but it's not like Moji was ever going to get there, even if you get those previous 2 kills.
No, the 4 seconds or whatever saved does not really change the outcome here as we have a Paranoia coming down. Beakus working on the Baron completion. Gets a little bit spicy, I'll be honest. Nomi gets a shutdown. Cry to be taken out by Kamito on the other side. And now Moji arrives and drops a Cataclysm. Takes down the Yunara. Bust is going to lead them on a merry chase through the topside jungle. But Beakus at least is going to escape with a buff.
Hey, I mean, you know what? Looking at the way that this play has fully shaken out, maybe those extra 4 seconds were really important right here, right?
Right.
It's something. Like you said, Bust, he's not going to survive this one, although he is putting the schmoes on. Right now, Sundax isn't even going to get the tether off, and Bust can go back in.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying for it. Moji should pick up this kill. There we go. Flag and Drag does land. And that is going to be a pretty big shutdown. You know what? For having no kills coming into this fight, Volda, they come out with a lot.
They come out with 4, and yeah, there's only 1 Baron available for Beakus, who's unlikely to be sidelining, so it is pretty messy, as I said. It's fast and loose from both sides, I think, here, but I do think DMG thrives a bit more in that scenario. You know, Nomi just kind of sending it in for a shutdown's probably fine as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough in this situation. Why not? You need something back. to be able to get. And as we said, right, DMG not actually going to be able to get much out of this one with just BCAS with the buff available. He's going to be, yeah, currently just sat off in the darkness, kind of where you want to be as a Nocturne, not actually buffing up any of these minions.
Yeah, just kind of you're playing to find someone alone in a lane, trying to join in a play from Volda potentially to try to get aggressive, going to help the team flying in as the air ambulance, but DMG maintain control of the Rift for now. 10 seconds before the next Drake. Now, Moji has stolen both of the last two. However, he is now 6,000 gold behind almost, and Artoria currently in the top side, with Moji maybe looking to catch Artoria getting too aggressive onto this Cassio. So I don't think we're going to see another Dragon Steal. That is at least if DMG try to take it at all.
Yeah, they might not in this situation, right? Do you think you're even going to get there as Valiant getting jumped?
Flash in, they find the knockup. No stun of the Petrifying Gaze though, and Bust surely
Bust.
makes this unworkable.
Beautiful.
He is operating so smoothly in this game. Moji finds another double drag knockup, but Artoria picks up the credit. This Bust Gragas, man, he is the glue holding this game together, I swear.
Yeah, this is a public service announcement for any of the other NLC teams watching these games. Just don't give this man this champion, right? There's no point. You may think you're better than him as a top laner, and you might be right, but on this champion, he just knows how to play it so incredibly well, gets so much out of it every single time. And now you can see pushing through the top lane, you've got the Baron empowered push from VCAS down on the bottom side as well. And as we were talking about the Drake, the next objective to pull back to, they can go grab this one with really no intervention out of Volda.
Yeah, this Gragas is just such a crazy useful pick, man. Recently, I was doing a tier list with other Four Nations personalities just for fun about champions on a scale of does things to doesn't do things.
Yes.
Gragas does like
things.
The most things, bro.
Yes.
He is doing things perma. Every button does things.
Yep.
And this guy is just so useful, especially when you can easily go heavy AP builds now and still be defensible and safe in top side. So you even have kill threat. Like, it's just godlike.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that as long as you're just keeping that drunken rage up, as long as that happy hour's popping, you are still tanky enough that right now he's got himself a belt and a Lich Bane. That should be a weak, squishy champion. Right? I saw far too many Aries pick up these exact items a little while ago, a couple years ago, have no damage, do nothing, and be really squishy. Not the case with the Gragas. Really strong spot.
No. Yep, very good for Bust, as we'd expect no less from a player of his caliber on this champion. So DMG, they did manage to pick up that Drake. They are now 8,000 gold ahead, and you can see Volda really trying to stick together on vision, mind you, as the rest of DMG are free and clear to take a reset. So much inventory power, especially at Kamita. We are 4 items deep, 25 minutes in, and Nomi does not even have a third.
No, I mean, Nomi really has been having a pretty rough time of it, as you can see multiple attempts out here from Volda trying to find picks, trying to find ways back into this game, but they just don't have that same level of proactivity. It's not like in the previous game where you've got Sundax on an engaged support where he can go make something happen. Instead, he's kind of just having to follow his ADC around, and yeah, he's been useful, right? Redemption, Moonstone, he's doing good things for the squad, but it does mean that you're relying on everyone else to get the game actually going. Kritabu hasn't been able to. Moji, he's had some success going in, looking for these fights, but it really just hasn't been working out across the rest of the map.
Yeah, credit to Moji coming in partway through the split for this Volda roster, being asked to step back up to the plate, and is really making the best of it, I think, in these games. Sadly, unable to crack open the DMG line purely by himself. Does not have too much assistance from the team in these games. And DMG, BCAS just posting up in this jungle as expected. They've got a line of control wards through that jungle, just little way stations for BCAS to set up and look for dangerous targets. The pace has slowed down, it must be said, over the last couple of minutes. Volda have avoided calamity in recent moments, but there is a Baron coming up in 40 seconds. And DMG, I imagine, will be pretty quick to start dancing around it.
I mean, they were way too fast about it in the previous play, so not expecting them to hold off on this one, especially not when you are in such a strong spot, as we've been saying, right, with the 4 items completed onto these key carries. And everybody is just set, ready to go, because we haven't had any fighting for the last couple of minutes. That is every summoner, bar 2. There's 2 missing right now. Kritabu needs his teleport to come back up. Moji's flash is going to be up very soon. Everybody else ready to rock and roll. Ulti's ready, flash is ready. We're preparing for a big team fight right here.
Potentially the last big team fight of Volda's NLC journey. They can find the turnaround here. It's a long road back, but a road that has been walked before. DMG keeping the pushes up across the map. You see Buster's even being very careful not to overextend, knows how important the next few minutes can be. An isolated death with a Baron on the field could be the window to let the enemy back into this one. But they've managed to stay safe, they're doing their vision control and starting up the Baron.
Indeed, they are, and they're not having their their mid laner collapsed on the other side of the map currently either. You see pings going down now, the actual vision comes through the Scryers, but there's nothing you can do about this one. Going to be picked up nice and quickly, and with a minute and 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns, there's kind of nothing you can do on the other side of the map. Altaria, recognizing he's the only play, does walk away as well, and now the push being started up. We've got a 3-1-1 coming through right here.
Alright, DMG, got all the tools that you need, played out an excellent series today. Yes, it's another National League rep, but this is kind of what we said coming into this, that you need to show us a dominant performance if you're gonna give us hope for the rest of the bracket. As Nomi currently under assault by BCAS, the paranoia's been used, bust, barrel splits up the rest of Volta, and DMG fly in from every possible angle. Double kill for Kamito, Artoria putting kills on the board. And Baron empowered waves streaming into the base. Volta might not be long for this world.
No, indeed. With all of these Baron minions coming on in, things should be pretty shortly over. Volta, they should be proud of themselves. They did really well making it into the playoffs, being the first National League team to find a win versus an NLC representative. But unfortunately for them, their journey will end here.
One inhib falls, the second soon after. Two Baron waves streaming in. A wave in bot lane forgotten as Krytabu and Valiant. The Volta solo laners flash bust Gragas engage. And Shogas still dies first. The petrifying gaze keeps Valiant alive. But it will not keep Volta's NLC dreams alive. They fall 2-0 to DMG.
Things ending pretty swiftly once that lead was established. Could have been a little bit quicker, maybe, if they'd done their homework and set up around that Baron a bit better. This is, again, a DMG that needs to be careful playing like this versus some of our stronger teams, but doing the job that they need to versus the opponents in front of them. They've now got themselves a date alongside Bulldog coming up next.
Yes, that's going to be a very interesting match to see, given what we saw from Bulldog, the inconsistencies showstone for this roster, but the really high highs they could put out. And then DMG are really starting to put a lot of momentum together. Their carries are firing very well. Like I said, I love the way they drafted in this game. I think they really know what their strengths are and how to play for them. And at that point, it maybe just becomes, do they have the raw quality to make it past some of our really kind of well-known names?
Absolutely. Although, actually, I think I might be totally lying. I think they don't actually face off against Bulldog. I think they get whoever loses out from either Dear Ruddy or Verdant AP. So they've got some really tough lines coming on through still. This is still a really tough bracket. But as we've been saying, right, DMG, they're beginning to build. I love your building the car as they're going analogy. I think that's very accurate because they have been putting things together. And we've been seeing throughout the series themselves, they've been finding ways to answer questions that they're being presented by their opponents and making it work.
Yeah, absolutely. They're making a lot of progress with this roster. And, you know, the coaching staff are clearly doing a lot of great work with this team. And the individual talents, it's kind of a team almost of potential men in kind of a certain way. That if they can actually put it together, we'd love to see that. And the individual talent is certainly there and growing in efficacy as we go. So hopefully there is more of a run to be found for DMG, because they are a pretty exciting team to watch. But yeah, if it's going to be one of our real heavy hitters here, coming down into that lower bracket, whoever they face now, there are no more National League representatives. They've beaten them all, to be honest.
Yes,
They've knocked out half of them.
They have run through the entire selection that we had.
They've run through the gamut, you know. The only loss that they have to one is a forfeit to Epic Avalanche, so we'll give them a pass for that. But they now have to step it up. So going into these next round of the playoffs, I think, has there been anything for you so far that's really surprised you so far, Bloxer? Because obviously the results have been fairly standard. We've had, you know, the National League representatives haven't made it, but is there anything that's not gone quite to plan, or are we kind of, do we feel like we know the league now? We understand what's good and what's bad?
I think we are beginning to get into a real, we understand who's doing what's going on at this point. I think one thing that surprised me, and maybe this is a little bit of a cop-out, but it is something I've been surprised by, is the fact that Verdant haven't lost themselves a single game. They lost one previously, at least. They lost one single game in the previous split. They've just been rolling through everybody. I thought some of our other teams had gotten stronger, had put together some more fun things, and might be able to challenge them. Now, we've still got the whole rest of the playoffs to play around. It's not like there isn't any chance for Verdant to lose some games, but just how dominant they've been has surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, and I think because we were kind of waiting for the Ruddy Verdant matchup. Ruddy obviously being the transposed Sita Kaizen roster that has a recorded victory over essentially the same Verdant roster, bar Mafro in the jungle, from the spring EMEA Masters, right? So that's kind of what we were really waiting for that matchup, and we expected to see it in the 3-0 bracket. However, Deer stopped them, right? Deer knocked Ruddy down and kept them away from that matchup. So we haven't quite seen that yet. I think we're likely to see it in the upper bracket at this rate, and we'll see, depending on if Ruddy can get past Deer, we can see if they're able to achieve that. So that's probably the main one that we're looking at to see, because Bulldog, again, the challenger status has really been hurt by those Verdant matches they've played, neither of which looked particularly competitive.
They got eviscerated.
Yeah, and Verdant have shown that they have Arctic Panda's number from previous splits, and I don't think we've seen material change from Arctic Pandas from split to split. I think they probably have the same problems, so we're still waiting to see who that challenger is going to be to emerge, or if Verdant are just going to sweep 2026 and it's just going to be the year of the tree, I suppose, or I guess the year of the stag. That's the logo for Verdant in the NLC.
Hey, wouldn't be a bad thing for it to be, right? Obviously, as much as we want to have a really competitive back and forth split here, the EMEA Masters is everybody's goal. You heard it earlier on, right? Top 3 going to EMEA Masters, and you want your top representative to be as strong as possible, especially right now, right? As much as all the other splits do matter, I'm not a subscriber to, winter's not a thing, it doesn't matter. No, all of these splits matter. You want to win all of them, but as much as you could say that, right, the summer split is the main one. That's the bigger one you want to win, and then you want to be winning whatever tournament comes after. Worlds for the tier 1s, the EMEA Master here for these tier 2s. This is the big plays for everyone, and I think the top end of our league is looking really strong.
Yes.
For Bulldog, for DMG, I don't think they particularly surprised me in any way. When we're talking about surprise, I think they've been kind of what we're expecting. I don't know that either of them make it through the next round. I think they've both shown us quite a lot of struggle with National League squads that our best teams really haven't.
Yes, there does seem to be that defined line between who's really had to sweat to get past those teams and who's been able to really show that different league quality. If I had to push you for your top 3 that you think would make it to EMEA, who would you take?
We're taking Verdant, obviously. I feel like that's a pretty easy one to do. I'd take Ruddy with us, and then I'm going to take Deer. I think Deer are going to come along. I've been really impressed with the way that Deer have been playing. The Pandas, when they win, look so strong. Sometimes there's some question marks, though.
Yeah, sometimes it just the wheels come off that car. Now they built that car a while ago, but they left some of the lug nuts off, and sometimes the wheels just bounce away. And it gets not the most reliable vehicle, we can say, the Arctic Pandas mobile. But I think that's a pretty reasonable pick here. I think for Deer, that would be Deer's first EMEA, I believe.
I think so.
If they made it. I think they've come like 4th in the past in the NLC, and they've always been a fun, kind of solid mid-pack team in the various iterations, but we've never seen EMEA Deer, so hopefully that would be a cool thing to see. Though, at least one of these teams, I'm sure, would love to take that spot away from their hands. Let's get our interviewee in. Swagneros, the DMG coach.
Hello.
Welcome, congratulations on eliminating another National League representative.
I can't hear you now. 1 sec.
Oh dear.
Try something.
Well, we'll wait for that to be resolved as soon as possible, and we'll just keep talking so that we know that once he can hear us, he can definitely hear us. Yes?
Wonderful.
Excellent. Right. You've just eliminated another National League representative. What do you have against the National Leagues, dude?
Oh, nope, no, not hearing us.
It's a struggle. We just you can just go on a monologue. Okay, I think they're gonna go and do a little bit of testing just to make sure the audio is set up. Should be a pretty easy fix, I imagine. Okay, so if we have, I think for DMG, it's if they win the next round, that's going to be like, well, I think it's kind of like Bulldog. If either of these two win just their next round up, I'm like, okay, they might actually just go all the way now. Maybe the momentum is just so high that they'll actually be able to rise above the ceilings of the sort of the Arctic Pandas level, where it's very consistently good, but it's not quite consistently growing in the same way.
It's interesting because DMG have overall had the better split, really, I think, than Bulldog. And yet, you look at the names on that Bulldog squad and you think, God, if they can put it together, if they can put it together for 2 straight or 3 straight games, if they show their best performances again and again and again, I don't know that they'd beat Verdant, but I think they'd beat Deer, they'd beat Ruddy. I think they just have that special something to them when it works. But as we've been saying, right, it just doesn't work sometimes. And they've been losing to National League representatives. They've been having just losses to teams that you would never expect them to be losing to. And it makes it really hard to fully commit to just being like, yes, this team, they're going to be able to keep it on going. Because all it takes is a couple bad matchups, a couple bad lanes for them, and they just fall to pieces. They can't team fight well enough to get themselves out of lane deficits.
If they could just have a normal day for once, you know, maybe it would be possible for us to believe in the dogs for once. You know, the dogs certainly believe in themselves. We know this. They're very confident. But we have trouble finding the same confidence at times. Now, I believe we might be ready for round 2 on the interview attempt. How are we doing? Are we
I hear you, yeah. I think I hear you.
I see there's a big set of headphones on your head. That's probably
Yeah, I'm dual wielding. So
I see. He's got the inner and the over. I respect
that.
Okay. Congratulations. To return to my first question, you've eliminated another National League representative here. What do you have against our National League representatives? Why do you hate them so much?
Well, I'm a National League, enjoyer myself, so I kind of know how they operate, and I think that gives us a little bit of an advantage. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sure.
And I mean, hey, somebody had to do it, unfortunately. Obviously, Volda, a really interesting squad, came in, were able to pick themselves up the first win any of the National League teams had versus any of our NLC representatives. So obviously, you guys would not have been underestimating them, would have been thinking about them a lot. What was your prep like coming into today? Who were you really worried about facing, and which matchups did you think you could potentially exploit?
I think our prep in general is mostly focused on ourselves at the moment. Like, we have a lot of things to work on, and in terms of prepping for Volda, like, of course we have a good hard look at their draft and like what champs they prefer to play, and we really wanted to deny them the champions that we know they're good at, and that we aren't really used to playing against. So things like the Swain and the Tom Kinch and stuff like that, we didn't really want to get surprised by anything today, because I think if we just play a standard game, then we should be a better team.
Yeah, and that seemed to be how it played out on the Rift today. I think you guys really showed a quality level there that has been building for you guys. Now that we're out of National League reps, it's only kind of mainline NLC teams left. Obviously, I think you had the previous match against Deer and AP. So far, struggled against those teams. You said that you guys have a lot to work on. What do you think it is that's been holding you back so far against those tougher opponents that you're trying to solve for the rest of the lower bracket?
We have a lot of things, right? I think a lot of the things we have gotten better at are starting to show. We've been working a lot of our communication and making sure that when a person has the opportunity to step up and take control of the game, then that person really does that, and also takes control in the comms, and is the one who really who shot calls the game, and that's been really important for us. And I think other than that, just getting our fundamentals down as a team, how we play around objectives and summoners and all those kind of things are things we're working hard on, and I think we improve week to week, and I think we have a goated Brazilian Coma as our head coach, so I think we're going to do well.
And I mean, as we've been talking about a lot on the show today, you guys look like you've been putting it together more and more, getting stronger as you've been going on through. My final question: they've obviously got a ton of great players on this squad, but Trajan and I, we've got a real soft spot for Bust, somebody that we've seen a lot in the UKL, just pasting people, got his signature Gragas here today. Can you talk a little bit about this guy, what he brings to the team? Because we absolutely love him, and it's great to see him doing well here on the NLC stage.
I mean, Buzz is just a great guy to be around. I think he's very very solid in game, and he always brings some good jokes and vibes to the comms. I have no complaints about Bust. I love to work with him, and I think he's very willing to learn. And I think that's a good guy right there.
That's a good guy right there, the legend of the Faroe Islands himself. Thank you very much, Swagros. Congratulations on the 2-0 and advancing in the lower bracket.
Thank you.
Best of luck in the rest of the playoffs.
Thank you very much.
All right, with that, we've made it. We've made it to the end of the day, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us through 3-game series and tech checks and the likes. Now, let's take a quick look at the bracket if we could, producers. We have our results for the day. 2-1 for BDG and 2-0 for DMG, both advancing in the lower bracket. BTU and Volda Esports bowing out. And here comes the rest of the bracket. Now, it is, in fact...
Yeah, it's split.
BDG... Oh, no, it's not. No, I can't read. That's the problem I have in Bloxer. Is it? You are actually correct. They are facing a different of these loser brackets. Okay, so next, at least we can say we are going back to the upper bracket, right? We have Verdant and Arctic Pandas, or Deer and Ruddy, both of which being played on the 31st. Now, of these two matches, which do you think is going to be closer, Bloxer? I have an idea of what you might say, but I imagine it's probably Deer Ruddy.
It is Deer Ruddy. I'd love to be able to be like, oh no, other way around. No, I think Verdant are going to run through. The Pandas, as I said, I think they're the squad that misses out on the EMEA Masters. If I had to hang my hat on it right now, at the beginning of the playoffs, by a hair, absolutely. And so I do think it's going to be that other matchup that's a little bit closer, and I'm really excited for that other matchup, right? I think this should be incredibly exciting. Deer, as I've been saying, are kind of my sleepers. I think they're really fun to watch. I really enjoy watching Virtuoso, another player that we watched a lot in the UKL, obviously, but I think that watching Whitman just sort of tear people's heads off has been a really good time. Over on the other side of things, like you said, this is a squad that they sort of already scoop up from another league, and now they have been playing really well. Again, this bot lane has been exceptionally fun for me to watch. Freebie and Jerky together. I think that matchup versus the bot lane of Deer is going to be super interesting to watch.
Can't wait to see it. Absolutely, it's going to be a banger. You know it is. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us here. That's about us ready to wrap up. Thank you, Bloxer, for joining me on this day. Thank you, our wonderful producers and observers in the background, keeping the stream together. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and watching on this Wednesday evening. We will see you back here on Monday, the 31st of August, as we head back up to the winner's side of playoffs for those two matches. Have a great rest of your evening. We'll see you back here next week on the NLC.